Chapter 1. The Earliest History. A history of the Six Duchies is of necessity a history of its ruling family, the Farseers. A complete telling would reach back beyond the founding of the First Duchy, and if such names were remembered, would tell us of out-islanders raiding from the sea, visiting as pirates a shore more temperate and gentler than the icy beaches of the out-islands. But we do not know the names of these earliest forebears. And of the first real king, little more than his name and some extravagant legends remain. Taker, his name was, quite simply, and perhaps with that naming began the tradition that daughters and sons of his lineage would be given names that would shape their lives and beings. Folk beliefs claim that such names were sealed to the newborn babes by magic, and that these royal offspring were incapable of betraying the virtues whose names they bore. Passed through fire and plunged through salt water and offered to the winds of the air, thus were names sealed to these chosen children. So we are told. A pretty fancy, and perhaps once there was such a ritual. But history shows us this was not always sufficient to bind a child to the virtue that named it. My pen falters, then falls from my knuckly grip, leaving a worm's trail of ink across Fedron's paper. I have spoiled another leaf of the fine stuff in what I suspect is a futile endeavour. I wonder if I can write this history, or if on every page there will be some sneaking show of a bitterness I thought long dead. I think myself cured of all spite, but when I touch pen to paper, the hurt of a boy bleeds out with the sea-spawned ink, until I suspect each carefully formed black letter scabs over some ancient scarlet wound. Both Fedron and Patience were so filled with enthusiasm whenever a written account of the history of the Six Duchies was discussed, that I persuaded myself the writing of it was a worthwhile effort. I convinced myself that the exercise would turn my thoughts aside from my pain and help the time to pass. But each historical event I consider only awakens my own personal shades of loneliness and loss. I fear I will have to set this work aside entirely, or else give in to reconsidering all that has shaped what I have become. And so I begin again and again, but always find that I am writing of my own beginnings, rather than the beginnings of this land. I do not even know to whom I try to explain myself. My life has been a web of secrets that even now are unsafe to share. Shall I set them all down on fine paper, only to create from them flame and ash? Perhaps. My memories reach back to when I was 6 years old. Before that there is nothing, only a blank gulf no exercise of my mind has ever been able to pierce. Prior to that day at Moon's Eye there is nothing. But on that day they suddenly begin, with a brightness and detail that overwhelms me. Sometimes it seems too complete, and I wonder if it is truly mine. Am I recalling it from my own mind, or from dozens of retellings by legions of kitchen maids and ranks of scullions and herds of stable boys, as they explained my presence to each other? Perhaps I have heard the story so many times from so many sources that I now recall it as an actual memory of my own. Is the detail the result of a 6-year-old's open absorption of all that goes on around him? Or could the completeness of the memory be the bright overlay of the skill, and the later drugs a man takes to control his addiction to it, the drugs that bring on pains and cravings of their own? The last is most possible. Perhaps it is even probable. One hopes it is not the case. The remembrance is almost physical. The chill greyness of the fading day, the remorseless rain that soaked me, the icy cobbles of the strange town streets, even the calloused roughness of the huge hand that gripped my small one. Sometimes I wonder about that grip. The hand was hard and rough, trapping mine within it, and yet it was warm and not unkind as it held mine, only firm. It did not let me slip on the icy streets, but it did not let me escape my fate either. It was as implacable as the freezing grey rain that glazed the trampled snow and ice of the gravelled pathway outside the huge wooden doors of the fortified building that stood like a fortress within the town itself. The doors were tall, not just to a 6-year-old boy, but tall enough to admit giants, to dwarf even the rangy old man who towered over me. And they looked strange to me, although I cannot summon up what type of door or dwelling would have looked familiar. Only that these, carved and bound with black iron hinges, decorated with a buck's head and a knocker of gleaming brass, were beyond my experience. I recall that slush had soaked through my clothes so that my feet and legs were wet and cold. And yet, again, I cannot recall that I had walked far through winter's last curses, nor that I had been carried. No, it all starts there, right outside the doors of the stronghouse, with my small hand trapped inside the tall man's. Almost, it is like a puppet show beginning. Yes, I can see it thus. The curtains parted, and there we stood before that great door. The old man lifted the brass knocker and banged it down once, twice, thrice on the plate that resounded to his pounding. And then, from offstage, a voice sounded. Not from within the doors, but from behind us, back the way we had come. "Father, please!" the woman's voice begged. I turned to look at her, but it had begun to snow again, a lacy veil that clung to eyelashes and coat sleeves. I can't recall that I saw anyone. Certainly I did not struggle to break free of the old man's grip on my hand, nor did I call out, "Mother, Mother!" Instead I stood, a spectator, and heard the sound of boots within the keep, and the unfastening of the door hasp within. One last time she called. I can still hear the words perfectly, the desperation in a voice that now would sound young to my ears. "Father, please, I beg you!" A tremor shook the hand that gripped mine, but whether of anger or some other emotion, I shall never know. As swift as a black crow seizes a bit of dropped bread, the old man stooped and snatched up a frozen chunk of dirty ice. Wordlessly he flung it with great force and fury, and I cowered where I stood. I do not recall a cry, nor the sound of struck flesh. What I do remember is how the doors swung outward, so that the old man had to step hastily back, dragging me with him. And there is this. The man who opened the door was no house servant, as I might imagine if I had only heard this story. No, memory shows me a man-at-arms, a warrior, gone a bit to grey and with a belly more of hard suet than muscle, but not some mannered house servant. He looked both the old man and me up and down with a soldier's practised suspicion, and then stood there silently, waiting for us to state our business. I think it rattled the old man a bit, and stimulated him, not to fear, but to anger. For he suddenly dropped my hand, and instead gripped me by the back of my coat and swung me forward, like a whelp offered to a prospective new owner. "I've brought the boy to you," he said in a rusty voice. And when the house guard continued to stare at him, without judgment or even curiosity, he elaborated. "I've fed him at my table for 6 years, and never a word from his father, never a coin, never a visit, though my daughter gives me to understand he knows he fathered a bastard on her. I'll not feed him any longer, nor break my back at a plough to keep clothes on his back. Let him be fed by him what got him. I've enough to tend to of my own, what with my woman getting on in years, and this one's mother to keep and feed. For not a man will have her now. Not a man, not with this pup running at her heels. So you take him and give him to his father." And he let go of me so suddenly that I sprawled to the stone doorstep at the guard's feet. I scrambled to a sitting position, not much hurt that I recall, and looked up to see what would happen next between the two men. The guard looked down at me, lips pursed slightly, not in judgment, but merely considering how to classify me. "Who's get?" he asked, and his tone was not one of curiosity, but only that of a man who asks for more specific information on a situation in order to report well to a superior. "Chivalries," the old man said, and he was already turning his back on me, taking his measured steps down the flagstone pathway. "Prince Chivalry," he said, not turning back as he added the qualifier. "Him what's king in waiting. That's who got him. So let him do for him, and be glad he managed to father one child somewhere." For a moment, the guard watched the old man walking away. Then he wordlessly stooped to seize me by the collar and drag me out of the way so that he could close the door. He let go of me for the brief time it took him to secure the door. That done, he stood looking down on me. No real surprise, only a soldier's stoic acceptance of the odder bits of his duty. "Up, boy, and walk," he said. So I followed him, down a dim corridor, past rooms spartanly furnished, with windows still shuttered against winter's chill, and finally to another set of closed doors, these of rich, mellow wood embellished with carvings. There he paused and straightened his own garments briefly. I remember quite clearly how he went down on one knee to tug my shirt straight and smooth my hair with a rough pat or two. But whether this was from some kind-hearted impulse that I make a good impression, or merely a concern that his package look well tended, I will never know. He stood again, and knocked once at the double doors. Having knocked, he did not wait for a reply, or at least I never heard one. He pushed the doors open, herded me in before him, and shut the doors behind him. This room was as warm as the corridor had been chill, and alive as the other chambers had been deserted. I recall a quantity of furniture in it, rugs and hangings, and shelves of tablets and scrolls, overlain with the scattering of clutter that any well-used and comfortable chamber takes on. There was a fire burning in a massive fireplace, filling the room with heat and a pleasantly resinous scent. An immense table was placed at an angle to the fire, and behind it sat a stocky man, his brows knit as he bent over a sheaf of papers in front of him. He did not look up immediately, and so I was able to study his rather bushy disarray of dark hair for some moments. When he did look up, he seemed to take in both myself and the guard in one quick glance of his black eyes. "Well, Jason?" he asked, and even at that age I could sense his resignation to a messy interruption. "What's this?" The guard gave me a gentle nudge on the shoulder that propelled me a foot or so closer to the man. "An old ploughman left him, Prince Verity, sir. Says it's Prince Chivalry's bastard, sir." For a few moments, the harried man behind the desk continued to regard me with some confusion. Then, something very like an amused smile lightened his features, and he rose and came around the desk to stand with his fists on his hips, looking down on me. I did not feel threatened by his scrutiny. Rather, it was as if something about my appearance pleased him inordinately. I looked up at him curiously. He wore a short, dark beard, as bushy and disorderly as his hair, and his cheeks were weathered above it. Heavy brows were raised above his dark eyes. He had a barrel of a chest, and shoulders that strained the fabric of his shirt. His fists were square and work-scarred, yet ink stained the fingers of his right hand. As he stared at me, his grin gradually widened, until finally he gave a snort of laughter. "Be damned," he finally said. "Boy does have Shiv's look to him, doesn't he? Fruitful Eda. Who'd have believed it of my illustrious and virtuous brother?" The guard made no response at all, nor was one expected from him. He continued to stand alertly awaiting the next command, a soldier's soldier. The other man continued to regard me curiously. "How old?" he asked the guard. "Ploughman says 6. The guard raised a hand to scratch at his cheek, then suddenly seemed to recall he was reporting. He dropped his hand. "Sir," he added. The other didn't seem to notice the guard's lapse in discipline. The dark eyes roved over me, and the amusement in his smile grew broader. "So, make it 7 years or so, to allow for her belly to swell. Damn, yes. That was the first year the Chiada tried to close the pass. Chivalry was up this way for 3-4 months, chivying them into opening it to us. Looks like it wasn't the only thing he chivied open. Damn! Who'd have thought it of him? He paused, then, "Who's the mother?" he demanded suddenly. The guardsman shifted uncomfortably. "I don't know, sir. There was only the old ploughman on the doorstep, and all him said was that this was Prince Chivalry's bastard, and he wasn't going to feed him nor put clothes on his back no more. Said him what got him could care for him now." The man shrugged as if the matter were of no great importance. "The boy looks well tended. I give it a week, a fortnight at most, before she's whimpering at the kitchen door because she misses her pup. I'll find out then, if not before. Here, boy, what do they call you?" His jerkin was closed with an intricate buckle shaped like a buck's head. It was brass, then gold, then red as the flames in the fireplace moved. "Boy," I said. I do not know if I were merely repeating what he and the guardsman had called me, or if I truly had no name besides the word. For a moment the man looked surprised, and a look of what might have been pity crossed his face. But it disappeared as swiftly, leaving him looking only discomfited or mildly annoyed. He glanced back at the map that still awaited him on the table. "Well," he said into the silence, "something's got to be done with him, at least until Shiv gets back. Jason, see the boys fed and bedded somewhere, at least for tonight. I'll give some thought to what's to be done with him tomorrow. Can't have royal bastards cluttering up the countryside." "Sir," said Jason, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, but merely accepting the order. He put a heavy hand on my shoulder and turned me back toward the door. I went somewhat reluctantly, for the room was bright and pleasant and warm. My cold feet had started to tingle, and I knew if I could stay a little longer I would be warmed through. But the guardsman's hand was inexorable, and I was steered out of the warm chamber and back into the chill dimness of the drear corridors. They seemed all the darker after the warmth and light, and endless as I tried to match the guard's stride as he wound through them. Perhaps I whimpered, or perhaps he grew tired of my slower pace, for he spun suddenly, seized me, and tossed me up to sit on his shoulder as casually as if I weighed nothing at all. "Soggy little pup, you," he observed without rancour, and then bore me down corridors and around turns and up and down steps and finally into the yellow light and space of a large kitchen. There, 6 other guards lounged on benches and ate and drank at a big scarred table before a fire fully twice as large as the one in the study. The room smelled of food, of beer and men's sweat, of wet wool garments and the smoke of the wood and drip of grease into flames. Hogsheads and small casks ranged against the wall, and smoked joints of meats were dark shapes hung from the rafters. The table bore a clutter of food and dishes. A chunk of meat on a spit was swung back from the flames and dripped fat onto the stone hearth. My stomach clutched my ribs suddenly at the rich smell. Jason set me rather firmly on the corner of the table closest to the fire's warmth, jogging the elbow of a man whose face was hidden by a mug. "Here, Burrich," Jason said matter-of-factly. "This pup's for you now." He turned away from me. I watched with interest as he broke a corner as big as his fist off a dark loaf, and then drew his belt knife to take a wedge of cheese off a wheel. He pushed these into my hands, and then, stepping to the fire, began sawing a man-sized portion of meat off the joint. I wasted no time in filling my mouth with bread and cheese. Beside me, the man called Burrich set down his mug and glared around at Jason. "What's this?" he asked, sounding very much like the man in the warm chamber. He had the same unruly blackness to his hair and beard, but his face was angular and narrow. His face had the colour of a man much outdoors. His eyes were brown rather than black, and his hands were long-fingered and clever. He smelled of horses and dogs and blood and leathers. "He's yours to watch over, Burrich. Prince Verity says so." "Why?" "You're Chivalry's man, ain't you? Care for his horse, his hounds, and his hawks." "So?" "So you got his little bastard, at least until Chivalry gets back and does otherwise with him." Jason offered me the slab of dripping meat. I looked from the bread to the cheese I gripped, loath to surrender either, but longing for the hot meat too. He shrugged at seeing my dilemma, and with a fighting man's practicality, flipped the meat casually onto the table beside my hip. I stuffed as much bread into my mouth as I could, and shifted to where I could watch the meat. "Chivalry's bastard." Jason shrugged, busy with getting himself bread and meat and cheese of his own. "So said the old ploughman what left him here." He layered the meat and cheese onto a slab of bread, took an immense bite, and then spoke through it. "Said Chivalry ought to be glad he'd seeded one child somewhere, and should feed and care for him himself now." An unusual quiet bloomed suddenly in the kitchen. Men paused in their eating, gripping bread or mugs or trenchers, and turned eyes to the man called Burrick. He himself set his mug carefully away from the edge of the table. His voice was quiet and even, his words precise. "If my master has no heir, 'tis Eda's will, and no fault of his manhood. The Lady Patience has always been delicate, and—" Even so, Jason was quickly agreeing. "And there sits the very proof that there's nowt wrong with him as a man, is all I was saying, that's all." He wiped his mouth hastily on his sleeve. "As like to Prince Chivalry as can be, as even his brother said but a while ago. Not the Crown Prince's fault if his Lady Patience can't carry his seed to term." But Burrick had stood suddenly. Jason backed a hasty step or two before he realized I was Burrick's target, not him. Burrick gripped my shoulders and turned me to the fire. When he firmly took my jaw in his hand and lifted my face to his, he startled me so that I dropped both bread and cheese. Yet he paid no mind to this as he turned my face toward the fire and studied me as if I were a map. His eyes met mine, and there was a sort of wildness in them, as if what he saw in my face were an injury I'd done him. I started to draw away from that look, but his grip wouldn't let me, so I stared back at him with as much defiance as I could muster, and saw his upset masked suddenly with a sort of reluctant wonder. And lastly, he closed his eyes for a second, hooding them against some pain. "It's a thing that will try her lady's will to the edge of her very name," Burrick said softly. He released my jaw and stooped awkwardly to pick up the bread and cheese I'd dropped. He brushed them off and handed them back to me. I stared at the thick bandaging on his right calf and over his knee that had kept him from bending his leg. He reseated himself and refilled his mug from a pitcher on the table. He drank again, studying me over the rim of his mug. "Who'd Chivalry get him on?" a man at the other end of the table asked incautiously. Burrick swung his gaze to the man as he set his mug down. For a moment he didn't speak, and I sensed that silence hovering again. "I'd say it was Prince Chivalry's business who the mother was, and not for kitchen talk," Burrick said mildly. Even so, the guard agreed abruptly, and Jason nodded like a courting bird in agreement. Young as I was, I still wondered what kind of man this was who, with one leg bandaged, could quell a room full of rough men with a look or a word. "Boy don't have a name," Jason volunteered into the silence. "Just goes by Boy." This statement seemed to put everyone, even Burrick, at a loss for words. The silence lingered as I finished bread and cheese and meat and washed it down with a swallow or two of beer that Burrick offered me. The other men left the room gradually in twos and threes, and still he sat there, drinking and looking at me. "Well," he said at long last, "if I know your father, he'll face up to it square and do what's right. But Eda only knows what he'll think is the right thing to do, probably whatever hurts the most." He watched me silently a moment longer. "Had enough to eat?" he asked at last. I nodded, and he stood stiffly to swing me off the table and onto the floor. "Come on then, Fitz," he said, and moved out of the kitchen and down a different corridor. His stiff leg made his gait ungainly, and perhaps the beer had something to do with it as well. Certainly I had no trouble in keeping up. We came at last to a heavy door, and a guard who nodded us through with a devouring stare at me. Outside, a chill wind was blowing. All the ice and snow that had softened during the day had gone back to sharpness with the coming of night. The path cracked under my feet, and the wind seemed to find every crack and gap in my garments. My feet and leggings had been warmed by the kitchen's fire, but not quite dried, so the cold seized on them. I remember darkness and the sudden tiredness that came over me, a terrible, weepy sleepiness that dragged at me as I followed the strange man with the bandaged leg through the chill, dark courtyard. There were tall walls around us, and guards moved intermittently on top of them, dark shadows visible only as they blotted the stars occasionally from the sky. The cold bit at me, and I stumbled and slipped on the icy pathway. But something about Burrick did not permit me to whimper or beg quarter from him. Instead, I followed him doggedly. We reached a building, and he dragged open a heavy door. Warmth and animal smells and a dim yellow light spilled out. A sleepy stable boy sat up in his nest of straw, blinking like a rumpled fledgling. At a word from Burrick, he lay down again, curling up small in the straw and closing his eyes. We moved past him, Burrick dragging the door to behind us. He took the lantern that burned dimly by the door and led me on. I entered a different world then, a night world where animals shifted and breathed in stalls, where hounds lifted their heads from their crossed forepaws to regard me with lambent eyes green or yellow in the lantern's glow. Horses stirred as we passed their stalls. "Hawks are down at the far end," Burrick said, as we passed stall after stall. I accepted it as something he thought I should know. "Here," he said finally. "This'll do. For now, anyway. I'm jigged if I know what else to do with you. If it weren't for the Lady Patience, I'd be thinking this a fine God's jest on the master. Here, Nosy, you just move over and make this boy a place in the straw. That's right. You cuddle up to Vixen there. She'll take you in and give a good slash to any that think to bother you." I found myself facing an ample box stall populated with 3 hounds. They had roused and lay, stick-tails thumping in the straw at Burrick's voice. I moved uncertainly in amongst them, and finally lay down next to an old bitch with a whitened muzzle and one torn ear. The older male regarded me with a certain suspicion, but the third was a half-grown pup, and Nosy welcomed me with ear-lickings, nose-nipping, and much pawing. I put an arm around him to settle him, and then cuddled in amongst them, as Burrick had advised. He threw a thick blanket that smelled much of horse down over me. A very large grey beast in the next stall stirred suddenly, thumping a heavy hoof against the partition, and then hanging his head over to see what the night excitement was about. Burrick calmed him absently with a touch. "It's rough quarters here for all of us at this outpost. You'll find Buckkeep a more hospitable place. But for tonight, you'll be warm here, and safe." He stood a moment longer, looking down at us. "Horse, hound, and hawk chivalry. I've minded them all for you for many a year, and minded them well. But this byblow of yours, well, what to do with him is beyond me." I knew he wasn't speaking to me. I watched him over the edge of the blanket as he took the lantern from its hook and wandered off, muttering to himself. I remember that first night well, the warmth of the hounds, the prickling straw, and even the sleep that finally came as the pup cuddled close beside me. I drifted into his mind and shared his dim dreams of an endless chase, pursuing a quarry I never saw, but whose hot scent dragged me onward through nettle, bramble, and scree. And with the hound's dream, the precision of the memory wavers, like the bright colours and sharp edges of a drug dream. Certainly the days that follow that first night have no such clarity in my mind. I recall the spitting wet days of winter's end, as I learned the route from my stall to the kitchen. I was free to come and go there as I pleased. Sometimes there was a cook in attendance, setting meat onto the hearth hooks or pummeling bread dough or breeching a cask of drink. More often there was not, and I helped myself to whatever had been left out on the table, and shared generously with the pup that swiftly became my constant companion. Men came and went, eating and drinking, and regarding me with a speculative curiosity that I came to accept as normal. The men had a sameness about them, with their rough wool cloaks and leggings, their hard bodies and easy movements, and the crest of a leaping buck that each bore over his heart. My presence made some of them uncomfortable. I grew accustomed to the mutter of voices that began whenever I left the kitchen. Burrick was a constant in those days, giving me the same care he gave to chivalry's beasts. I was fed, watered, groomed, and exercised, said exercise usually coming in the form of trotting at his heels as he performed his other duties. But those memories are blurry, and details, such as those of washing or changing garments, have probably faded with a 6-year-old's calm assumptions of such things as normal. Certainly I remember the hound pup, Nosy. His coat was red and slick and short, and bristly in a way that prickled me through my clothes when we shared the horse blanket at night. His eyes were green as copper ore, his nose the colour of cooked liver, and the insides of his mouth and tongue were mottled pink and black. When we were not eating in the kitchen, we wrestled in the courtyard or in the straw of the box stall. Such was my world, for however long it was I was there. Not too long, I think, for I do not recall the weather changing. All my memories of that time are of raw days and blustery wind and snow and ice that partially melted each day but were restored by night's freezes. One other memory I have of that time, but it is not sharp-edged. Rather, it is warm and softly tinted, like a rich old tapestry seen in a dim room. I recall being roused from sleep by the pup's wriggling and the yellow light of a lantern being held over me. 2 men bent over me, but Burrick stood stiffly behind them, and I was not afraid. "Now you've wakened him," warned the one, and he was Prince Verity, the man from the warmly lit chamber of my first evening. "So? He'll go back to sleep as soon as we leave. Damn him, he has his father's eyes as well. I swear I'd have known his blood no matter where I saw him. There'll be no denying it to any that see him. But have neither you nor Burrick the sense of a flea? Bastard or not, you don't stable a child among beasts. Was there nowhere else you could put him?" The man who spoke was like Verity around the jaw and eyes, but there the resemblance ended. This man was younger by far. His cheeks were beardless, and his scented and smoothed hair was finer and brown. His cheeks and forehead had been stung to redness by the night's chill, but it was a new thing, not Verity's weathered ruddiness. And Verity dressed as his men dressed, in practical woolens of sturdy weave and subdued colours. Only the crest on his breast showed brighter, in gold and silver thread, but the younger man with him gleamed in scarlets and primrose, and his cloak drooped with twice the width of cloth needed to cover a man. The doublet that showed beneath it was a rich cream and laden with lace. The scarf at his throat was secured with a leaping stag done in gold, its single eye a winking green gem. And the careful turn of his words were like a twisted chain of gold, compared to the simple links of Verity's speech. Regal, I had given it no thought. What do I know of children? I turned him over to Burrick. He is chivalry's man, and as such he's cared for. I meant no disrespect to the blood, sir, Burrick said in honest confusion. I am chivalry's man, and I saw to the boy as I thought best. I could make him up a pallet in the guardroom, but he seems small to be in the company of such men, with their comings and goings at all hours, their fights and drinking and noise. The tone of his words made his own distaste for their company obvious. Bedded here, he was quiet, and the pup has taken to him, and with my vixen to watch over him at night, no one could do him harm without her teeth taking a toll. My lords, I know little of children myself, and it seemed to me, "It's fine, Burrick, it's fine," Verity said quietly, cutting him off. "If it had to be thought about, I should have done the thinking. I left it to you, and I don't find fault with it. It's better than a lot of children have in this village, Eden knows. For here, for now, it's fine. It will have to be different when he comes back to Buckkeep." Regal did not sound pleased. "Then our father wishes him to return with us to Buckkeep?" The question came from Verity. "Our father does. My mother does not." Oh. Verity's tone indicated he had no interest in further discussing that, but Regal frowned and continued. "My mother, the Queen, is not at all pleased about any of this. She has counselled the king long, but in vain. Mother and I were for putting the boy aside. It is only good sense. We scarcely need more confusion in the line of succession." "I see no confusion in it now, Regal." Verity spoke evenly. "Chivalry, me, and then you. Then our cousin August. This bastard would be a far fifth." "I am well aware that you precede me. You need not flaunt it at me at every opportunity," Regal said coldly. He glared down at me. "I still think it would be better not to have him about. What if Chivalry never does get a legal heir on Patience? What if he chooses to recognize this boy? It could be very divisive to the nobles. Why should we tempt trouble? So say my mother and I, but our father the king is not a hasty man, as well we know. Shrewd is as shrewd does, as the common folk say. He forbade any settling of the matter. Regal, he said, in that way he has. Don't do what you can't undo until you've considered what you can't do once you've done it." Then he laughed. Regal himself gave a short, bitter laugh. I weary so of his humour. "Oh," said Verity again, and I lay still and wondered if he were trying to sort out the king's words, or refraining from replying to his brother's complaint. "You discern his real reason, of course," Regal informed him. "Which is?" "He still favours chivalry." Regal sounded disgusted, despite everything. Despite his foolish marriage and his eccentric wife. Despite this mess. And now he thinks this will sway the people, make them warmer toward him, prove he's a man, that chivalry can father a child. Or maybe prove he's a human and can make mistakes like the rest of them. Regal's tone betrayed that he agreed with none of this. "And this will make the people like him more, support his future kingship more, that he fathered a child on some wild woman before he married his queen?" Verity sounded confused by the logic. I heard the sourness in Regal's voice. "So the king seems to think. Does he care nothing for the disgrace? But I suspect chivalry will feel differently about using his bastard in such a way, especially as it regards dear Patience, but the king has ordered that the bastard be brought to Buckkeep when you return." Regal looked down on me, as if ill-satisfied. Verity looked briefly troubled but nodded. A shadow lay over Burrick's features that the yellow lamplight could not lift. "Has my master no say in this?" Burrick ventured to protest. "It seems to me that if he wants to settle a portion on the family of the boy's mother and set him aside, then, why, surely for the sake of my Lady Patience's sensibilities, he should be allowed that discretion." Prince Regal broke in with a snort of disdain. The time for discretion was before he rolled the wench. The Lady Patience is not the first woman to have to face her husband's bastard. Everyone here knows of his existence. Verity's clumsiness sort of that. There's no point to trying to hide him. And as far as a royal bastard is concerned, none of us can afford to have such sensibilities, Burrick. To leave such a boy in a place like this is like leaving a weapon hovering over the king's throat. Surely even a houndsman can see that. And even if you can't, your master will. An icy harshness had come into Regal's voice, and I saw Burrick flinch from his voice as I had seen him cower from nothing else. It made me afraid, and I drew the blanket up over my head and burrowed deeper into the straw. Beside me, Vixen growled lightly in the back of her throat. I think it made Regal step back, but I cannot be sure. The men left soon after, and if they spoke any more than that, no memory of it lies within me. Time passed, and I think it was 2 or perhaps 3 weeks later that I found myself clinging to Burrick's belt and trying to wrap my short legs around a horse behind him as we left that chill village and began what seemed to me an endless journey down to warmer lands. I suppose at some point Chivalry must have come to see the bastard he had sired and must have passed some sort of judgment on himself as regarded me. But I have no memory of such a meeting with my father. The only image I carry of him in my mind is from his portrait on the wall in Buckkeep. Years later, I was given to understand that his diplomacy had gone well indeed, securing a treaty and peace that lasted well into my teens, and earning the respect and even fondness of the Chiarda. In truth, I was his only failure that year, but I was a monumental one. He preceded us home to Buckkeep, where he abdicated his claim to the throne. By the time we arrived, he and Lady Patience were gone from court to live as the Lord and Lady of Withywards. I have been to Withywards. Its name bears no relationship to its appearance. It is a warm valley centred on a gently flowing river that carves a wide plain that nestles between gently rising and rolling foothills. A place to grow grapes and grain and plump children. It is a soft holding, far from the borders, far from the politics of court, far from anything that had been Chivalry's life up to then. It was a pasturing out, a gentle and genteel exile for a man who would have been king. A velvet smothering for a warrior, and a silencing of a rare and skilled diplomat. And so I came to Buckkeep, sole child and bastard of a man I'd never know. Prince Verity became king-in-waiting, and Prince Regal moved up a notch in the line of succession. If all I had ever done was to be born and discovered, I would have left a mark across all the land for all time. I grew up fatherless and motherless in a court where all recognized me as a catalyst. And a catalyst I became. Chapter 2. New Boy. There are many legends about Taker, the first Out-Islander to claim Buckkeep as the first duchy and the founder of the royal line. One is that the raiding voyage he was on was his first and only foray out from whatever cold, harsh island bore him. It is said that upon seeing the timbered fortifications of Buckkeep he had announced, "If there's a fire and a meal there, I shan't be leaving again." And there was, and he didn't. But family rumour says that he was a poor sailor, made sick by the heaving water and saltfish rations that other Out-Islanders throve upon. He and his crew had been lost for days upon the water, and if he had not managed to seize Buckkeep and make it his own, his crew would have drowned him. Nevertheless, the old tapestry in the great hall shows him as a well-thewed stalwart, grinning fiercely over the prow of his vessel as his oarsmen propel him toward an ancient Buckkeep of logs and poorly dressed stone. Buckkeep had begun its existence as a defensible position on a navigable river at the mouth of a bay with excellent anchorage. Some petty land chief, whose name has been lost in the mists of history, saw the potential for controlling trade on the river and built the first stronghold there. Ostensibly, he had built it to defend both river and bay from the Out-Islander raiders who came every summer to plunder up and down the river. What he had not reckoned on were the raiders that infiltrated his fortifications by treachery. The towers and walls became their toehold. They moved their occupations and domination up the river, and rebuilding his timber fort into towers and walls of dressed stone finally made Buckkeep the heart of the first duchy, and eventually the capital of the Kingdom of the Six Duchies. The ruling house of the Six Duchies, the Farseers, were descended from those Out-Islanders. They had for several generations kept up their ties with the Out-Islanders, making courting voyages and returning home with plump, dark brides of their own folk. And so the blood of the Out-Islanders still ran strong in the royal lines and the noble houses, producing children with black hair and dark eyes and muscled, stocky limbs. And with those attributes went a predilection for the skill and all the dangers and weaknesses inherent in such blood. I had my share of that heritage too. But my first experience of Buckkeep held nothing of history or heritage. I knew it only as an end place for a journey, a panorama of noise and people, carts and dogs and buildings and twisting streets that led finally to an immense stone stronghold on the cliffs that overlooked the city sheltered below it. Burrich's horse was weary, and his hooves slipped on the often slimy cobbles of the city streets. I held on grimly to his belt, too weary and aching even to complain. I craned my head up once to stare at the tall grey towers and walls of the keep above us. Even in the unfamiliar warmth of the sea breeze, it looked chill and forbidding. I leaned my forehead against his back and felt ill in the brackish iodine smell of the immense water. And that was how I came to Buckkeep. Burrich had quarters over the stables not far from the mews. It was there he took me, along with the hounds and Chivalry's hawk. He saw to the hawk first, for it was sadly bedraggled from the trip. The dogs were overjoyed to be home and were suffused with a boundless energy that was very annoying to anyone as weary as I. Nosy bowled me over half a dozen times before I could convey to his thick-skulled hound's mind that I was weary and half-sick and in no mood for play. He responded as any pup would, by seeking out his former littermates and immediately getting himself into a semi-serious fight with one of them that was quelled by a shout from Burrich. Chivalry's man he might be, but when he was at Buckkeep, he was the master for hounds, hawks, and horses. His own beasts seen to, he proceeded to walk through the stables, surveying all that had been done or left undone in his absence. Stable boys, grooms, and falconers appeared as if by magic to defend their charges from any criticisms. I trotted at his heels for as long as I could keep up. It was only when I finally surrendered and sank wearily onto a pile of straw that he appeared to notice me. A look of irritation and then great weariness passed across his face. "Here, you, Cobb. Take young Fitz there to the kitchens and see that he's fed, and then bring him back up to my quarters." Cobb was a short, dark dog boy, perhaps 10 years old, who had just been praised over the health of a litter that had been whelped in Burrich's absence. Moments before, he had been basking in Burrich's approval. Now his grin faltered, and he looked at me dubiously. We regarded one another as Burrich moved off down the line of stalls with his entourage of nervous caretakers. Then the boy shrugged and went into a half-crouch to face me. "Are you hungry then, Fitz? Shall we go find you a bite?" he asked invitingly, in exactly the same tone as he had used to coax his puppies out where Burrich could see them. I nodded, relieved that he expected no more from me than from a puppy, and followed him. He looked back often to see if I were keeping up. No sooner were we outside the stables than Nosy came frolicking up to join me. The hound's evident affection for me raised me in Cobb's estimation, and he continued to speak to both of us in short, encouraging phrases, telling us there was food just ahead. "Come along now. No, don't go off sniffing after that cat. Come along now, there's some good fellows." The stables had been bustling, with Verity's men putting up their horses and gear, and Burrich finding fault with all that had not been done up to his standards in his absence. But as we drew closer to the inner keep, the foot traffic increased. Folk brushed by us on all manner of errands. A boy carrying an immense slab of bacon on his shoulder, a giggling cluster of girls, arms heavy with stewing reeds and heather. A scowling old man with a basket of flopping fish, and 3 young women in motley and bells, their voices ringing as merrily as their chimes. My nose informed me that we were getting closer to the kitchens, but the traffic increased proportionately until we drew near a door with a veritable crush of people going in and out. Cobb stopped, and Nosy and I paused behind him, noses working appreciatively. He regarded the press of folk at the door and frowned to himself. "Place is packed. Everyone's getting ready for the welcoming feast tonight for Verity and Regal. Anyone who's anyone has come into Buckkeep for it. Word spread fast about Chivalry ducking out on the kingship. All the dukes have come or sent a man to council about it. I hear even the Chiurda sent someone. To be sure, Chivalry's treaties will be honoured if Chivalry is no longer about." He halted, suddenly embarrassed, but whether it was because he was speaking of my father to the cause of his abdication, or because he was addressing a puppy and a 6-year-old as if they had intelligence, I am not sure. He glanced about, reassessing the situation. "Wait here," he told us finally. "I'll slip in and bring something out for you. Less chance of me getting stepped on, or caught. Now, stay." And he reinforced his command with a firm gesture of his hand. I backed up to a wall and crouched down there out of traffic's way, and Nosy sat obediently beside me. I watched admiringly as Cobb approached the door and slipped between the clustered folk, eeling smoothly into the kitchens. With Cobb out of sight, the more general populace claimed my attention. Largely, the folk that passed us were serving people and cooks, with a scattering of minstrels and merchants and delivery folk. I watched them come and go with a weary curiosity. I had already seen too much that day to find them of great interest. Almost more than food, I desired a quiet place away from all this activity. I sat flat on the ground, my back against the sun-warmed wall of the keep, and put my forehead on my knees. Nosy leaned against me. Nosy's stick tail beating against the earth roused me. I lifted my face from my knees to perceive a tall pair of brown boots before me. My eyes travelled up rough leather pants and over a coarse wool shirt to a shaggy, bearded face thatched with pepper-grey hair. The man staring down at me balanced a small keg on one shoulder. "You the bastard, eh?" I had heard the word often enough to know it meant me, without grasping the fullness of its meaning. I nodded slowly. The man's face brightened with interest. "Hey!" he said loudly, no longer speaking to me but to the folk coming and going. "Here's the bastard! Stiff as a stick Chivalry's bye-blow. Looks a fair bit like him, don't you say? Who's your mother, boy?" To their credit, most of the passing people continued to come and go, with no more than a curious stare at the 6-year-old sitting by the wall. But the cask man's question was evidently of great interest, for more than a few heads turned, and several tradesmen who had just exited from the kitchen drew nearer to hear the answer. But I did not have an answer. Mother had been mother, and whatever I had known of her was already fading. So I made no reply, but only stared up at him. "Hey! What's your name then, boy?" And turning to his audience, he confided, "I heard he ain't got no name. No high-flown royal name to shape him, nor even a cottage name to scold him by. That right, boy? You got a name?" The group of onlookers was growing. A few showed pity in their eyes, but none interfered. Some of what I was feeling passed to Nosy, who dropped over onto his side and showed his belly in supplication while thumping his tail in that ancient canine signal that always means I'm only a puppy, I cannot defend myself, have mercy. Had they been dogs, they would have sniffed me over and then drawn back, but humans have no such inbred courtesies. So when I didn't answer, the man drew a step nearer and repeated, "You got a name, boy?" I stood slowly, and the wall that had been warm against my back a moment ago was now a chill barrier to retreat. At my feet, Nosy squirmed in the dust on his back and let out a pleading whine. "No," I said softly, and when the man made as if to lean closer to hear my words, "No!" I shouted and repelled at him, while crabbing sideways along the wall. I saw him stagger a step backwards, losing his grip on his cask so that it fell to the cobbled path and cracked open. No one in the crowd could have understood what had happened. I certainly didn't. For the most part, folk laughed to see a grown man cower back from a child. In that moment, my reputation for both temper and spirit were made. For before nightfall, the tale of the bastard standing up to his tormentor was all over the town. Nosy scrabbled to his feet and fled with me. I had one glimpse of Cobb's face, taut with confusion as he emerged from the kitchen, pies in hands, and saw Nosy and me flee. Had he been Burrich, I probably would have halted and trusted my safety to him, but he was not, and so I ran, letting Nosy take the lead. We fled through the trooping servants, just one more small boy and his dog racing about in the courtyard, and Nosy took me to what he obviously regarded as the safest place in the world. Far from the kitchen and the inner keep was a hollow Vixen had scraped out under a corner of a rickety outbuilding where sacks of peas and beans were stored. Here Nosy had been whelped, in total defiance of Burrich, and here she had managed to keep her pups hidden for almost 3 days. Burrich himself had found her there. His smell was the first human smell Nosy could recall. It was a tight squeeze to get under the building, but once within, the den was warm and dry and semi-dark. Nosy huddled close to me, and I put my arm around him. Hidden there, our hearts soon eased down from their wild thumpings, and from calmness we passed into the deep, dreamless sleep reserved for warm spring afternoons and puppies. I came awake shivering hours later. It was full dark, and the tenuous warmth of the early spring had fled. Nosy was awake as soon as I was, and together we scraped and slithered out of the den. There was a high night sky over Buckkeep, with stars shining bright and cold. The smell of the bay was stronger, as if the day smells of men and horses and cooking were temporary things that had to surrender each night to the ocean's power. We walked down deserted pathways, through exercise yards and past granaries and the wine press. All was still and silent. As we drew closer to the inner keep, I saw torches still burning and heard voices still raised in talk. But it all seemed tired somehow, the last vestiges of revelry winding down before dawn came to lighten the skies. Still, we skirted the inner keep by a wide margin, having had enough of people. I found myself following Nosy back to the stables. As we drew near the heavy doors, I wondered how we would get in. But Nosy's tail began to wag wildly as we got closer, and then even my poor nose picked up Burrich's scent in the dark. He rose from the wooden crate he'd been seated on by the door. "There you are," he said soothingly. "Come along then, come on." And he stood and opened the heavy doors for us and led us in. We followed him through darkness, between rows of stalls, past grooms and handlers put up for the night in the stables, and then past our own horses and dogs and the stable boys who slept amongst them, and then to a staircase that climbed the wall which separated the stables from the mews. We followed Burrich up its creaking wooden treads, and then he opened another door. Dim yellow light from a guttering candle on a table blinded me temporarily. We followed Burrich into a slant-roofed chamber that smelled of Burrich and leather and the oils and salves and herbs that were part of his trade. He shut the door firmly behind us, and as he came past us to kindle a fresh candle from the nearly spent one on the table, I smelled the sweetness of wine on him. The light spread, and Burrich seated himself on a wooden chair by the table. He looked different, dressed in fine, thin cloth of brown and yellow, with a bit of silver chain across his jerkin. He put his hand out, palm up, on his knee, and Nosy went to him immediately. Burrich scratched his hanging ears, and then thumped his ribs affectionately, grimacing at the dust that rose from his coat. "You're a fine pair, the two of you," he said, speaking more to the pup than to me. "Look at you, filthy as beggars. I lied to my king today for you, First time ever in my life I've done that. Appears as if chivalry's fall from grace will take me down as well. Told him you were washed up and sound asleep, exhausted from your journey. He was not pleased he would have to wait to see you, but luckily for us he had weightier things to handle. Chivalry's abdication has upset a lot of lords. Some are seeing it as a chance to push for an advantage, and others are disgruntled to be cheated of a king they admired. Shrewd's trying to calm them all. He's letting it be noised about that Verity was the one who negotiated with the Chiarda this time. Those as will believe that shouldn't be allowed to walk about on their own. But they came to look at Verity anew, and wonder if and when he'd be their next king, and what kind of a king he would be. Chivalry's throwing it over and leaving for Withywood has stirred all the duchies, as if he'd poked a stick in a hive. Burrick lifted his eyes from Nosy's eager face. Well, Fitz, guess you got a taste of it today. Fair scared poor Cobb to death you're running off like that. Now, are you hurt? Did anyone rough you up? I should have known there would be those would blame all the stir on you. Come here then. Come on. When I hesitated, he moved over to a pallet of blankets made up near the fire and patted it invitingly. See, there's a place here for you, all ready, and there's bread and meat on the table for both of you. His words made me aware of the covered platter on the table. Flesh, Nosy's senses confirmed, and I was suddenly full of the smell of the meat. Burrick laughed at our rush to the table and silently approved how I shared a portion out to Nosy before filling my own jaws. We ate to repletion, for Burrick had not underestimated how hungry a pup and a boy would be after the day's misadventures. And then, despite our long nap earlier, the blankets so close to the fire were suddenly immensely inviting. Bellies full, we curled up with the flames baking our backs and slept. When we awoke the next day, the sun was well risen and Burrick already gone. Nosy and I ate the heel of last night's loaf and gnawed the leftover bones clean before we descended from Burrick's quarters. No one challenged us or appeared to take any notice of us. Outside, another day of chaos and revelry had begun. The keep was, if anything, more swollen with people. Their passage stirred the dust, and their mixing voices were an overlay to the shushing of the wind and the more distant muttering of the waves. Nosy drank it all in, every scent, every sight, every sound. The doubled sensory impact dizzied me. As I walked, I gathered from snatches of conversation that our arrival had coincided with some spring rite of merriment and gathering. Chivalry's abdication was still the main topic, but it did not prevent the puppet shows and jugglers from making every corner a stage for their antics. At least one puppet show had already incorporated chivalry's fall from grace into its bawdy comedy, and I stood anonymous in the crowd and puzzled over dialogue about sowing the neighbours' fields that had the adults roaring with laughter. But very soon, the crowds and the noise became oppressive to both of us, and I let Nosy know I wished to escape it all. We left the keep, passing out of the thick-walled gate past guards intent upon flirting with the merrymakers as they came and went. One more boy and dog leaving on the heels of a fishmongering family were nothing to notice. And with no better distraction in sight, we followed the family as they wound their way down the streets away from the keep and towards the town of Buckkeep. We dropped further and further behind them as new scents demanded that Nosy investigate and then urinate at every corner, until it was just him and me wandering in the city. Buckkeep, then, was a windy, raw place. The streets were steep and crooked, with paving stones that rocked and shifted out of place under the weight of passing carts. The wind blasted my inland nostrils with the scent of beached kelp and fish guts, while the keening of the gulls and seabirds were an eerie melody above the rhythmic shushing of the waves. The town clings to the rocky black cliffs, much like limpets and barnacles cling to the pilings and quays that venture out into the bay. The houses were of stone and wood, with the more elaborate wooden ones built higher up the rocky face and cut more deeply into it. Buckkeep town was relatively quiet compared to the festivity and crowds up in the keep. Neither of us had the sense or experience to know the waterfront town was not the best place for a 6-year-old and a puppy to wander. Nosy and I explored eagerly, sniffing our way down Baker's Street and through a near-deserted market and then along the warehouses and boat sheds that were the lowest level of the town. Here the water was close, and we walked on wooden piers as often as we did on sand and stone. Business here was going on as usual, with little allowance for the carnival atmosphere up in the keep. Ships must dock and unload as the rising and falling of the tides allow, and those who fish for a living must follow the schedules of the finned creatures, not those of men. We soon encountered children, some busy at the lesser tasks of their parents' crafts, but some idlers like ourselves. I fell in easily with them, with little need for introductions or any of the adult pleasantries. Most of them were older than I, but several were as young or younger. None of them seemed to think it odd I should be out and about on my own. I was introduced to all the important sights of the city, including the swollen body of a cow that had washed up at the last tide. We visited a new fishing boat under construction at a dock littered with curling shavings and strong-smelling pitch spills. A fish-smoking rack left carelessly untended furnished a midday repast for a half-dozen of us. If the children I was with were more ragged and boisterous than those who passed at their chores, I did not notice. And had anyone told me I was passing the day with a pack of beggar brats denied entrance to the keep because of their light-fingered ways, I would have been shocked. At the time, I knew only that it was suddenly a lively and pleasant day, full of places to go and things to do. There were a few youngsters, larger and more rambunctious, who would have taken the opportunity to set the newcomer on his ear had Nosy not been with me and showing his teeth at the first aggressive shove. But as I did not show any signs of wanting to challenge their leadership, I was allowed to follow. I was suitably impressed by all their secrets, and I would venture that by the end of the long afternoon, I knew the poorer quarter of town better than many who had grown up above it. I was not asked for a name, but simply was called New Boy. The others had names as simple as Dick or Kerry, or as descriptive as Netpicker and Nosebleed. The last might have been a pretty little thing in better circumstances. She was a year or two older than I, but very outspoken and quick-witted. She got into one dispute with a big boy of 12, but she showed no fear of his fists, and her sharp-tongued taunts soon had everyone laughing at him. She took her victory calmly and left me awed by her toughness. But the bruises on her face and thin arms were layered in shades of purple, blue, and yellow, while a crust of dried blood below one ear belied her name. Even so, Nosebleed was a lively one, her voice shriller than the gulls that wheeled above us. Late afternoon found Kerry, Nosebleed, and me on a rocky shore beyond the net-menders' racks, with Nosebleed teaching me to scour the rocks for tight-clinging shields. These she levered off expertly with a sharpened stick. She was showing me how to use a nail to pry the chewy inmates out of their shells when another girl hailed us with a shout. The neat blue cloak that blew around her and the leather shoes on her feet set her apart from my companions. Nor did she come to join our harvesting, but only came close enough to call, "Molly, Molly, he's looking for you, high and low. He waked up near sober an hour ago, and took to calling you names as soon as he found you gone and the fire out." A look mixed of defiance and fear passed over Nosebleed's face. "Run away, Kitney, but take my thanks with you. I'll remember you next time the tides bear the kelp crab's beds." Kitney ducked her head in a brief acknowledgement and immediately turned and hastened back the way she had come. "Are you in trouble?" I asked Nosebleed, when she did not go back to turning over stones for shields. "Trouble?" She gave a snort of disdain. "That depends. If my father can stay sober long enough to find me, I might be in for a bit of it. More than likely he'll be drunk enough tonight that not a one of whatever he hurls at me will hit. More than likely," she repeated firmly when Kerry opened his mouth to object to this. And with that, she turned back to the rocky beach and our search for Shiel. We were crouched over a many-legged grey creature that we found stranded in a tide pool when the crunch of a heavy boot on the barnacled rocks brought all our heads up. With a shout, Kerry fled down the beach, never pausing to look back. Nosy and I sprang back, Nosy crowding against me, teeth bared bravely as his tail tickled his cowardly little belly. Molly Nosebleed was either not so fast to react or resigned to what was to come. A gangly man caught her a smack on the side of the head. He was a skinny man, red-nosed and raw-boned, so that his fist was like a knot at the end of his bony arm, but the blow was still enough to send Molly sprawling. Barnacles cut into her wind-reddened knees, and when she crabbed aside to avoid the clumsy kick he aimed at her, I winced at the salty sand that packed the new cuts. "Faithless little musk-cat! Didn't I tell you to stay and tend to the dipping? And here I find you mucking about on the beach with the tallow gone hard in the pot. They'll be wanting more tapers up at the keep this night, and what am I to sell them?" "The 3 dozen I set this morning. That was all you left me wicking for, you drunken old sot." Molly got to her feet and stood bravely despite her brimming eyes. "What was I to do? Burn up all the fuel to keep the tallow soft? So that when you finally gave me wicking, we'd have no way to heat the kettle?" The wind gusted, and the man swayed shallowly against it. It brought us a whiff of him. Sweat and beer, Nosy informed me sagely. For a moment the man looked regretful, but then the pain of his sour belly and aching head hardened him. He stooped suddenly and seized a whitened branch of driftwood. "You won't talk to me like that, you wild brat! Down here with the beggar boys doing hell knows what! Stealing from the smoke racks again, I'll wager, and bringing more shame to me! Dare to run, and you'll have it twice when I catch you!" She must have believed him, for she only cowered as he advanced on her, putting up her thin arms to shield her head, and then seeming to think better of it, and hiding only her face with her hands. I stood transfixed in horror, while Nosy yelped with my terror and wet himself at my feet. I heard the swish of the driftwood knob as the club descended. My heart leapt sideways in my chest, and I pushed at the man, the force jerking out oddly from my belly. He fell, as had the kegman the day before. But this man fell clutching at his chest, his driftwood weapon spinning harmlessly away. He dropped to the sand, gave a twitch that spasmed his whole body, and then was still. An instant later, Molly unscrewed her eyes, shrinking from the blow she still expected. She saw her father collapsed on the rocky beach, and amazement emptied her face. She leapt toward him, crying, "Papa! Papa! Are you all right? Please don't die! I'm sorry I'm such a wicked girl! Don't die! I'll be good! I promise I'll be good!" Heedless of her bleeding knees, she knelt beside him, turning his face so he wouldn't breathe in sand, and then vainly trying to sit him up. "He was going to kill you," I told her, trying to make sense of the whole situation. "No, he hits me a bit when I am bad, but he'd never kill me. And when he is sober and not sick, he cries about it, and begs me not to be bad and make him angry. I should take more care not to anger him. Oh, new boy, I think he's dead." I wasn't sure myself, but in a moment he gave an awful groan and opened his eyes a bit. Whatever fit had felled him seemed to have passed. Dazedly, he accepted Molly's self-accusations and anxious help, and even my reluctant aid. He leaned on the two of us as we wove our way down the rocky beach over the uneven footing. Nosy followed us, by turns barking and racing in circles around us. The few folk who saw us paid no attention to us. I guessed that the sight of Molly helping her papa home was not strange to any of them. I helped them as far as the door of a small chandlery, Molly sniffling apologies every step of the way. I left them there, and Nosy and I found our way back up the winding streets and hilly road to the keep, wandering every step at the ways of folk. Having found the town and the beggar children once, I was drawn like a magnet to them every day afterwards. Burrick's days were taken up with his duties, and his evenings with the drink and merriment of the Springfest. He paid little mind to my comings and goings, as long as each evening found me on my pallet before his hearth. In truth, I think he had little idea of what to do with me, other than to see that I was fed well enough to grow heartily, and that I slept safe within doors at night. It could not have been a good time for him. He had been chivalry's man, and now that chivalry had cast himself down, what was to become of him? That must have been much on his mind. And there was the matter of his leg. Despite his knowledge of poultices and bandaging, he could not seem to work the healing on himself that he so routinely served to his beasts. Once or twice I saw the injury unwrapped and winced at the ragged tear that refused to heal smoothly, but remained swollen and oozing. Burrick cursed it roundly at first, and set his teeth grimly each night as he cleaned and redressed it. But as the days passed, he regarded it with more of a sick despair than anything else. Eventually he did get it to close, but the ropey scar twisted his leg and disfigured his walk. Small wonder he had little mind to give to a young bastard deposited in his care. So I ran free, in the way that only small children can, unnoticed for the most part. By the time Springfest was over, the guards at the keep's gate had become accustomed to my daily wanderings. They probably thought me an errand boy, for the keep had many of those only slightly older than I. I learned to pilfer early from the keep's kitchen, enough for both Nosy and myself to breakfast heartily. Scavenging other food, burnt crusts from the bakers, sheel and seaweed from the beach, smoked fish from untended racks, was a regular part of my day's activities. Molly Nosebleed was my most frequent companion. I seldom saw her father strike her after that day. For the most part he was too drunk to find her, or to make good his threats when he did. To what I had done that day I gave little thought, other than to be grateful that Molly had not realized I was responsible. The town became the world to me, with the keep a place I went to sleep. It was summer, a wonderful time in a port town. No matter where I went, Buckkeep Town was alive with comings and goings. Goods came down the Buck River from the inland duchies, on flat river barges manned by sweating bargemen. They spoke learnedly about shoals and bars and landmarks, and the rising and falling of the river waters. Their freight was hauled up into the town shops or warehouses, and then down again to the docks and into the holds of the sea ships. Those were manned by swearing sailors who sneered at the rivermen and their inland ways. They spoke of tides and storms, and nights when not even the stars would show their faces to guide them. And fishermen tied up to Buckkeep docks as well, and were the most genial of the group. At least, so they were when the fish were running well. Kerry taught me the docks and the taverns, and how a quick-footed boy might earn 3 or even 5 pence a day, running messages up the steep streets of the town. We thought ourselves sharp and daring to thus undercut the bigger boys who asked 2 pence or even more for just one errand. I don't think I have ever been as brave since as I was then. If I close my eyes, I can smell those glorious days. Oakum and tar and fresh wood shavings from the dry docks, where the shipwrights wielded their draw-knives and mallets. The sweet smell of very fresh fish, and the poisonous odour of a catch held too long on a hot day. Bales of wool in the sun added their own note to the scent of oak kegs of mellow Sand's-Edge brandy. Sheaves of fever-gone hay, waiting to sweeten a forepeak, mingled scents with crates of hard melons, and all of these smells were swirled by a wind off the bay, seasoned with salt and iodine. Nosy brought all he scented to my attention as his keener senses overrode my duller ones. Kerry and I would be sent to fetch a navigator gone to say goodbye to his wife, or to bear a sampling of spices to a buyer at a shop. The harbour master might send us running to let a crew know some fool had tied the lines wrong and the tide was about to abandon their ship. But I liked best the errands that took us into the taverns. There the storytellers and gossips plied their trades. The storytellers told the classic tales of voyages of discovery and crews who braved terrible storms, and of foolish captains who took down their ships with all hands. I learned many of the traditional ones by heart, but the tales I loved best came not from the professional storytellers, but from the sailors themselves. These were not the tales told at the hearts for all to hear, but the warnings and tidings passed from crew to crew, as the men shared a bottle of brandy or a loaf of yellow pollen bread. They spoke of catches they'd made, nets full to sinking the boat, or of marvellous fish and beasts glimpsed only in the path of a full moon as it cut a ship's wake. There were stories of villages raided by out-islanders, both on the coast and on the outlying islands of our duchy. The tales of pirates and battles at sea, and ships taken by treachery from within. Most gripping were the tales of the Red Ship Raiders, out-islanders who both raided and pirated, and attacked not only our ships and towns, but even other out-islander ships. Some scoffed at the notion of the red-keeled ships, and mocked those who told of out-islander pirates turning against others like themselves. But Kerry and I and Nosy would sit under the tables with our backs braced against the legs, nibbling penny sweetloaves, and listen wide-eyed to tales of red-keeled ships with a dozen bodies swinging from their yardarms. Not dead, no, but bound men who jerked and shrieked when the gulls came down to peck at them. We would listen to deliciously scary tales until even the stuffy taverns seemed chilling cold, and then we would race down to the docks again to earn another penny. Once, Kerry, Molly and I built a raft of driftwood logs and poled it about under the docks. We left it tied up there, and when the tide came up, it battered loose a whole section of dock and damaged 2 skiffs. For days we dreaded that someone would discover we were the culprits. And one time, a tavern keeper boxed Kerry's ears and accused us both of stealing. Our revenge was the stinking herring we wedged up under the supports of his tabletops. It rotted and stank and made flies for days before he found it. I learned a smattering of trades in my travels: fish buying, net mending, boat building, and idling. I learned even more of human nature. I became a quick judge of who would actually pay the promised penny for a message delivered, and who would just laugh at me when I came to collect. I knew which baker could be begged from, and which shops were easiest to thieve from. And through it all, Nosy was at my side, so bonded to me now that I seldom separated my mind completely from his. I used his nose, his eyes, and his jaws as freely as my own, and never thought it the least bit strange. So the better part of the summer passed. But one fine day, with the sun riding a sky bluer than the sea, my good fortune came at last to an end. Molly, Kerry, and I had pilfered a fine string of liver sausages from a smokehouse, and were fleeing down the street with the rightful owner in pursuit. Nosy was with us as always. The other children had come to accept him as a part of me. I don't think it ever occurred to them to wonder at our singleness of mind. New boy and Nosy we were, and they probably thought it but a clever trick that Nosy would know before I threw where to be to catch our shared bounty. Thus there were actually 4 of us, racing down the cluttered street, passing the sausages from grubby hand to damp jaws and back to hand again, while behind us the owner bellowed and chased us in vain. Then Burrick stepped out of a shop. I was running toward him. We recognized one another in a moment of mutual dismay. The blackness of the look that appeared on his face left me no doubts about my conduct. Flee, I decided in a breath, and dodged away from his reaching hands, only to discover in sudden befuddlement that I had somehow run right into him. I do not like to dwell on what happened next. I was soundly cuffed, not only by Burrick, but by the enraged owner of the sausages. All my fellow culprits save Nosey evaporated into the nooks and crannies of the street. Nosey came bellying up to Burrick to be cuffed and scolded. I watched in agony as Burrick took coins from his pouch to pay the sausage man. He kept a grip on the back of my shirt that nearly lifted me off my feet. When the sausage man had departed, and the little crowd who had gathered to watch my discomfiture were dispersing, he finally released me. I wondered at the look of disgust he gave me. With one more backhanded cuff on the back of my head, he commanded, "Get home, now." We did, more speedily than ever we had before. We found our pallet before the hearth and waited in trepidation. And waited through the long afternoon and into early evening. Both of us got hungry but knew better than to leave. There had been something in Burrick's face more frightening than even the anger of Molly's papa. When Burrick did come, full night was in place. We heard his step on the stair, and I did not need Nosey's keener senses to know that Burrick had been drinking. We shrank in on ourselves as he let himself into the dimmed room. His breathing was heavy, and it took him longer than usual to kindle several tapers from the single one I had set out. That done, he dropped onto a bench and regarded the two of us. Nosey whined, and then fell over on his side in puppy supplication. I longed to do the same, but contented myself with looking up at him fearfully. After a moment he spoke. "Fitz, what's to come of you? What's to come of us both? Running with beggar thieves in the streets, with the blood of kings in your veins. Packing up like animals." I didn't speak. "And me as much to blame as you, I suppose. Come here, then. Come here, boy." I ventured a step or two closer. I didn't like coming too close. Burrick frowned at my caution. "Are you hurt, boy?" I shook my head. "Then come here." I hesitated, and Nosey whined in an agony of indecision. Burrick glanced down at him in puzzlement. I could see his mind working through a wine-induced haze. His eyes went from the pup to me and back again, and a sickened look spread across his face. He shook his head. Slowly, he stood and walked away from the table and the pup, favouring his damaged leg. In the corner of the chamber there was a small rack, supporting an assortment of dusty tools and objects. Slowly, Burrick reached up and took one down. It was made of wood and leather, stiff with disuse. He swung it, and the short leather leash smacked smartly against his leg. "Know what this is, boy?" he asked gently, in a kind voice. I shook my head mutely. "Dog whip." I looked at him blankly. There was nothing in my experience or Nosey's to tell me how to react to this. He must have seen my confusion. He smiled genially, and his voice remained friendly, but I sensed something hidden in his manner, something waiting. "It's a tool, Fitz, a teaching device. When you get a pup that won't mind, when you say to a pup, 'Come here,' and the pup refuses to come, well, a few sharp lashes from this and the pup learns to listen and obey the first time. Just a few sharp cuts is all it takes to make a pup learn to mind." He spoke casually as he lowered the whip and let the short lash dance lightly over the floor. Neither Nosey nor I could take our eyes off it, and when he suddenly flipped the whole object at Nosey, the pup gave a yelp of terror and leapt back from it, and then rushed to cower behind me. And Burrick sank down slowly, covering his eyes as he folded himself onto a bench by the fireplace. "Oh, Ada," he breathed, between a curse and a prayer. "I guessed, I suspected when I saw you running together like that. But damn hell's eyes, I didn't want to be right. I didn't want to be right. I've never hit a pup with that damn thing in my life. Nosey had no reason to fear it. Not unless you'd been sharing minds with him. Whatever the danger had been, I sensed that it had passed. I sank down to sit beside Nosy, who crawled up into my lap and nosed at my face anxiously. I quieted him, suggesting we wait to see what happened next. Boy and pup we sat, watching Burrick's stillness. When he finally raised his face, I was astounded to see that he looked as if he had been crying. Like my mother, I remember thinking, but oddly I cannot now recall an image of her weeping, only of Burrick's grieved face. "Fitz, boy, come here," he said softly, and this time there was something in his voice that could not be disobeyed. I rose and went to him, Nosy at my heels. "No," he said to the pup, and pointed to a place by his boot, but me he lifted onto the bench beside him. "Fitz," he began, and then paused. He took a deep breath and started again. "Fitz, this is wrong. It's bad, very bad, what you've been doing with this pup. It's unnatural. It's worse than stealing or lying. It makes a man less than a man. Do you understand me?" I looked at him blankly. He sighed and tried again. "Boy, you're of the royal blood. Bastard or not, you're chivalry's own son, of the old line. And this thing you're doing, it's wrong. It's not worthy of you. Do you understand?" I shook my head mutely. "There, you see, you're not talking anymore. Now talk to me. Who taught you to do this?" I tried. "Do what?" My voice felt creaky and rough. Burrick's eyes grew rounder. I sensed his effort at control. "You know what I mean. Who taught you to be with the dog, in his mind, seeing things with him, letting him see with you, telling each other things?" I mulled this over for a moment. Yes, that was what had been happening. "No one," I answered at last. "It just happened. We were together a lot," I added, thinking that might explain it. Burrick regarded me gravely. "You don't speak like a child," he observed suddenly. "But I've heard that was the way of it, with those who had the old wit, that from the beginning they were never truly children. They always knew too much, and as they got older they knew even more. That was why it was never accounted a crime in the old days to hunt them down and burn them. Do you understand what I'm telling you, Fitz?" I shook my head, and when he frowned at my silence, I forced myself to add, "But I'm trying. What is the old wit?" Burrick looked incredulous, then suspicious. "Boy," he threatened me, but I only looked at him. After a moment, he conceded my ignorance. "The wit," he began slowly. His face darkened, and he looked down at his hands as if remembering an ancient sin. "It's the power of the beast blood, just as the skill comes from the line of kings. It starts out like a blessing, giving you the tongues of the animals, but then it seizes you and draws you down, makes you a beast like the rest of them, until finally there's not a shred of humanity in you, and you run and give tongue and taste blood as if the pack were all you had ever known, until no man could look on you and think you had ever been a man." His voice had become lower and lower as he spoke, and he had not looked at me, but had turned to the fire and stared into the fading flames there. "There's some as say a man takes on the shape of a beast then, but he kills with a man's passion, rather than a beast's simple hunger. Kills for the killing. Is that what you want, Fitz? To take the blood of kings that's in you, and drown it in the blood of the wild hunt? To be as a beast among beasts, simply for the sake of the knowledge it brings you? Worse yet, think on what comes before. Will the scent of fresh blood touch off your temper? Will the sight of prey shut down your thoughts?" His voice grew softer still, and I heard the sickness he felt as he asked me, "Will you wake fevered and a sweat, because somewhere a bitch is in season, and your companion scents it? Will that be the knowledge you take to your lady's bed?" I sat small beside him. "I do not know," I said in a little voice. He turned to face me, outraged. "You don't know," he growled. "I tell you where it will lead, and you say you don't know?" My tongue was dry in my mouth, and Nosy cowered at my feet. "But I don't know," I protested. "How can I know what I'll do until I've done it? How can I say?"
"Well, if you can't say, I can," he roared,
and I sensed then in full how he had banked the fires of his temper, and also how much he'd drunk that night.
"The pup goes, and you stay. You stay here in my care, where I can keep an eye on you. If Chivalry will not have me with him, it's the least I can do for him. I'll see that his son grows up a man and not a wolf. I'll do it if it kills both of us."
He lurched from the bench to seize Nosy by the scruff of the neck. At least, such was his intention. But the pup and I sprang clear of him. Together, we rushed for the door, but the latch was fastened, and before I could work it, Burrick was upon us. Nosy he shoved aside with his boot. Me he seized by a shoulder and propelled me away.
"Come here, pup,"
he commanded, but Nosy fled to my side. Burrick stood panting and glaring by the door, and I caught the growling undercurrent of his thoughts, the fury that taunted him to smash us both and be done with it. Control overlay it, but that brief glimpse was enough to terrify me. And when he suddenly sprang at us, I repelled at him with all the force of my fear. He dropped as suddenly as a bird stoned in flight, and sat for a moment on the floor. I stooped and clutched Nosy to me. Burrick slowly shook his head, as if shaking raindrops from his hair. He stood towering over us.
"It's in his blood," I heard him mutter to himself. "From his damn mother's blood, and I shouldn't be surprised. But the boy has to be taught."
And then, as he looked me full in the eye, he warned me,
"Fitz, never do that to me again. Never. Now give me that pup."
He advanced on us again, and as I felt the lap of his hidden wrath, I could not contain myself. I repelled at him again. But this time, my defence was met by a wall that hurled it back at me, so that I stumbled and sank down, almost fainting, my mind pressed down by blackness. Burrick stooped over me.
"I warned you,"
he said softly, and his voice was like the growling of a wolf. Then, for the last time, I felt his fingers grip Nosy's scruff. He lifted the pup bodily and carried him, not roughly, to the door. The latch that had eluded me he worked swiftly, and in moments I heard the heavy tromp of his boots down the stair. In a moment I had recovered and was up, flinging myself against the door. But Burrick had locked it somehow, for I scrabbled vainly at the catch. My sense of Nosy receded as he was carried farther and farther from me, leaving in its place a desperate loneliness. I whimpered, then howled, clawing at the door and seeking after my contact with him. There was a sudden flash of red pain, and Nosy was gone. As his canine senses deserted me completely, I screamed and cried as any 6-year-old might, and hammered vainly at the thick wood planks. It seemed hours before Burrick returned. I heard his step and lifted my head from where I lay panting and exhausted on the doorstep. He opened the door and then caught me deftly by the back of my shirt as I tried to dart past him. He jerked me back into the room and then slammed the door and fastened it again. I flung myself wordlessly against it, and a whimpering rose in my throat. Burrick sat down wearily.
"Don't even think it, boy," he cautioned me, as if he could hear my wild plans for the next time he let me out. "He's gone. The pup's gone, and a damn shame, for he was good blood. His line was nearly as long as yours, but I'd rather waste a hound than a man."
When I did not move, he added, almost kindly, "Let go of longing after him. It hurts less that way." But I did not, and I could hear in his voice that he hadn't really expected me to. He sighed and moved slowly as he readied himself for bed. He didn't speak to me again, just extinguished the lamp and settled himself on his bed. But he did not sleep, and it was still hours short of morning when he rose and lifted me from the floor and placed me in the warm place his body had left in the blankets. He went out again and did not return for some hours. As for me, I was heart-sick and feverish for days. Burrick, I believe, let it be known that I had some childish ailment, and so I was left in peace. It was days before I was allowed out again, and then it was not on my own. Afterward, Burrick was at pains to see that I was given no chance to bond with any beast. I am sure he thought he'd succeeded, and to some extent he did, in that I did not form an exclusive bond with any hound or horse. I know he meant well, but I did not feel protected by him but confined. He was the warden that ensured my isolation with fanatical fervour. Utter loneliness was planted in me then, and sent its deep roots down into me. Chapter 3. Covenant. The original source of the skill will probably remain forever shrouded in mystery. Certainly a penchant for it runs remarkably strong within the royal family, and yet it is not solely confined to the king's household. There does seem to be some truth to the folk saying, "When the sea blood flows with the blood of the plains, the skill will blossom." It is interesting to note that the Out-Islanders seem to have no predilection for the skill, nor the folk descended solely from the original inhabitants of the 6 duchies. Is it the nature of the world that all things seek a rhythm, and in that rhythm a sort of peace? Certainly it has always seemed so to me. All events, no matter how earth-shaking or bizarre, are diluted within moments of their occurrence by the continuance of the necessary routines of day-to-day living. Men walking a battlefield to search for wounded among the dead will still stop to cough to blow their noses, still lift their eyes to watch a V of geese in flight. I have seen farmers continue their ploughing and planting, heedless of armies clashing but a few miles away. So it proved for me. I look back on myself and wonder. Separated from my mother, dragged off to a new city and clime, abandoned by my father to the care of his man, and then bereft of my puppy companion, I still rose from my bed one day and resumed a small boy's life. For me, that meant rising when Burrick awoke me, and following him to the kitchens, where I ate beside him. After that, I was Burrick's shadow. He seldom allowed me out of his sight. I'd dog his heels, watching him at his tasks, and eventually assisting him in many small ways. Evening brought a meal during which I sat at his side on a bench and ate, my manners supervised by his sharp eyes. Then it was up to his quarters, where I might spend the rest of the evening watching the fire in silence while he drank, or watching the fire in silence awaiting his return. He worked while he drank, mending or making harness, compounding a salve or rendering down a physic for a horse. He worked, and I learned, watching him, though few words passed between us that I recall. Odd to think of 2 years, and most of another one passed in such a way. I learned to do as Molly did, stealing bits of time for myself on the days when Burrick was called away to assist in a hunt or help a mare birth. Once in a great while, I dared to slip out when he had drunk more than he could manage, but those were dangerous outings. When I was free, I would hastily seek out my young companions in the city and run with them for as long as I dared. I missed Nosy with a keenness as great as if Burrick had severed a limb from my body, but neither of us ever spoke of that. Looking back, I suppose he was as lonely as I. Chivalry had not allowed Burrick to follow him into his exile. Instead, he had been left to care for a nameless bastard, and found that the bastard had a penchant for what he regarded as a perversion. And even after his leg healed, he discovered he would never ride, nor hunt, nor even walk as well as he once had. All that had to be hard for a man such as Burrick. He never whined about it to anyone that I heard. But again, in looking back, I cannot imagine to whom he could have made complaint. Locked into loneliness were we two, and looking at one another every evening, we each saw the one we blamed for it. Yet all things must pass, but especially time, and with the months and then the years, I came slowly to have a place in the scheme of things. I fetched for Burrick, bringing before he had thought to ask for it, and tidied up after his ministrations to the beasts, and saw to clean water for the hawks and picked ticks off dogs come home from the hunt. Folk got used to seeing me and no longer stared. Some seemed not to see me at all. Gradually, Burrick relaxed his watch on me. I came and went more freely, but still took care that he should not know of my sojourns into town. There were other children within the keep, many about my own age. Some were even related to me, second cousins or third. Yet I never formed any real bonds with any of them. The younger ones were kept by their mothers or caretakers. The older ones had their own tasks and chores to occupy them. Most were not cruel to me. I was simply outside their circles. So, although I might not see Dick or Kerry or Molly for months, they remained my closest friends. In my explorations of the keep, and on winter evenings when all gathered in the great hall for minstrels or puppet shows or indoor games, I swiftly learned where I was welcome and where I was not. I kept myself out of the Queen's view, for whenever she saw me she would always find some fault with my behaviour and have Burrick reproached with it. Regal, too, was a source of danger. He had most of his man's growth, but did not scruple to shove me out of his path or walk casually through whatever I had found to play with. He was capable of a pettiness and vindictiveness that I never encountered in Verity. Not that Verity ever took time with me, but our chance encounters were never unpleasant. If he noticed me, he would tousle my hair or offer me a penny. Once, a servant brought to Burrick's quarters some little wooden toys, soldiers and horses in a cart, their paint much worn, with a message that Verity had found them in a corner of his clothing chest and thought I might enjoy them. I cannot think of any other possession I ever valued more. Cobb in the stables was another danger zone. If Burrick were about, he spoke me fair and treated me evenly, but had small use for me at other times. He gave me to understand he did not want me about and underfoot where he was working. I found out eventually that he was jealous of me, and felt my care had replaced the interest Burrick had once taken in him. He was never overtly cruel, never struck me or scolded me unfairly, but I could sense his distaste for me and avoided him. All the men-at-arms showed a great tolerance for me. After the street children of Buckkeep Town, they were probably the closest I had to friends. But no matter how tolerant men may be of a boy of 9 or 10, there is precious little in common. I watched their bone games and listened to their stories, but for every hour I spent among their company there were days when I did not go amongst them at all. And while Burrick never forbade me the guardroom, he did not conceal that he disapproved of the time I spent there. So I was and was not a member of the keep community. I avoided some, and I observed some, and I obeyed some, but with none did I feel a bond. Then, one morning, when I was still a bit shy of my 10th year, I was at play under the tables in the great hall, tumbling and teasing with the puppies. It was quite early in the day. There had been an occasion of some sort the day before, and the feasting had lasted the whole day and well into the night. Burrick had drunk himself senseless. Almost everyone, noble or servants, was still abed, and the kitchen had not yielded up much to my hungry venturing that morning. but the tables in the great hall were a trove of broken pastries and dishes of meat. There were bowls of apples as well, slabs of cheese, in short, all a boy could wish for plundering. The great dogs had taken the best bones and retreated to their own corners of the hall, leaving various pups to scrabble for the smaller bits. I had taken a rather large meat pasty under the table and was sharing it out with my chosen favourites among the pups. Ever since Nosy, I had taken care that Burrick should not see me to have too great an affinity with any one puppy. I still did not understand why he objected to my closeness to a hound, but I would not risk the life of a puppy to dispute it with him. So I was alternating bites with 3 whelps when I heard slow footsteps threshing across the reed-strewn floor. 2 men were speaking, discussing something in low tones. I thought it was the kitchen servants come to clear away. I scrabbled from beneath the table to snare a few more choice leavings before they were gone. But it was no servant who startled at my sudden appearance, but the old king, my grandfather, himself. A scant step behind him at his elbow was Regal. His bleary eyes and rumpled doublet attested to his participation in last night's revelries. The king's new fool, but recently acquired, pattered after them, pale eyes agoggle in an eggshell face. He was so strange a creature, with his pasty skin and motley all of blacks and whites, that I scarce dared to look at him. In contrast, King Shrewd was clear of eye, his beard and hair freshly groomed and his clothing immaculate. For an instant he was surprised, and then remarked, "You see, Regal, it is as I was telling you. An opportunity presents itself, and someone seizes it. Often someone young, or someone driven by the energies and hungers of youth. Royalty has no leisure to ignore such opportunities, or to let them be created for others." The king continued his stroll past me, expounding on his theme, while Regal gave me a baleful look from bloodshot eyes. A flap of his hand indicated that I should disappear myself. I indicated my understanding with a quick nod, but darted first to the table. I stuffed 2 apples into my jerkin and took up a mostly whole gooseberry tart when the king suddenly rounded and gestured at me. His fool mimed an imitation. I froze where I stood. "Look at him," the old king commanded. Regal glared at me, but I dared not move. "What will you make of him?" Regal looked perplexed. "Him? It's the Fitz, chivalry's bastard, sneaking and thieving as always." "Fool," King Shrewd smiled, but his eyes remained flinty. The fool, thinking himself addressed, smiled sweetly. "Are your ears stopped with wax? Do you hear nothing I say? I asked you not what do you make of him, but what will you make of him? There he stands, young, strong, and resourceful. His lines are every bit as royal as yours, for all that he was born on the wrong side of the sheets. So, what will you make of him? A tool? A weapon? A comrade? An enemy? Or will you leave him lying about for someone else to take up and use against you?" Regal squinted at me, then glanced past me, and finding no one else in the hall, returned his puzzled gaze to me. At my ankle, a pup whined a reminder that earlier we had been sharing. I warned him to hush. "The bastard. He's only a child." The old king sighed. "Today, this morning, and now he is a child. When next you turn around, he will be a youth, or worse, a man. And then it will be too late for you to make anything of him. But take him now, Regal, and shape him, and a decade hence you will command his loyalty. Instead of a discontented bastard who may be persuaded to become a pretender to the throne, he will be a henchman, united to the family by spirit as well as blood. A bastard, Regal, is a unique thing. Put a signet ring on his hand and send him forth, and you have created a diplomat no foreign ruler will dare to turn away. He may safely be sent where a prince of the blood may not be risked. Imagine the uses for one who is and yet is not of the royal bloodline. Hostage exchanges, marital alliances, quiet work, the diplomacy of the knife. Regal's eyes grew round at the king's last words. For a pause, we all breathed in silence, regarding one another. When Regal spoke, he sounded as if he had dry bread caught in his throat. You speak of these things in front of the boy. Of using him as a tool, a weapon? You think he will not remember your words when he is grown? King Shrewd laughed, and the sound rang against the stone walls of the great hall. Remember them? Of course he will. I count on it. Look at his eyes, Regal. There is intelligence there, and possibly potential skill. I'd be a fool to lie to him. More stupid still simply to begin his training and education with no explanation. For that would leave his mind fallow for whatever seeds others might plant there. Isn't it so, boy? He was regarding me steadily, and I suddenly realized I was returning his look. For all of his speech, our gazes had been locked as we read one another. In the eyes of the man who was my grandfather was honesty of a rocky, bony sort. There was no comfort in it, but I knew I could always count on it to be there. I nodded slowly. Come here. I walked to him slowly. When I reached him, he got down on one knee to be eye to eye with me. The fool knelt solemnly beside us, looking earnestly from face to face. Regal glared down at all of us. At the time, I never grasped the irony of the old king genuflecting to his bastard grandson. So I was solemn as he took the tart from my hands and tossed it to the puppies who had trailed after me. He drew a pin from the folds of silk at his throat and solemnly pushed it through the simple wool of my shirt. Now you are mine, he said, and made that claiming of me more important than any blood we shared. You need not eat any man's leavings. I will keep you, and I will keep you well. If any man or woman ever seeks to turn you against me by offering you more than I do, then come to me and tell me of the offer, and I shall meet it. You will never find me a stingy man, nor be able to cite ill use as a reason for treason against me. Do you believe me, boy? I nodded, in the mute way that was still my habit, but his steady brown eyes demanded more. Yes, sir. Good. I will be issuing some commands regarding you. See that you comply with them. If any seems strange to you, speak to Burrich or to myself. Simply come to the door of my chamber and show that pin. You'll be admitted. I glanced down at the red stone that winked in a nest of silver. Yes, sir, I managed again. Ah, he said softly, and I sensed a trace of regret in his voice and wondered what it was for. His eyes released me, and suddenly I was once more aware of my surroundings, of the puppies and the great hall, and Regal watching me with fresh distaste on his face, and the fool nodding enthusiastically in his vacant way. Then the king stood. When he turned away, a chill went over me, as if I had suddenly shed a cloak. It was my first experience of the skill at the hands of a master. You don't approve, do you, Regal? The king's tone was conversational. My king may do whatever he wishes. Sulky. King Shrewd sighed. That is not what I asked you. My mother and queen will certainly not approve. Favouring the boy will only make it appear that you recognise him. It will give him ideas and others. Phaw! The king chuckled as if amused. Regal was instantly incensed. My mother, the queen, will not agree with you, nor will she be pleased. My mother... has not agreed with me nor been pleased with me for some years. I scarcely notice it any more, Regal. She will flap and squawk and tell me again that she would return to Farrow to be Duchess there and you Duke after her. And if very angry, she will threaten that if she did, Tilth and Farrow would rise up in rebellion and become a separate kingdom with her as the queen. And I as king after her, Regal added defiantly. Shrewd nodded to himself. Yes, I thought she had planted such festering treason in your mind. Listen, boy. She may scold and fling crockery at the servants, but she will never do more than that. Because she knows it is better to be queen of a peaceful kingdom than duchess of a duchy in rebellion. And Farrow has no reason to rise up against me save the one she invents in her head. Her ambitions have always exceeded her abilities. He paused and looked directly at Regal. In royalty, that is a most lamentable failing. I could feel the waves of anger Regal suppressed as he looked at the floor. Come along, the king said, and Regal heeled after him, obedient as any hound. But the parting glance he cast me was venomous. I stood and watched as the old king departed the hall. I felt an echoing loss. Strange man. Bastard though I was, he could have declared himself my grandfather, and had for the asking what he instead chose to buy. At the door, the pale fool paused. For an instant he looked back at me, and made an incomprehensible gesture with his narrow hands. It could have been an insult or a blessing, or simply the fluttering of a fool's hands. Then he smiled, waggled his tongue at me, and turned to hurry after the king. Despite the king's promises, I stuffed my jerkin front with sweet cakes. The pups and I shared them all in the shade behind the stables. It was a bigger breakfast than any of us were accustomed to, and my stomach murmured unhappily for hours afterward. The pups curled up and slept, but I wavered between dread and anticipation. Almost I hoped that nothing would come of it, that the king would forget his words to me. But he did not. Late that evening I finally wandered up the steps and let myself into Burrick's chamber. I had spent the day pondering what the morning's words might mean for me. I could have saved myself the trouble, for as I entered, Burrick set aside the bit of harness he was mending and focused all his attention on me. He considered me in silence for a bit, and I returned his stare. Something had changed, and I feared. Ever since he had disappeared nosy, I had believed that Burrick had the power of life and death over me as well, that a Fitz could be disposed of as easily as a pup. That hadn't stopped me from developing a feeling of closeness for him. One needn't love in order to depend. That sense of being able to rely on Burrick was the only real stability I had in my life, and now I felt it trembling under me. So, he spoke at last, and put a finality into the word. So, you had to put yourself before his eyes, did you? Had to call attention to yourself. Well, he's decided what to do with you. He sighed, and his silence changed. For a brief time I almost felt he pitied me. But after a bit he spoke. I'm to choose a horse for you tomorrow. He suggested that it be a young one, that I train you up together. But I talked him into starting you with an older, steadier beast. One student at a time, I told him. But I've my own reasons for putting you with an animal that's less impressionable. See that you behave. I'll know if you're playing about. Do we understand one another? I gave him a quick nod. Answer, Fitz. You'll have to use your tongue if you'll be dealing with tutors and masters. Yes, sir. It was so like Burrick. Entrusting a horse to me had been uppermost in his mind. With his own concern attended to, he announced the rest quite casually. You'll be up with the sun from now on, boy. You'll learn from me in the morning, caring for a horse and mastering it,
and how to hunt your hounds properly and have them mind you. A man's way of controlling beasts is what I'll teach you." The last he emphasised heavily, and paused to be sure I understood. My heart sank, but I began a nod, then amended it to, "Yes, sir." "Afternoons, they've got you. For weapons and such. Probably the skill, eventually. In winter months, there will be indoor learning, languages and signs, writing and reading and numbers, I don't doubt. Histories too. What you'll do with it all, I've no idea, but mind you learn it well, to please the king. He's not a man to displease, let alone cross. Wisest course of all is not to have him notice you, but I didn't warn you about that, and now it's too late." He cleared his throat suddenly and took a breath. "Oh, and there's another thing that's to change." He took up the bit of leather he'd been working on and bent over it again. He seemed to speak to his fingers. "You'll have a proper room of your own now. Up in the keep, where all those of noble blood sleep. You'd be sleeping there right now if you'd bothered to come in on time."
"What? I don't understand. A room?"
"Oh, so you can be swift-spoken when you've a mind. You heard me, boy. You'll have a room of your own, up at the keep." He paused, then went on heartily. "I'll finally get my privacy back. Oh, and you're to be measured for clothes tomorrow as well, and boots. Though what's the sense of putting a boot on a foot that's still growing? I don't
want a room up there." As oppressive as living with Burrick had become, I suddenly found it preferable to the unknown. I imagined a large, cold, stone room with shadows lurking in the corners.
"Well, you're to have one," Burrick announced relentlessly. "And it's time and past time for it. Your chivalry's get, even if you're not a proper-born son, and to put you down here in the stable like a stray pup, well, it's just not fitting."
"I don't mind it," I ventured desperately. Burrick lifted his eyes and regarded me sternly.
My, positively chatty tonight, aren't we?"
I lowered my eyes from his. "You live down here," I pointed out sullenly. "You aren't a stray pup."
"I'm not a prince's bastard either," he said tersely. "You'll live in the keep now, Fitz, and that's all."
I dared to look at him. He was speaking to his fingers again. "I'd rather I was a stray pup," I made bold to say, and then all my fears broke my voice as I added, "You wouldn't let them do this to a stray pup, changing everything all at once. When they gave the bloodhound puppy to Lord Grimsby, you sent your old shirt with it, so it would have something that smelled of home until it settled in."
"Well," he said, "I didn't. Come here, Fitz. Come here, boy."
And puppy-like I went to him, the only master I had, and he thumped me lightly on the back and rumpled up my hair, very much as if I had been a hound.
"Don't be scared now. There's nothing to be afraid of. And anyway," he said, and I heard him relenting, "they've only told us that you're to have a room up at the keep. No one said that you've got to sleep in it every night. Some nights, if things are a bit too quiet for you, you can find your way down here. Hey, Fitz? Does that sound right to you?"
"I suppose so," I muttered. Change reigned fast and furious on me for the next fortnight. Burrick had me up at dawn, and I was tubbed and scrubbed, the hair cut back from my eyes, and the rest bound down my back in a tail such as I had seen on the older men of the keep. He told me to dress in the best clothing I had, then clicked his tongue over how small it had become on me. With a shrug, he said it would have to do. Then it was into the stables, where he showed me the mare that now was mine. She was grey, with a hint of dapple in her coat. Her mane and tail, nose and stockings were blackened as if she'd gone into soot, and that too was her name. She was a placid beast, well-shaped and well cared for. A less challenging mount would be hard to imagine. Boyish, I had hoped for at least a spirited gelding, but sooty was my mount instead. I tried to conceal my disappointment, but Burrick must have sensed it.
You don't think she's much, do you? Well, how much of a horse did you have yesterday, Fitz, that you turn up your nose at a willing, healthy beast like Sooty? She's with foal by that nasty bay stallion of Lord Temperance, so see you treat her gently. Cobb's had her training until now. He'd hoped to make a chase horse out of her. But I decided she'd suit you better. He's a bit put out over it, but I've promised him he can start again with the foal.
Burrick had adapted an old saddle for me, vowing that regardless of what the king might say, I'd have to show myself a horseman before he'd let a new one be made for me. Sooty stepped out smoothly and answered the reins and my knees promptly. Cobb had done wonderfully with her. Her temperament and mind reminded me of a quiet pond. If she had thoughts, they were not about what we were doing, and Burrick was watching me too closely for me to risk trying to know her mind. So I rode her blind, talking to her only through my knees and the reins and the shifting of my weight. The physical effort of it exhausted me long before my first lesson was over, and Burrick knew it. But that did not mean he excused me from cleaning and feeding her, and then cleaning my saddle and tack. Every tangle was out of her mane, and the old leather shone with oil before I was allowed to go to the kitchens and eat. But as I darted away to the kitchen's back door, Burrick's hand fell on my shoulder.
No more of that for you, he told me firmly. That's fine for men-at-arms and gardeners and such, but there's a hall where the high folk and their special servants eat, and that is where you eat now.
And so saying, he propelled me into a dim room dominated by a long table, with another higher table at the head of it. There were all manner of foods set out upon it, and folk busy at various stages of their meals. For when the king and queen and princes were absent from the high table, as was the case today, no one stood upon formalities. Burrick nudged me to a place on the left side of the table, above the midpoint, but not by much. He himself ate on the same side, but lower. I was hungry, and no one was staring hard enough to unnerve me, so I made short work of a largish meal. Food pilfered directly from the kitchen had been hotter and fresher, but such matters do not count to a growing boy, and I ate well after my empty morning. My stomach full, I was thinking of a certain sandy embankment, warmed by the afternoon sun and replete with rabbit holes, where the hound pups and I often spent sleepy afternoons. I started to rise from the table, but immediately there was a boy behind me saying, "Master?" I looked around to see who he was speaking to, but everyone else was busy at trenches. He was taller than I was and older by several summers, so I stared up at him in amazement when he looked me in the eye and repeated, "Master, have you finished eating?" I bobbed my head in a nod, too surprised to speak. "Then you ought to come with me. Hod's sent me. You're expected for weapons practice on the court this afternoon. If Burrick is finished with you, that is." Burrick suddenly appeared by my side, and astonished me by going down on one knee beside me. He tugged my jerkin straight and smoothed my hair back as he spoke.
"As finished as I'm likely to be for a while. Well, don't look so startled, Fitz. Did you think the king was not a man of his word? Wipe your mouth and be on your way. Hod is a sterner master than I am. Tardiness will not be tolerated on the weapons court. Hurry along with Brant now."
I obeyed him with a sinking heart. As I followed the boy from the hall, I tried to imagine a master stricter than Burrick. It was a frightening idea. Once outside the hall, the boy quickly dropped his fine manners. "What's your name?" he demanded as he led me down the gravelled pathway to the armoury and the practice courts that fronted it. I shrugged and glanced aside, pretending a sudden interest in the shrubbery that bordered the path. Brant snorted knowingly. "Well, they've got to call you something. What's old game-leg Burrick call you?" The boy's obvious disdain for Burrick so surprised me that I blurted out, "Fitz. He calls me Fitz." "Fitz?" he snickered. "Yeah, he would. Direct spoken is the old gimper." "A boar savaged his leg," I explained. This boy spoke as if Burrick's limp were something foolish he did for show. For some reason I felt stung by his mockery. "I know that," he snorted disdainfully. "Ripped him right down to the bone. Big old tusker. Was going to take Shiv down until Burrick got in the way. Got Burrick instead and half a dozen of the hounds is what I hear." We went through an opening in an ivy-covered wall, and the exercise courts suddenly spread out before us. Shiv had gone in thinking he just had to finish the pig, when up it jumped and came after him. Snapped the prince's lance turning on him too, is what I hear. I'd been following at the boy's heels, hanging on his words, when he suddenly rounded on me. I was so startled I all but fell, scrambling backwards. The older boy laughed at me. "Guess it must have been Burrick's year for taking on Chivalry's fortunes, eh? That's what I hear the men saying. That Burrick took Chivalry's death and changed it into a lame leg for himself, and that he took on Shiv's bastard and made a pet of him. What I'd like to know is how come you're to have arms training all of a sudden? Yes, and a horse too, from what I hear." There was something more than jealousy in his tone. I have since come to know that many men always see another's good fortune as a slight to themselves. I felt his rising hostility as if I'd entered a dog's territory unannounced. But a dog I could have touched minds with and reassured of my intentions. With Brandt, there was only the hostility, like a storm rising. I wondered if he were going to hit me, and if he expected me to fight back or retreat. I had nearly decided to run when a portly figure dressed all in grey appeared behind Brandt and took a firm grip on the back of his neck. "I hear the king said he was to have training, yes, and a horse to learn horsemanship on. And that is enough for me, and it should be more than enough for you, Brandt. And from what I hear, you were told to fetch him here and then to report to Master Tulum, who has errands for you. Isn't that what you heard?" "Yes, ma'am." Brandt's pugnaciousness was suddenly transformed into bobbing agreement. "And while you're hearing all this vital gossip, I might point out to you that no wise man tells all he knows, and that he who carries tales has little else in his head. Do you understand me, Brandt?" "I think so, ma'am." "You think so? Then I shall be plainer. Stop being a nosy little gossip and attend to your chores. Be diligent and willing, and perhaps folk will start gossiping that you are my pet. I could see that you were kept too busy for gossip." "Yes, ma'am." "You boy." Brandt was already hurrying up the path as she rounded on me. "Follow me." The old woman didn't wait to see if I obeyed or not. She simply set out at a businesslike walk across the open practice fields that had me trotting to keep up. The packed earth of the field was baked hard, and the sun beat down on my shoulders. Almost instantly I was sweating, but the woman appeared to find no discomfort in her rapid pace. She was dressed all in grey, a long dark grey overtunic, lighter grey leggings, and over all a grey apron of leather that came nearly to her knees. A gardener of some sort, I surmised, though I wondered at the soft grey boots she wore. "I've been sent for lessons. With Hod," I managed to pant out. She nodded curtly. We reached the shade of the armoury, and my eyes widened gratefully after the glare of the open courts. "I'm to be taught arms and weaponry," I told her, just in case she had mistaken my original words. She nodded again and pushed open a door in the barn-like structure that was the outer armoury. Here I knew the practice weapons were kept. The good iron and steel were up in the keep itself. Within the armoury was a gentle half-light and a slight coolness, along with a smell of wood and sweat and fresh-strewn reeds. She did not hesitate, and I followed her to a rack that supported a supply of peeled poles. "Choose one," she told me, the first words she'd spoken since directing me to follow her. "Hadn't I better wait for Hod?" I asked timidly. "I am Hod," she replied impatiently. "Now pick yourself a stave, boy. I want a bit of time alone with you before the others come, to see what you're made of and what you know." It did not take her long to establish that I knew next to nothing and was easily daunted. After but a few knocks and parries with her own brown rod, she easily caught mine a clip that sent it spinning from my stung hands. She said, not harshly nor kindly. The same sort of noise a gardener might make over a seed potato that had a bit of blight on it. I quested out toward her and found the same sort of quietness I'd encountered in the mare. She had none of Burrick's guardedness toward me. I think it was the first time I realized that some people, like some animals, were totally unaware of my reaching out toward them. I might have quested further into her mind, except that I was so relieved at not finding any hostility that I feared to stir any. So I stood, small and still, before her inspection. "Boy, what are you called?" she demanded suddenly. Again, "Fitz." She frowned at my soft words. I drew myself up straighter and spoke louder. "Fitz is what Burrick calls me." She flinched slightly. "He would. Calls a bitch and a bastard, does Burrick? Well, I suppose I see his reasons. Fitz you are, and Fitz you'll be called by me as well. Now, I shall show you why the pole you selected was too long for you and too thick. And then you shall select another." And she did, and I did, and she took me slowly through an exercise that seemed infinitely complex then, but by the end of the week was no more difficult than braiding my horse's mane. We finished just as the rest of her students came trooping in. There were 4 of them, all within a year or 2 of my age, but all more experienced than I. It made for an awkwardness, as there were now an odd number of students, and no one particularly wanted the new one as a sparring partner. Somehow I survived the day, though the memory of how fades into a blessedly vague haze. I remember how sore I was when she finally dismissed us, how the others raced up the path and back to the keep, while I trailed dismally behind them, berating myself for ever coming to the king's attention. It was a long climb to the keep, and the hall was crowded and noisy. I was too weary to eat much. Stew and bread, I think, were all I had, and I had left the table and was limping toward the door, thinking only of the warmth and quiet of the stables, when Brant again accosted me. "Your chamber is ready," was all he said. I shot a desperate look at Burrick, but he was engaged in conversation with the man next to him. He didn't notice my plea at all. So once more I found myself following Brant, this time up a wide flight of stone steps, into a part of the keep I had never explored. We paused on a landing, and he took up a candelabrum from a table there and kindled its tapers. "Royal family lives down this wing," he casually informed me. "The king has a bedroom big as the stable down at the end of this hallway." I nodded, blindly believing all he told me, though I later discovered that an errand boy such as Brant would never have penetrated the royal wing. That would be for more important lackeys. Up another flight he took me and again paused. "Visitors get rooms here," he said, gesturing with the light so that the wind of his motion set the flames to streaming. "Important ones, that is." And up another flight we went, the steps perceptibly narrowing from the first 2. At the next landing we paused again, and I looked with dread up an even narrower and steeper flight of steps. But Brant did not take me that way. Instead, we went down this new wing, 3 doors down, and then he slid a latch on a plank door and shouldered it open. It swung heavily and not smoothly. "Room hasn't been used in a while," he observed cheerily, "but now it's yours and you're welcome to it." And with that, he set the candelabrum down on a chest, plucked 1 candle from it and left. He pulled the heavy door closed behind him as he went, leaving me in the semi-darkness of a large and unfamiliar room. Somehow I refrained from running after him or opening the door. Instead, I took up the candelabrum and lit the wall sconces. 2 other sets of candles set the shadows writhing back into the corners. There was a fireplace, with a pitiful effort at a fire in it. I poked it up a bit, more for light than for heat, and set to exploring my new quarters. They consisted of a simple, square room with a single window. Stone walls, of the same stone as that under my feet, were softened only by a tapestry hung on one wall. I held my candle high to study it, but could not illuminate much. I could make out a gleaming and winged creature of some sort, and a kindly personage in supplication before it. I was later informed it was King Wisdom being befriended by the Elderling. At the time it seemed menacing to me. I turned aside from it. Someone had made a perfunctory effort at freshening the room. There was a scattering of clean reeds and herbs on the floor, and the feather bed had a fat, freshly shaken look to it. The 2 blankets on it were of good wool. The bed curtains had been pulled back, and the chest and bench that were the other furnishings had been dusted. To my inexperienced eyes, it was a rich room indeed. A real bed, with coverings and hangings about it, and a bench with a cushion, and a chest to put things in were more furniture than I could recall having to myself before. There was also the fireplace, that I boldly added another piece of wood to, and the window with an oak seat before it, shuttered now against the night air, but probably looking out over the sea. The chest was a simple one, cornered with brass fittings. The outside of it was dark, but when I opened it, the interior was light-coloured and fragrant. Inside, I found my limited wardrobe, brought up from the stables. 2 nightshirts had been added to it, and a woolen blanket was rolled up in the corner of the chest. That was all. I took out a nightshirt and closed the chest. I set the nightshirt down on the bed and then clambered up myself. It was early to be thinking of sleep, but my body ached, and there seemed nothing else for me to do. Down in the stable room by now, Burrick would be sitting and drinking and mending harness or whatever. There would be a fire in the hearth, and the muffled sounds of horses as they shifted in their stalls below. The room would smell of leather and oil and Burrick himself, not dank stone and dust. I pulled the nightshirt over my head and nudged my clothes to the foot of the bed. I nestled into the feather bed. It was cool, and my skin stood up in goosebumps. Slowly, my body heat warmed it, and I began to relax. It had been a full and strenuous day. Every muscle I possessed seemed to be both aching and tired. I knew I should rise once more to put the candles out, but I could not summon the energy, nor the willpower to blow them out and let a deeper darkness flood the chamber. So I drowsed, half-lidded eyes watching the struggling flames of the small hearth-fire. I wished idly for something else, for any situation that was neither this forsaken chamber nor the tenseness of Burrick's room, for a restfulness that perhaps I had once known somewhere else but could no longer recall. And so I drowsed into an oblivion. Chapter 4. Apprenticeship. A story is told of King Victor, he who conquered the inland territories that became eventually the Duchy of Faro. Very shortly after adding the lands of Sand's Edge to his rulings, he sent for the woman who would, had Victor not conquered her land, have been the Queen of Sand's Edge. She travelled to Buckkeep in much trepidation, fearing to go, but fearing more the consequences to her people if she appealed to them to hide her. When she arrived, she was both amazed and somewhat chagrined that Victor intended to use her not as a servant, but as a tutor to his children, that they might learn both the language and customs of her folk. When she asked him why he chose to have them learn of her folk's ways, he replied, "A ruler must be ruler of all his people, for one can only rule what one knows." Later she became the willing wife of his eldest son, and took the name Queen Graciousness at her coronation. I awoke to sunlight in my face. Someone had entered my chamber and opened the window shutters to the day. A basin, cloth, and jug of water had been left on top of the chest. I was grateful for them, but not even washing my face refreshed me. Sleep had left me sodden, and I recall feeling uneasy that someone could enter my chamber and move freely about without awakening me. As I had guessed, the window looked out over the sea, but I didn't have much time to devote to the view. A glance at the sun told me that I had overslept. I flung on my clothes and hastened down to the stables without pausing for breakfast. But Burrick had little time for me that morning. "Get back up to the keep," he advised me. "Mistress Hasty already sent Brant down here to look for you. She's to measure you for clothing. Best go find her quickly, she lives up to her name, and won't appreciate your upsetting her morning routine." My trot back up to the keep reawakened all my aches of the day before, Much as I dreaded seeking out this Mistress Hasty and being measured for clothing I was certain I didn't need, I was relieved not to be on horseback again this morning. After querying my way up from the kitchens, I finally found Mistress Hasty in a room several doors down from my bedchamber. I paused shyly at the door and peered in. 3 tall windows were flooding the room with sunlight and a mild salt breeze. Baskets of yarn and dyed wool were stacked against one wall, while a tall shelf on another wall held a rainbow of cloth goods. 2 young women were talking over a loom, and in the far corner a lad not much older than I was rocking to the gentle pace of a spinning wheel. I had no doubt that the woman with her broad back to me was Mistress Hasty. The 2 young women noticed me and paused in their conversation. Mistress Hasty turned to see where they stared, and a moment later I was in her clutches. She didn't bother with names or explaining what she was about. I found myself up on a stool, being turned and measured and hummed over with no regard for my dignity or indeed my humanity. She disparaged my clothes to the young women, remarked very calmly that I quite reminded her of young Chivalry, and that my measurements and colouring were much the same as his had been when he was my age. She then demanded their opinions as she held up bolts of different goods against me. "That one," said one of the loom women. "That blue quite flatters his darkness. It would have looked well on his father. Quite a mercy that Patience never has to see the boy. Chivalry's stamp is much too plain on his face to leave her any pride at all." And as I stood there, draped in wool goods, I heard for the first time what every other person in Buckkeep knew full well. The weaving women discussed in detail how the word of my existence reached Buckkeep and Patience long before my father could tell her himself, and of the deep anguish it caused her. For Patience was barren, and though Chivalry had never spoken a word against her, all guessed how difficult it must be for an heir such as he to have no child eventually to assume his title. Patience took my existence as the ultimate rebuke, and her health, never sound after so many miscarriages, completely broke along with her spirit. It was for her sake as well as for propriety that Chivalry had given up his throne, and taken his invalid wife back to the warm and gentle lands that were her home province. Word was that they lived well and comfortably there, that Patience's health was slowly mending, and that Chivalry, substantially quieter a man than he had been before, was gradually learning stewardship of his vineyard-rich valley. A pity that Patience blamed Burrick as well for Chivalry's lapse in morals, and had declared she could no longer abide the sight of him. For between the injury to his leg and Chivalry's abandonment of him, old Burrick just wasn't the man he had been. Was a time when no woman of the keep walked quickly past him. To catch his eye was to make yourself the envy of nearly anyone old enough to wear skirts, and now? Old Burrick, they called him, and him still in his prime, so unfair, as if any manservant had any say over what his master did. But it was all to the good anyway, they supposed, and didn't Verity, after all, make a much better king-in-waiting than had Chivalry? So rigorously noble was Chivalry that he made all others feel slatternly and stingy in his presence. He'd never allowed himself a moment's respite from what was right, and while he was too chivalrous to sneer at those who did, one always had the feeling that his perfect behaviour was a silent reproach to those with less self-discipline. But then here was the bastard now, though, after all those years, and, well, here was the proof that he hadn't been the man he'd pretended to be. Verity, now there was a man among men, a king folk could look to and see as royalty. He rode hard and soldiered alongside his men, and if he was occasionally drunk or had at times been less than discreet, well, he owned up to it, honest as his name. Folk could understand a man like that and follow him. To all this I listened avidly, if mutely, while several fabrics were held against me, debated and selected. I gained a much deeper understanding of why the keep children left me to play alone. If the women considered that I might have thoughts or feelings about their conversation, they showed no sign of it. The only remark I remember Mistress Hasty making to me specifically was that I should take greater care in washing my neck. Then Mistress Hasty shooed me from the room as if I were an annoying chicken, and I found myself finally heading to the kitchens for some food. That afternoon I was back with Hod, practicing until I was sure my stave had mysteriously doubled its weight. Then food and bed, and up again in the morning and back to Burrick's tutelage. My learning filled my days, and any spare time I found was swallowed up with the chores associated with my learning, whether it was tack care for Burrick, or sweeping the armoury and putting it back in order for Hod. In due time, I found not one or even two, but 3 entire sets of clothing, including stockings, set out one afternoon on my bed. 2 were of fairly ordinary stuff, in a familiar brown that most of the children my age seemed to wear, but 1 was of thin blue cloth, and on the breast was a buck's head done in silver thread. Burrick and the other men-at-arms wore a leaping buck as their emblem. I had only seen the buck's head on the jerkins of Regal and Royal. So I looked at it and wondered, but wondered too at the slash of red stitching that cut it diagonally, marching right over the design.
"It means you're a bastard," Burrick told me bluntly when I asked him about it. "I've acknowledged royal blood, but a bastard all the same, that's all. It's just a quick way of showing you've royal blood but aren't of the true line. If you don't like it, you can change it. I'm sure the king would grant it. A name, a crest of your own."
"A name?"
"Certainly. It's a simple enough request. Bastards are rare in the noble houses, especially so in the king's own, but they aren't unheard of."
Under the guise of teaching me the proper care of a saddle, we were going through the tack room, looking over all the old and unused tack. Maintaining and salvaging old tack was one of Burrick's odder fixations.
"Devise a name and a crest for yourself, and then ask the king."
"What name?"
"Why, any name you like. This looks as if it's ruined. Someone put it away damp and it mildewed. But we'll see what we can do with it."
"It wouldn't feel real."
"What?"
He held an armload of smelly leather out toward me. I took it. "A name I just put to myself. It wouldn't feel as if it was really mine."
"Well, what do you intend to do, then?"
I took a breath. "The king should name me. Or you should." I steeled myself. "Or my father. Don't you think?"
Burrick frowned. "You get the most peculiar notions. Just think about it yourself for a while. You'll come up with a name that fits."
"Fitz," I said sarcastically, and I saw Burrick clamp his jaw.
"Let's just mend this leather," he suggested quietly.
We carried it to his workbench and started wiping it down. "Bastards aren't that rare," I observed. "And in town their parents name them."
"In town bastards aren't so rare," Burrick agreed after a moment. "Soldiers and sailors whore around. It's a common way for common folk, but not for royalty, or for anyone with a bit of pride. What would you have thought of me, when you were younger, if I'd gone out whoring at night, or brought women up to the room? How would you see women now, or men? It's fine to fall in love, Fitz, and no one begrudges a young woman or man a kiss or two. But I've seen what it's like down in Bingtown. Traders bring pretty girls or well-made youths to the market like so many chicken or potatoes. And the children they end up bearing may have names, but they don't have much else. And even when they marry, they don't stop there. Habits. If ever I find the right woman, I'll want her to know I won't be looking at another. And I'll want to know all my children are mine."
Burrick was almost impassioned. I looked at him miserably. "So what happened with my father?"
He looked suddenly weary. "I don't know, boy, I don't know. He was young, just 20 or so, and far from home, and trying to shoulder a heavy burden. Those are neither reasons nor excuses, but it's as much as either of us will ever know." And that was that.
My life went round in its settled routine. There were evenings that I spent in the stables, in Burrick's company, and more rarely evenings that I spent in the great hall when some travelling minstrel or puppet show arrived. Once in a great while, I could slip out for an evening down in town, but that meant paying the next day for missed sleep. Afternoons were inevitably spent with some tutor or instructor. I came to understand that these were my summer lessons, and that in winter I would be introduced to the kind of learning that came with pens and letters. I was kept busier than I had ever been in my young life. But despite my schedule, I found myself mostly alone. Loneliness. It found me every night, as I vainly tried to find a small and cosy spot in my big bed. When I had slept above the stables in Burrick's rooms, my nights had been muzzy, my dreams heathery, with the warm and weary contentment of the well-used animals that slept and shifted and thudded in the night below me. Horses and dogs dream, as anyone who has ever watched a hound yipping and twitching in dream pursuit knows. Their dreams had been like the sweet rising waft from a baking of good bread. But now, isolated in a room walled with stone, I finally had time for all those devouring, aching dreams that are the portion of humans. I had no warm dam to cosy against, no sense of siblings or kin stabled nearby. Instead, I would lie awake and wonder about my father and my mother, and how both could have dismissed me from their lives so easily. I heard the talk that others exchanged so carelessly over my head, and interpreted their comments in my own terrifying way. I wondered what would become of me when I was grown, and old King Shrewd dead and gone. I wondered occasionally if Molly Nosebleed and Kerry missed me, or if they accepted my sudden disappearance as easily as they had accepted my coming. But mostly I ached with loneliness, for in all that great keep there were none I sensed as friend. None save the beasts, and Burrick had forbidden me to have any closeness with them. One evening I had gone wearily to bed, only to torment myself with my fears until sleep grudgingly pulled me under. Light in my face awoke me, but I came awake knowing something was wrong. I hadn't slept long enough, and this light was yellow and wavering, unlike the whiteness of the sunlight that usually spilled in my window. I stirred unwillingly and opened my eyes. He stood at the foot of my bed, holding aloft a lamp. This in itself was a rarity at Buckkeep, but more than the buttery light from the lamp held my eyes. The man himself was strange. His robe was the colour of undyed sheep's wool that had been washed, but only intermittently and not recently. His hair and beard were about the same hue, and their untidiness gave the same impression. Despite the colour of his hair, I could not decide how old he was. There are some poxes that will scar a man's face with their passage, but I had never seen a man marked as he was, with scores of tiny pox scars, angry pinks and reds like small burns, and livid even in the lamp's yellow light. His hands were all bones and tendons wrapped in papery white skin. He was peering at me, and even in the lamplight his eyes were the most piercing green I had ever seen. They reminded me of a cat's eyes when it is hunting, the same combination of joy and fierceness. I pulled my quilt up higher under my chin. "You're awake," he said. "Good. Get up and follow me." He turned abruptly from my bedside and walked away from the door to a shadowed corner of my room between the hearth and the wall. I didn't move. He glanced back at me, held the lamp higher. "Hurry up, boy," he said irritably, and rapped the stick he leaned on against my bedpost. I got out of bed, wincing as my bare feet hit the cold floor. I reached for my clothes and shoes, but he wasn't waiting for me. He glanced back once to see what was delaying me, and the piercing look was enough to make me drop my clothes and quake. I followed, wordlessly in my nightshirt, for no reason I could explain to myself except that he had suggested it. I followed him to a door that had never been there, and up a narrow flight of winding steps that were lit only by the lamp he held above his head. His shadow fell behind him and over me, so that I walked in a shifting darkness, feeling each step with my feet. The stairs were cold stone, worn and smooth and remarkably even, and they went up and up and up, until it seemed to me that we had climbed past the height of any tower the keep possessed. A chill breeze flowed up those steps and up my nightshirt, shrivelling me with more than mere cold. And we went up, and then finally he was pushing open a substantial door that nonetheless moved silently and easily. We entered a chamber. It was lit warmly by several lamps, suspended from an unseen ceiling on fine chains. The chamber was large, certainly 3 times the size of my own. One end of it beckoned me. It was dominated by a massive wooden bed frame, fat with feather mattresses and cushions. There were carpets on the floor, overlapping one another with their scarlets and verdant greens and blues both deep and pale. There was a table made of wood the colour of wild honey, and on it sat a bowl of fruits so perfectly ripe that I could smell their fragrances. Parchment books and scrolls were scattered about carelessly, as if their rarity were of no concern. All 3 walls were draped with tapestries that depicted open, rolling country with wooded foothills in the distance. I started toward it. "This way," said my guide, and relentlessly led me to the other end of the chamber. Here was a different spectacle. A stone slab of a table dominated it, its surface much stained and scorched. Upon it were various tools, containers, and implements, a scale, a mortar and pestle, and many things I couldn't name. A fine layer of dust overlay much of it, as if projects had been abandoned in mid-course, months or even years ago. Beyond the table was a rack which held an untidy collection of scrolls, some edged in blue or gilt. The scent of the room was at once pungent and aromatic. Bundles of herbs were drying on another rack. I heard a rustling, and caught a glimpse of movement in a far corner, but the man gave me no time to investigate. The fireplace that should have warmed this end of the room gaped black and cold. The old embers in it looked damp and settled. I lifted my eyes from my perusal to look at my guide. The dismay on my face seemed to surprise him. He turned from me and slowly surveyed the room himself. He considered it for a bit, and then I sensed an embarrassed disgruntlement from him. "It is a mess. More than a mess, I suppose. But, well, it's been a while, I suppose, and longer than a while. Well, it's soon put to rights. But first, introductions are in order. And I suppose it is a bit nippy to be standing about in just a nightshirt. This way, boy." I followed him to the comfortable end of the room. He seated himself in a battered wooden chair that was overdraped with blankets. My bare toes dug gratefully into the nap of a woolen rug. I stood before him, waiting, as those green eyes prowled over me. For some minutes the silence held. Then he spoke. "First, let me introduce you to yourself. Your pedigree is written all over you. Shrewd chose to acknowledge it, for all his denials wouldn't have sufficed to convince anyone otherwise." He paused for an instant, and smiled as if something amused him. "A shame Galen refuses to teach you the skill, but years ago it was restricted, for fear it would become too common a tool. I'll wager if old Galen were to try to teach you, he'd find you apt. But we have no time to worry about what won't happen." He sighed meditatively and was silent for a moment. Abruptly he went on. "Barrick's shown you how to work and how to obey. 2 things that Barrick himself excels at. You're not especially strong or fast or bright, don't think you are. But you'll have the stubbornness to wear down anyone stronger or faster or brighter than yourself. And that's more of a danger to you than to anyone else. But that is not what is now most important about you. You are the king's man now, And you must begin to understand now, right now, that that is the most important thing about you. He feeds you, he clothes you, he sees you are educated. And all he asks in return for now is your loyalty. Later he will ask your service. Those are the conditions under which I will teach you, that you are the king's man and loyal to him completely. For if you are otherwise, it would be too dangerous to educate you in my art. He paused, and for a long moment we simply looked at one another. Do you agree? He asked, and it was not a simple question, but the sealing of a bargain. I do, I said. And then, as he waited, I give you my word. Good. He spoke the word heartily. Now, on to other things. Have you ever seen me before? No. I realized for an instant how strange that was. For though there were often strangers in the keep, this man had obviously been a resident for a long, long time. And almost all those who lived there I knew by sight, if not by name. Do you know who I am, boy? Or why you're here? I shook my head, a quick negative to each question. Well, no one else does either, so you mind it stays that way. Make yourself clear on that. You speak to no one of what we do here, nor of anything you learn. Understand that? My nod must have satisfied him, for he seemed to relax in the chair. His bony hands gripped the knobs of his knees through his woolen robe. Good, good. Now, you can call me Shade, and I shall call you... He paused and waited, but when I did not offer a name, he filled in, Boy. Those are not names for either of us, but they'll do for the time we'll have together. So, I'm Shade, and I'm yet another teacher that Shrewd has found for you. It took him a while to remember I was here, and then it took him a space to nerve himself to ask me. And it took me even longer to agree to teach you, but all that's done now. As to what I'm to teach you, well... He rose and moved to the fire. He cocked his head as he stared into it, then stooped to take a poker and stir the embers to fresh flames. It's murder, more or less. Killing people. The fine art of diplomatic assassination. Or blinding, or deafening, or a weakening of the limbs, or a paralysis, or a debilitating cough, or impotency, or early senility, or insanity, or... But it doesn't matter. It's all been my trade, and it will be yours if you agree. Just know, from the beginning, that I'm going to be teaching you how to kill people for your king. Not in the showy way Hod is teaching you. Not on the battlefield where others see and cheer you on. No. I'll be teaching you the nasty, furtive, polite ways to kill people. You'll either develop a taste for it or not. That isn't something I'm in charge of. But I'll make sure you know how. And I'll make sure of one other thing, for that was the stipulation I made with King Shrewd. That you know what you are learning, as I never did when I was your age. So, I'm to teach you to be an assassin. Is that all right with you, boy? I nodded again, uncertain, but not knowing what else to do. He peered at me. You can speak, can't you? You're not a mute as well as a bastard, are you? I swallowed. No, sir, I can speak. Well, then do speak. Don't just nod. Tell me what you think of all this. Of who I am and what I just proposed that we do. Invited to speak, I yet stood dumb. I stared at the poxed face, the papery skin of his hands, and felt the gleam of his green eyes on me. I moved my tongue inside my mouth, but found only silence. His manner invited words, but his visage was still more terrifying than anything I had ever imagined. Boy, he said, and the gentleness in his voice startled me into meeting his eyes. "I can teach you even if you hate me or if you despise the lessons. I can teach you if you are bored or lazy or stupid. But I can't teach you if you're afraid to speak to me. At least not the way I want to teach you. And I can't teach you if you decide this is something you'd rather not learn. But you have to tell me. You've learned to guard your thoughts so well you're almost afraid to let yourself know what they are. But try speaking them aloud, now, to me. You won't be punished." "I don't much like it," I blurted suddenly. "The idea of killing people." "Ah," he paused. "Neither did I, when it came down to it. Nor do I still." He sighed suddenly, deeply. "As each time comes, you'll decide. The first time will be hardest, but know for now that decision is many years away. And in the meantime, you have much to learn." He hesitated. "There is this, boy, and you should remember it in every situation, not just this one. Learning is never wrong. Even learning how to kill isn't wrong, or right. It's just a thing to learn, a thing I can teach you. That's all. For now, do you think you could learn how to do it, and later decide if you wanted to do it?" Such a question to put to a boy. Even then, something in me raised its hackles and sniffed at the idea. But child that I was, I could find no objection to raise, and curiosity was nibbling at me. "I can learn it." "Good." He smiled, but there was a tiredness to his face, and he didn't seem as pleased as he might have. "That's well enough, then." "Well enough." He looked around the room. "We may as well begin tonight. Let's start by tidying up. There's a broom over there. Oh, but first, change out of your nightshirt into something. There's a ragged old robe over there. That'll do for now. Can't have the washerfolk wondering why your nightshirts smell of camphor and pansies, can we? Now, you sweep up the floor a bit while I put away a few things." And so passed the next few hours. I swept, then mopped the stone floor. He directed me as I cleared the paraphernalia from the great table. I turned the herbs on their drying rack. I fed the 3 lizards he had caged in the corner, chopping up some sticky old meat into chunks that they gulped whole. I wiped clean a number of pots and bowls and stored them. And he worked alongside me, seeming grateful for the company, and chatted to me as if we were both old men, or both young boys. "No letters as yet? No ciphering? Bagrash. What's the old man thinking? Well, I shall see that remedied swiftly. You've your father's brow, boy, and just his way of wrinkling it. Has anyone ever told you that before? There you are, Slink, you rascal. What mischief have you been up to now?" A brown weasel appeared from behind a tapestry, and we were introduced to one another. Shade let me feed Slink quail's eggs from a bowl on the table, and laughed when the little beast followed me about, begging for more. He gave me a copper bracelet that I found under the table, warning that it might make my wrist green, and cautioning that if anyone asked me about it, I should say I had found it behind the stables. At some time we stopped for honey cakes and hot, spiced wine. We sat together at a low table on some rugs before the fireplace, and I watched the firelight dancing over his scarred face and wondered why it had seemed so frightening. He noticed me watching him, and his face contorted in a smile. "Seems familiar, doesn't it, boy? My face, I mean." It didn't. I had been staring at the grotesque scars on the pasty white skin. I had no idea what he meant. I stared at him questioningly, trying to figure it out. "Don't trouble yourself about it, boy. It leaves its tracks on all of us, and sooner or later you'll get the tumble of it. But now, well..." He rose, stretching so that his cassock bared his skinny white calves. "Now it's mostly later, or earlier, depending on which end of the day you fancy most. Time you headed back to your bed. Now, you'll remember that this is all a very dark secret, won't you? Not just me in this room, but the whole thing. Waking up at night, and lessons in how to kill people, and all of it. I'll remember, I told him, and then, sensing that it would mean something to him, I added, You have my word. He chuckled, and then nodded almost sadly. I changed back into my nightshirt, and he saw me down the steps. He held his glowing light by my bed as I clambered in, and then smoothed the blankets over me, as no one had done since I'd left Burrick's chambers. I think I was asleep before he had even departed my bedside. Brand was sent to wake me the next morning, so late was I in arising. I came awake groggy, my head pounding painfully. But as soon as he left the room, I sprang from my bed and raced to the corner of my room. Cold stone met my hands as I pushed against the wall there, and no crack in mortar or stone gave any sign of the secret door I felt sure must be there. Never for one instant did I think Shade had been a dream, and even if I had, there remained the simple copper bracelet on my wrist to prove he wasn't. I dressed hurriedly and passed through the kitchens for a slab of bread and cheese that I was still eating when I got to the stables. Burrick was out of sorts with my tardiness, and found fault with every aspect of my horsemanship and stable tasks. I remember well how he berated me. Don't think that because you've a room up in the castle and a crest on your jerkin, you can turn into some sprawl-about rogue who snores in his bed until all hours, and then only rises to fluff at his hair. I'll not have it. Bastard you may be, but you're chivalry's bastard, and I'll make you a man he'll be proud of. I paused, the grooming brushes still in my hands. You mean regal, don't you? My unwanted question startled him. What? When you talk about rogues who stay in bed all morning and do nothing except fuss about hair and garments, you mean how regal is? Burrick opened his mouth and then shut it. His wind-reddened cheeks grew redder. Neither you nor I, he muttered at last, are in a position to criticize any of the princes. I meant only as a general rule that sleeping the morning away ill befits a man, and even less so a boy. And never a prince? I said this and then stopped to wonder where the thought had come from. And never a prince, Burrick agreed grimly. He was busy in the next stall with the gelding's hot leg. The animal winced suddenly, and I heard Burrick grunt with the effort of holding him. Your father never slept past the sun's midpoint because he'd been drinking the night before. Of course, he had a head for wine, such as I've never seen since, but there was discipline to it too. Nor did he have some man standing by to rouse him. He got himself out of bed and then expected those in his command to follow his example. It didn't always make him popular, but his soldiers respected him. Men like that in a leader, that he demands of himself the same thing he expects of them. And I'll tell you another thing. Your father didn't waste coin on decking himself out like a peacock. When he was a younger man, before he was wed to Lady Patience, he was at dinner one evening at one of the lesser keeps. They'd seated me not too far below him, a great honour to me, and I overheard some of his conversation with the daughter they'd seated so hopefully next to the king-in-waiting. She'd asked him what he thought of the emeralds she wore, and he had complimented her on them. I had wondered, sir, if you enjoyed jewels, for you wear none of them yourself tonight, she said flirtatiously. And he replied, quite seriously, that his jewels shone as brilliantly as hers, and much larger. Oh, and where do you keep such gems? For I should dearly like to see them. Well, he replied he'd be happy to show them to her later that evening when it was darker. I saw her blush, expecting a tryst of some kind. And later he did invite her out onto the battlements with him, but he took with them half the dinner guests as well. And he pointed out the lights of the coast watch towers shining clearly in the dark, and told her that he considered those his best and dearest jewels, and that he spent the coin from her father's taxes to keep them shining so. And then he pointed out to the guests
the winking lights of that lord's own watchmen in the fortifications of his keep, and told them that when they looked at their duke, they should see those shining lights as the jewels on his brow. It was quite a compliment to the Duke and Duchess, and the other nobles there took note of it. The out-islanders had very few successful raids that summer. That was how chivalry ruled, by example and by the grace of his words. So should any real prince do.
I'm not a real prince, I'm a bastard. It came oddly from my mouth, that word I heard so often and so seldom said. Beric sighed softly.
Be your blood, boy, and ignore what anyone else thinks of you.
Sometimes I get tired of doing the hard things.
So do I.
I absorbed this in silence for a while, as I worked my way down Sooty's shoulder. Beric, still kneeling by the grey, spoke suddenly.
I don't ask any more of you than I ask of myself. You know that's true.
I know that, I replied, surprised that he'd mentioned it further.
I just want to do my best by you.
This was a whole new idea to me. After a moment I asked, because if you could make chivalry proud of me, of what you'd made me into, then maybe he would come back? The rhythmic sound of Beric's hands working liniment into the gelding's legs slowed, then ceased abruptly. But he remained crouched down by the horse and spoke quietly through the wall of the stall.
No, I don't think that. I don't suppose anything would make him come back. And even if he did, and Beric spoke more slowly, even if he did, he wouldn't be who he was. Before, I mean.
It's all my fault he went away, isn't it? The words of the weaving women echoed in my head. But for the boy, he'd still be in line to be king.
Beric paused long. I don't suppose it's any man's fault that he's born, he sighed, and the words seemed to come more reluctantly. And there's certainly no way a babe can make itself not a bastard. No, chivalry brought his downfall on himself, though that's a hard thing for me to say.
I heard his hands go back to work on the gelding's leg. And your downfall too. I said it to Sooty's shoulder, softly, never dreaming he'd hear. But a moment or two later I heard him mutter, I do well enough for myself, Fitz. I do well enough. He finished his task and came around into Sooty's stall.
Your tongue's wagging like the town gossip today, Fitz. What's got into you?
It was my turn to pause and wonder. Something about shade, I decided. Something about someone who wanted me to understand and have a say in what I was learning, had freed up my tongue finally to ask all the questions I'd been carrying about for years. But because I couldn't very well say so, I shrugged and truthfully replied, They're just things I've wondered about for a long time.
Beric grunted his acceptance of the answer. Well, it's an improvement that you ask, though I won't always promise you an answer. It's good to hear you speak like a man. Makes me worry less about losing you to the beasts.
He glared at me over the last words and then gimped away. I watched him go and remembered that first night I had seen him, and how a look from him had been enough to quell a whole room full of men. He wasn't the same man. And it wasn't just the limp that had changed the way he carried himself and how men looked at him. He was still the acknowledged master in the stables, and no one questioned his authority there. But he was no longer the right hand of the king-in-waiting. Other than watching over me, he wasn't chivalry's man at all anymore. No wonder he couldn't look at me without resentment. He hadn't sired the bastard that had been his downfall. For the first time since I had known him, my wariness of him was tinged with pity. Chapter 5. Loyalties. In some kingdoms and lands, it is the custom that male children will have precedence over female in matters of inheritance. Such has never been the case in the 6 duchies. Titles are inherited solely by order of birth. The one who inherits a title is supposed to view it as a stewardship. If a lord or lady were so foolish as to cut too much forest at once, or neglect vineyards, or let the quality of the cattle become too inbred, the people of the duchy could rise up and come to ask the king's justice. It has happened, and every noble is aware it can happen. The welfare of the people belongs to the people, and they have the right to object if their duke stewards it poorly. When the title holder weds, he is supposed to keep this in mind. The partner chosen must be willing to be a steward likewise. For this reason, the partner holding a lesser title must surrender it to the next younger sibling. One can only be a true steward of one holding. On occasion, this has led to divisions. King Shrewd married Lady Desire, who would have been Duchess of Farrow had she not chosen to accept his offer and become queen instead. It is said she came to regret her decision, and convinced herself that had she remained Duchess, her power would have been greater. She married Shrewd knowing well that she was his second queen, and that the first had already borne him 2 heirs. She never concealed her disdain for the 2 older princes, and often pointed out that as she was much higher born than King Shrewd's first queen, she considered her son regal to be more royal than his 2 half-brothers. She attempted to instill this idea in others by her choice of name for her son. Unfortunately for her plans, most saw this ploy as being in poor taste. Some even mockingly referred to her as the Inland Queen, when, intoxicated, she would ruthlessly claim that she had the political influence to unite Farrow and Tilth into a new kingdom, one that would shrug off King Shrewd's rule at her behest. But most put her claims down to her fondness for intoxicants, both alcoholic and herbal. It is true, however, that before she finally succumbed to her addictions, she was responsible for nurturing the rift between the inland and coastal duchies. I grew to look forward to my dark time encounters with Shade. They never had a schedule nor any pattern that I could discern. A week, even 2, might go by between meetings, or he might summon me every night for a week straight, leaving me staggering about my daytime chores. Sometimes he summoned me as soon as the castle was abed. At other times he called upon me in the wee hours of the morning. It was a strenuous schedule for a growing boy, yet I never thought of complaining to Shade or refusing one of his calls. Nor do I think it ever occurred to him that my night lessons presented a difficulty for me. Nocturnal himself, it must have seemed a perfectly natural time for him to be teaching me. And the lessons I learned were oddly suited to the darker hours of the world. There was tremendous scope to his lessons. One evening might be spent in laborious study of the illustrations in a great herbal he kept, with the requirement that the next day I was to collect 6 samples that matched those illustrations. He never saw fit to hint as to whether I should look in the kitchen garden or the darker nooks of the forest for those herbs, but find them I did, and learned much of observation in the process. There were games we played, too. For instance, he would tell me that I must go on the morrow to Sarah the cook and ask her if this year's bacon were leaner than last year's, and then I must that evening report the entire conversation back to Shade, as close to word perfect as I could, and answer a dozen questions for him about how she stood, and was she left-handed, and did she seem hard of hearing, and what she was cooking at the time. My shyness and reticence were never accounted a good enough excuse for failing to execute such an assignment, and so I found myself meeting and coming to know a good many of the lesser folk of the keep. Even though my questions were inspired by Shade, every one of them welcomed my interest and was more than willing to share expertise. Without intending it, I began to garner a reputation as a sharp youngster and a good lad. Years later, I realized that the lesson was not just a memory exercise, but also instruction in how to befriend the commoner folk and to learn their minds. Many's the time since then that a smile, a compliment on how well my horse had been cared for, and a quick question put to a stable boy brought me information that all the coin in the kingdom couldn't have bribed out of him. Other games built my nerve as well as my powers of observation. One day, Shade showed me a skein of yarn and told me that without asking Mistress Hasty, I must find out exactly where she kept the supply of yarn that matched it, and what herbs had been used in the dyeing of it. 3 days later, I was told I must spirit away her best shears, conceal them behind a certain rack of wines in the wine cellar for 3 hours, and then return them to where they had been, all undetected by her or anyone else. Such exercises initially appealed to a boy's natural love of mischief, and I seldom failed at them. When I did, the consequences were my own lookout. Shade had warned me that he would not shield me from anybody's wrath, and suggested that I have a worthy tale ready to explain away being where I should not be, or possessing that which I had no business possessing. I learned to lie very well. I do not think it was taught me accidentally. These were the lessons in my assassin's primer, and more: sleight of hand and the art of moving stealthily, where to strike a man to render him unconscious, where to strike a man so that he dies without crying out, where to stab a man so that he dies without too much blood welling out. I learned it all rapidly and well, thriving under Shade's approval of my quick mind. Soon he began to use me for small jobs about the keep. He never told me ahead of time if they were tests of my skill or actual tasks he wished accomplished. To me it made no difference. I pursued them all with a single-minded devotion to Shade and anything he commanded. In spring of that year, I treated the wine cups of a visiting delegation from the Bingtown traders so that they became much more intoxicated than they had intended. Later that same month, I concealed one puppet from a visiting puppeteer's troupe, so that he had to present the incidents of the matching cups, a light-hearted little folk tale instead of the lengthy historical drama he had planned for the evening. At the high summer feast, I added a certain herb to a serving girl's afternoon pot of tea, so that she and 3 of her friends were stricken with loose bowels and could not wait the tables that night. In the autumn, I tied a thread around the fetlock of a visiting noble's horse to give the animal a temporary limp that convinced the noble to remain at Buckkeep 2 days longer than he had planned. I never knew the underlying reasons for the tasks Shade set me. At that age, I set my mind to how I would do a thing, rather than why. And that, too, was a thing that I believe it was intended I learn, to obey without asking why an order was given. There was one task that absolutely delighted me. Even at the time, I knew that the assignment was more than a whim of Shade's. He summoned me for it in the last bit of dark before dawn. "Lord Jessup and his lady have been visiting these last 2 weeks. You know them by sight. He has a very long moustache, and she constantly fusses with her hair even at the table. You know who I mean?" I frowned. A number of nobles had gathered at Buckkeep to form a council to discuss the increase in raids from the out-islanders. I gathered that the coastal duchies wanted more warships, but the inland duchies opposed sharing the taxes for what they saw as a purely coastal problem. Lord Jessup and Lady Dahlia were inlanders. Jessup and his moustaches both seemed to have fitful temperaments and to be constantly impassioned. Lady Dahlia, on the other hand, seemed to take no interest at all in the council, but spent most of her time exploring Buckkeep. "She wears flowers in her hair all the time? They keep falling out?" "That's the one," Shade replied emphatically. "Good, you know her. Now here's your task, and I've no time to plan it with you. Sometime today, at any moment today, she will send a page to Prince Regal's room. The page will deliver something, a note, a flower, an object of some kind. You will remove the object from Regal's room before he sees it. You understand?" I nodded and opened my mouth to say something, but Shade stood abruptly and almost chased me from the room. "No time, it is nearly dawn," he declared. I contrived to be in Regal's room in hiding when the page arrived. From the way the girl slipped in, I was convinced this was not her first mission. She set a tiny scroll and a flower bud on Regal's pillow and slipped out of the room. In a moment, both were in my jerkin, and later under my own pillow. I think the most difficult part of the task was refraining from opening the scroll. I turned scroll and flower over to Shade late that night. Over the next few days I waited, certain there would be some sort of furore, and hoping to see Regal thoroughly discomfited. But to my surprise, there was none. Regal remained his usual self, save that he was even sharper than usual, and seemed to flirt even more outrageously with every lady. As for Lady Dahlia, she suddenly took an interest in the council proceedings, and confounded her husband by becoming an ardent supporter of warship taxes. The Queen expressed her displeasure over this change of alliance by excluding Lady Dahlia from a wine tasting in her chambers. The whole thing mystified me, but when I at last mentioned it to Shade, he rebuked me. Remember, you are the king's man. A task is given you and you do it, and you should be well satisfied with yourself that you completed the given task. That is all you need to know. Only Shrewd may plan the moves and plot his game. You and I, we are playing pieces perhaps, but we are the best of his markers, be assured of that. But early on, Shade found the limits of my obedience. In laming the horse, he had suggested I cut the frog of the animal's foot. I never even considered doing that. I informed him, with all the worldly wisdom of one who has grown up around horses, that there were many ways to make a horse limp without actually harming him, and that he should trust me to choose an appropriate one. To this day, I do not know how Shade felt about my refusal. He said nothing at the time to condemn it, or to suggest he approved my actions. In this, as in many things, he kept his own counsel. Once every 3 months or so, King Shrewd would summon me to his chambers. Usually the call for me came in the very early morning. I would stand before him, oftentimes while he was in his bath or having his hair bound back in the gold-wired queue that only the king could wear, or while his man was laying out his clothes. Always the ritual was the same. He would look me over carefully, studying my growth and grooming as if I were a horse he was considering buying. He would ask a question or two, usually about my horsemanship or weapons study, and listen gravely to my brief answer. And then he would ask almost formally, "And do you feel I am keeping my bargain with you?" "Sir, I do," I would always answer. "Then see that you keep your end of it as well," was always his reply and my dismissal. And whatever servant attending him or opening the door for me to enter or leave never appeared to take the slightest notice of me or of the king's words at all. Come late autumn of that year, on the very cusp of winter's tooth, I was given my most difficult assignment. Shade had summoned me up to his chambers almost as soon as I had blown out my night candle. We were sharing sweetmeats and a bit of spiced wine, sitting in front of Shade's hearth. He had been lavishly praising my latest escapade, one that required me turning inside out every shirt hung to dry on the laundry courtyard's drying lines without getting caught. It had been a difficult task, the hardest part of which had been to refrain from laughing aloud and betraying my hiding place within a dyeing vat when 2 of the younger laundry lads had declared my prank the work of water sprites and refused to do any more washing that day. Shade, as usual, knew of the whole scenario even before I reported to him. He delighted me by letting me know that Master Liu of the launderers had decreed that St. John's wort was to be hung at every corner of the courtyard and garlanded about every well to ward off sprites from tomorrow's work. "You've a gift for this, boy," Shade chuckled and tousled my hair. "I almost think there's no task I could set you that you couldn't do." He was sitting in his straight-backed chair before the fire, and I was on the floor beside him, leaning my back against one of his legs. He patted me, the way Burrick might pat a young bird dog that had done well, and then leaned forward to say softly, "But I have a challenge for you." "What is it?" I demanded eagerly. It won't be easy, even for one with as light a touch as yours, he warned me. Try me, I challenged him in return. Oh, in another month or two, perhaps, when you've had a bit more teaching. I've a game to teach you tonight, one that will sharpen your eye and your memory. He reached into a pouch and drew out a handful of something. He opened his hand briefly in front of me, coloured stones. The hand closed. Were there any yellow ones? Yes. Shade, what is the challenge? How many? 2 that I could see. Shade, I bet I could do it now. Could there have been more than 2? Possibly, if some were concealed completely under the top layer. I don't think it likely. Shade, what is the challenge? He opened his bony old hand, stirred the stones with his long forefinger. Right you were. Only 2 yellow ones. Shall we go again? Shade, I can do it. You think so, do you? Look again. Here's the stones. 1, 2, 3, and gone again. Were there any red ones? Yes. Shade, what is the task? Were there more red ones than blue? To bring me something personal from the king's night table. What? Were there more red stones than blue ones? No, I mean, what was the task? Wrong, boy. Shade announced it merrily. He opened his fist. See? 3 red and 3 blue, exactly the same. You'll have to look quicker than that if you're to meet my challenge. And 7 green. I knew that, Shade, but you want me to steal from the king? I still couldn't believe I had heard it. Not steal, just borrow. As you did Mistress Hasty's shears. There's no harm in a prank like that, is there? None except that I'd be whipped if I were caught, or worse. And you're afraid you'd be caught. See, I told you it had best wait a month or 2 until your skills are better. It's not the punishment, it's that if I were caught... The king and I... We made a bargain. My words dwindled away. I stared at him in confusion. Shade's instruction was a part of the bargain Shrewd and I had made. Each time we met, before he began instructing me, he formally reminded me of that bargain. I had given to Shade, as well as to the king, my word that I would be loyal. Surely he could see that if I acted against the king, I'd be breaking my part of the bargain. It's a game, boy, Shade said patiently. That's all. Just a bit of mischief. It's not really as serious as you seem to think it. The only reason I'm choosing it as a task is that the king's room and his things are so closely watched. Anyone can make off with a seamstress's shears. We're talking about a real bit of stealth now, to enter the king's own chambers and take something that belongs to him. If you could do that, I'd believe I'd spent my time well in teaching you. I'd feel you appreciated what I'd taught you. You know I appreciate what you teach me, I said quickly. That wasn't it at all. Shade seemed to be completely missing my point. I'd feel disloyal, as if I was using what you taught me to trick the king, almost as if I were laughing at him. Ah, Shade leaned back in his chair, a smile on his face. Don't let that bother you, boy. King Shrewd can appreciate a good jest when he's shown one. Whatever you take, I'll return myself to him. It will be a sign to him of how well I've taught you and how well you've learned. Take something simple if it worries you so. It needn't be the crown off his head or the ring from his finger. Just his hairbrush or any bit of paper that's about. Even his glove or belt would do. Nothing of any great value, just a token. I thought I should pause to think, but I knew I didn't need to. I can't do it. I mean, I won't do it. Not from King Shrewd. Name anyone else's room and I'll do it. Remember when I took Regal's scroll? You'll see I can creep in anywhere and... Boy, Shade's voice came slowly, puzzled. Don't you trust me? I tell you it's all right. It's just a challenge we're talking about, not high treason. And this time, if you're caught, I promise I'll step right in and explain it all. You won't be punished." "That's not it," I said frantically. I could sense Shade's growing puzzlement over my refusal. I scrabbled frantically within myself to find a way to explain to him. "I promised to be loyal to Shrewd, and this—"
"There's nothing disloyal about this,"
Shade snapped. I looked up to see angry glints in his eyes. Startled, I drew back from him. I'd never seen him glare so.
"What are you saying, boy? That I'm asking you to betray your king? Don't be an idiot. This is just a simple little test. My way of measuring you and showing Shrewd himself what you've learned, and you balk at it, and try to cover your cowardice by prattling about loyalty. Boy, you shame me. I thought you had more backbone than this, or I'd never have begun teaching you."
"Shade," I began in horror. His words had left me reeling. He pulled away from me, and I felt my small world rocking around me as his voice went on coldly.
"Best you get back to your bed, little boy. Think exactly how you've insulted me tonight. To insinuate I'd somehow be disloyal to our king. Crawl down the stairs, you little craven. And the next time I summon you, if I summon you again, come prepared to obey me. Or don't come at all. Now go!"
Never had Shade spoken to me so. I could not recall that he had even raised his voice to me. I stared almost without comprehension at the thin, pock-scarred arm that protruded from the sleeve of his robe, at the long finger that pointed so disdainfully toward the door and the stairs. As I rose, I felt physically sick. I reeled and had to catch hold of a chair as I passed. But I went, doing as he told me, unable to think of anything else to do. Shade, who had become the central pillar of my world, who had made me believe I was something of value, was taking it all away. Not just his approval, but our time together, my sense that I was going to be something in my lifetime. I stumbled and staggered down the stairs. Never had they seemed so long or so cold. The bottom door grated shut behind me, and I was left in total darkness. I groped my way to my bed, but my blankets could not warm me, nor did I find any trace of sleep that night. I tossed in agony. The worst part was that I could find no indecision in myself. I could not do the thing Shade asked of me. Therefore I would lose him. Without his instruction, I would be of no value to the king. But that was not the agony. The agony was simply the loss of Shade from my life. I could not remember how I had managed before when I had been so alone. To return to the drudgery of living day to day, going from task to task, seemed impossible. I tried desperately to think of something to do, but there seemed no solution. I could go to Shrewd himself, show my pin and be admitted, and tell him of my dilemma. But what would he say? Would he see me as a silly little boy? Would he say I should have obeyed Shade? Worse, would he say I was right to disobey Shade and be angry with Shade? These were very difficult questions for a boy's mind, and I found no answers that helped me. When morning finally came, I dragged myself from my bed and reported to Burrick as usual. I went about my tasks in a grey listlessness that first brought me scoldings and then an inquiry as to the state of my belly. I told him simply that I had not slept well, and he let me off without the threatened tonic. I did no better at weapons. My state of distraction was such that I let a much younger boy deliver a stout clout to my skull. Hod scolded us both for recklessness and told me to sit down for a bit. My head was pounding and my legs were shaky when I returned to the keep. I went to my room, for I had no stomach for the noon meal or the loud conversations that went with it. I lay on my bed, intending to close my eyes for just a moment, but fell into a deep sleep. I awoke halfway through the afternoon and thought of the scoldings I would face for missing my afternoon lessons. But it wasn't enough to rouse me, and I dropped off, only to be awakened at supper time by a serving girl who had come to inquire after me at Burrick's behest. I staved her off by telling her I had a sour gut and was going to fast until it cleared. After she left, I drowsed but did not sleep. I couldn't. Night deepened in my unlit room, and I heard the rest of the keep go off to rest. In darkness and stillness, I lay waiting for a summons I would not dare answer. What if the door opened? I could not go to Shade, for I could not obey him. Which would be worse, if he did not summon me, or if he opened the door for me and I dared not go? I tormented myself from rock to stone, and in the grey creeping of morning I had the answer. He hadn't even bothered to call for me. Even now, I do not like to recall the next few days. I hunched through them, so sick at heart that I could not properly eat or rest. I could not focus my mind on any task, and took the rebukes that my teachers gave me with bleak acceptance. I acquired a headache that never ceased, and my stomach stayed so clenched on itself that food held no interest for me. The very thought of eating made me weary. Burrick put up with it for 2 days before he cornered me and forced down me both a worming draught and a blood tonic. The combination made me vomit up what little I'd eaten that day. He made me wash out my mouth with plum wine afterwards, and to this day I cannot drink plum wine without gagging. Then, to my weary amazement, he dragged me up the stairs to his loft and gruffly ordered me to rest there for the day. When evening came, he chivied me up to the keep, and under his watchful eye I was forced to consume a watery bowl of soup and a hunk of bread. He would have taken me back to his loft again had I not insisted that I wanted my own bed. In reality, I had to be in my room. I had to know whether Shade at least tried to call me, whether I could go or not. Through another sleepless night, I stared in blackness at a darker corner of my room. But he didn't summon me. Morning greyed my window. I rolled over and kept to my bed. The depth of bleakness that settled over me was too solid for me to fight. All of my possible choices led to grey ends. I could not face the futility of getting out of bed. A headachy sort of near sleep claimed me. Any sound seemed too loud, and I was either too hot or too cold no matter how I fussed with my covers. I closed my eyes, but even my dreams were bright and annoying, arguing voices as loud as if they were in the bed with me, and all the more frustrating because it sounded like one man arguing with himself and taking both sides. "Break him as you broke the other one," he'd mutter angrily. "You and your stupid tests. And then, can't be too careful, can't put your trust in just anyone. Blood will tell, test his mettle, that's all." "Metal? You want a brainless blade, go hammer it out yourself, beat it flat." And more quietly, "I've got no heart for this, I'll not be used again. If you wanted to test my temper, you've done it. Then, don't talk to me about blood and family, remember who I am to you. It isn't his loyalty she's worrying about, or mine." The angry voice broke up, merged, became another argument, this one shriller. I cracked open my eyelids. My chamber had become the scene of a brief battle. I woke to a spirited disagreement between Burrick and Mistress Hasty as to whose jurisdiction I fell under. She had a wicker basket from which protruded the necks of several bottles. The scents of mustard in a plaster and chamomile wafted over me so strongly that I wanted to retch. Burrick stood stoically between her and my bed. His arms were crossed on his chest, and Vixen sat at his feet. Mistress Hasty's words rattled in my head like pebbles. "In the keep. Those clean linens. Know about boys. That smelly dog." I don't recall that Burrick said a word. He just stood there so solidly that I could feel him with my eyes closed. Later he was gone. But Vixen was on the bed, not at my feet but beside me, panting heavily but refusing to abandon me for the cooler floor. I opened my eyes again later to early twilight. Burrick had tugged free my pillow, shook it a bit, and was awkwardly stuffing it back under my head, cool side up. He then sat down heavily on the bed. He cleared his throat.
Fitz, there's nothing the matter with you that I've ever seen before. At least whatever's the matter with you isn't in your guts or your blood. If you were a bit older, I'd suspect you had woman problems. You act like a soldier on a 3-day drunk, but without the wine. Boy, what's the matter with you?
He looked down on me with sincere worry. It was the same look he wore when he was afraid a mare was going to miscarry, or when hunters brought back dogs that boars had gored. It reached me, and without meaning to, I quested out toward him. As always, the wall was there, but Vixen whined lightly and put her muzzle against my cheek. I tried to express what was inside me without betraying shade. "I'm just so alone now," I heard myself say, and even to me it sounded like a feeble complaint.
Alone? Burrick's brows knit. Fitz, I'm right here. How can you say you're alone?
And there the conversation ended, with both of us looking at one another and neither understanding at all. Later he brought me food but didn't insist I eat it, and he left Vixen with me for the night. A part of me wondered how she would react if the door opened, but a larger part of me knew I didn't have to worry. That door would never open again. Morning came again, and Vixen nosed at me and whined to go out. Too broken to care if Burrick caught me, I quested toward her, hungry and thirsty, and her bladder was about to burst. And her discomfort was suddenly my own. I dragged on a tunic and took her down the stairs and outside, and then back to the kitchen to eat. Cook was more pleased to see me than I had imagined anyone could be. Vixen was given a generous bowl of last night's stew, while Cook insisted on giving me 6 rashers of thick-cut bacon on the warm crust of the day's first baking of bread. Vixen's keen nose and sharp appetite sparked my own senses, and I found myself eating, not with my normal appetite, but with a young creature's sensory appreciation for food. From there she led me to the stables, and though I pulled my mind back from her before we went inside, I felt somewhat rejuvenated from the contact. Burrick straightened up from some task as I came in, looked me over, glanced at Vixen, grunted wryly to himself, and then handed me a suckle bottle and wick.
There isn't much in a man's head, he told me, that can't be cured by working and taking care of something else. The rat dog whelped a few days ago, and there's one pup too weak to compete with the others. See if you can keep him alive today.
It was an ugly little pup, pink skin showing through his brindle fur. His eyes were shut tight still, and the extra skin he'd use up as he grew was piled on top of his muzzle. His skinny little tail looked just like a rat's, so that I wondered his mother didn't worry her own pups to death just for the resemblance's sake. He was weak and passive, but I bothered him with the warm milk and wicking until he sucked a little, and got enough all over him that his mother was inspired to lick and nuzzle him. I took one of his stronger sisters off her teat and plugged him into her place. Her little belly was round and full anyway. She had only been sucking for the sake of obstinacy. She was going to be white with a black spot over one eye. She caught my little finger and suckled at it, and already I could feel the immense strength those jaws would someday hold. Burrick had told me stories about rat dogs that would latch onto a bull's nose and hang there no matter what the bull did. He had no use for men that would teach a dog to do so, but could not contain his respect for the courage of a dog that would take on a bull. Our rat dogs were kept for ratting and taken on regular patrols of the corn cribs and grain barns. I spent the whole morning there, and left at noon with the gratification of seeing the pup's small belly round and tight with milk. The afternoon was spent mucking out stalls. Burrick kept me at it, adding another chore as soon as I completed one, with no time for me to do anything but work. He didn't talk with me or ask me questions, but he always seemed to be working only a dozen paces away. It was as if he had taken my complaint about being alone quite literally and was resolved to be where I could see him. I wound up my day back with my puppy, who was substantially stronger than he had been that morning. I cradled him against my chest, and he crept up under my chin, his blunt little muzzle questing there for milk. It tickled. I pulled him down and looked at him. He was going to have a pink nose. Men said the rat dogs with the pink noses were the most savage ones when they fought. But his little mind now was only a muzzy warmth of security and milk want and affection for my smell. I wrapped him in my protection of him, praised him for his new strength. He wiggled in my fingers. And Boric leaned over the side of the stall and rapped me on the head with his knuckles, bringing twin yelps from the pup and me.
"Enough of that," he warned sternly. "That's not a thing for a man to do, and it won't solve whatever is chewing on your soul. Give the pup back to his mother, now."
So I did, but reluctantly, and not at all sure that Boric was right that bonding with a puppy wouldn't solve anything. I longed for his warm little world of straw and siblings and milk and mother. At that moment I could imagine no better one. Then Boric and I went up to eat. He took me into the soldiers' mess, where manners were whatever you had and no one demanded talk. It was comforting to be casually ignored, to have food passed over my head with no one being solicitous of me. Boric saw that I ate, though, and then afterwards we sat outside beside the kitchen's back door and drank. I'd had ale and beer and wine before, but I had never drunk in the purposeful way that Boric now showed me. When Cook dared to come out and scold him for giving strong spirits to a mere boy, he gave her one of his quiet stares that reminded me of the first night I had met him, when he'd faced down a whole room of soldiers over chivalry's good name. And she left. He walked me up to my room, dragged my tunic off over my head as I stood unsteadily beside my bed, and then casually tumbled me into the bed and tossed a blanket over me.
"Now you'll sleep," he informed me in a thick voice, "and tomorrow we'll do the same again, and again, until one day you get up and find out that whatever it was didn't kill you after all."
He blew out my candle and left. My head reeled and my body ached from the day's work, but still I didn't sleep. What I found myself doing was crying. The drink had loosened whatever knot held my control, and I wept. Not quietly. I sobbed and hiccuped and then wailed with my jaw shaking. My throat closed up, my nose ran, and I cried so hard I felt I couldn't breathe. I think I cried every tear I had never shed since the day my grandfather forced my mother to abandon me. "Mare!" I heard myself call out, and suddenly there were arms around me, holding me tight. Shade held me and rocked me as if I were a much younger child. Even in the darkness I knew those bony arms and the herb and dust smell of him. Disbelieving, I clung to him and cried until I was hoarse, and my mouth so dry no sound would come at all.
"You were right," he said into my hair, quietly, calmingly. "You were right. I was asking you to do something wrong, and you were right to refuse it. You won't be tested that way again, not by me."
And when I was finally still, he left me for a time, and then brought back to me a drink, lukewarm and almost tasteless, but not water. He held the mug to my mouth, and I drank it down without questions. Then I lay back so suddenly sleepy that I don't even remember Shade leaving my room. I awoke near dawn and reported to Boric after a hearty breakfast. I was quick at my chores and attentive to my charges, and could not at all understand why he had awakened so headachy and grumpy. He muttered something once about his father's head for spirits, and then dismissed me early, telling me to take my whistling elsewhere. 3 days later, King Shrewd summoned me in the dawn. He was already dressed, and there was a tray and food for more than one person set out on it. As soon as I arrived, he sent away his man and told me to sit. I took a chair at the small table in his room, and without asking me if I were hungry, he served me food with his own hand, and then sat down across from me to eat. The gesture was not lost on me, but even so I could not bring myself to eat much. He spoke only of the food, and said nothing of bargains or loyalty or keeping one's word. When he saw I had finished eating, he pushed his own plate away. He shifted uncomfortably. "It was my idea," he said suddenly, almost harshly. "Not his. He never approved of it. I insisted. When you're older, you'll understand. I can take no chances, not on anyone. But I promised him that you'd know this right from me. It was all my own idea, never his. And I will never ask him to try your mettle in such a way again. On that, you have a king's word." He made a motion that dismissed me, and I rose, but as I did so I took from his tray a little silver knife, all engraved, that he had been using to cut fruit with. I looked him in the eyes as I did so, and quite openly slipped it up my sleeve. King Shrewd's eyes widened, but he said not a word. 2 nights later, when Shade summoned me, our lessons resumed as if there had never been a pause. He talked, I listened, I played his stone game and never made an error. He gave me an assignment, and we made small jokes together. He showed me how Slink the Weasel would dance for a sausage. All was well between us again. But before I left his chambers that night, I walked to his hearth. Without a word, I placed the knife on the centre of his mantel shelf. Actually, I drove it, blade first, into the wood of the shelf. Then I left without speaking of it or meeting his eyes. In fact, we never spoke of it. I believe that the knife is still there. Chapter 6. Chivalry's Shadow. There are 2 traditions about the custom of giving royal offspring names suggestive of virtues or abilities. The one that is most commonly held is that somehow these names are binding, that when such a name is attached to a child who will be trained in the skill, somehow the skill melds the name to the child, and the child cannot help but grow up to practice the virtue ascribed to him or her by name. This first tradition is most doggedly believed by those same ones most prone to doff their caps in the presence of minor nobility. A more ancient tradition attributes such names to accident, at least initially. It is said that King Taker and King Ruler, the first 2 of the out-islanders to rule what would become the 6 duchies, had no such names at all. Rather, that their names in their own foreign tongue were very similar to the sounds of such words in the duchy's tongue, and thus came to be known by their homonyms rather than by their true names. But for the purposes of royalty, it is better to have the common folk believe that a boy given a noble name must grow to have a noble nature. "Boy?" I lifted my head. Of the 6 or so other lads lounging about before the fire, no one else even flinched. The girls took even less notice as I moved up to take my place at the opposite side of the low table where Master Fedran knelt. He had mastered some trick of inflection that let all know when boy meant boy and when it meant the bastard. I tucked my knees under the low table and sat on my feet, then presented Fedran with my sheet of pith paper. As he ran his eyes down my careful columns of letters, I let my attention wander. Winter had harvested us and stored us here in the great hall. Outside, a sea storm lashed the walls of the keep, while breakers pounded the cliffs with a force that occasionally sent a tremor through the stone floor beneath us. The heavy overcast had stolen even the few hours of watery daylight that winter had left us. It seemed to me that a darkness lay over us like a fog, both outside and within. The dimness penetrated my eyes, so that I felt sleepy without feeling tired. For a brief moment, I let my senses expand, and felt the winter sluggishness of the hounds where they dozed and twitched in the corners. Not even there could I find a thought or image to interest me. Fires burned in all 3 of the big hearths, and different groups had gathered before each. At one, fletchers busied themselves with their work, lest tomorrow be a clear enough day to allow for a hunt. I longed to be there, for Scherf's mellow voice was rising and falling in the telling of some tale, broken frequently with appreciative laughter from her listeners. At the end hearth, children's voices piped along in the chorus of a song. I recognized it as the shepherd's song, a counting tune. A few watchful mothers tapped toes as they tatted at their lace-making, while Jerdan's withered old fingers on the harp strings kept the young voices almost in tune. Here at our hearth, children old enough to sit still and learn letters did. Fedran saw to that. His sharp blue eyes missed nothing. "Here," he said to me, pointing. "You've forgotten to cross their tails. Remember how I showed you? Justice, open your eyes and get back to your penwork. Doze off again, and I'll let you bring us another log for the fire. Charity, you can help him if you smirk again. Other than that," and his attention was suddenly back on my work again, "your lettering is much improved, not only on these Dutchian characters, but on the Out-Islander runes as well. Though those can't really be properly brushed onto such poor paper. The surface is too porous and takes the ink too well. Good pounded bark sheets are what you want for runes." And he ran a finger appreciatively over the sheet he was working on. "Continue to show this type of work, and before winter's out, I'll let you make me a copy of Queen Bidewell's Remedies. What do you say to that?" I tried to smile and be properly flattered. Copywork was not usually given to students. Good paper was too rare, and one careless brushstroke could ruin a sheet. I knew the Remedies was a fairly simple set of herbal properties and prophecies, but any copying was an honour to aspire to. Fedran gave me a fresh sheet of pith paper. As I rose to return to my place, he lifted a hand to stop me. "Boy?" I paused. Fedran looked uncomfortable. "I don't know who to ask this of, except you. Properly, I'd ask your parents, but—" Mercifully, he let the sentence die. He scratched his beard meditatively with his ink-stained fingers. "Winter's soon over, and I'll be on my way again. Do you know what I do in summer, boy? I wander all the 6 duchies getting herbs and berries and roots for my inks, and making provisions for the papers I need. It's a good life, walking free on the roads in summers and guesting at the keep here all winter. There's much to be said for scribing for a living." He looked at me meditatively. I looked back, wondering what he was getting at. "I take an apprentice every few years. Some of them work out and go on to do scribing for the lesser keeps. Some don't. Some don't have the patience for the detail or the memory for the inks. I think you would. What would you think about becoming a scribe?" The question caught me completely off guard, and I stared at him mutely. It wasn't just the idea of becoming a scribe, it was the whole notion that Fedran would want me to be his apprentice, to follow him about and learn the secrets of his trade. Several years had passed since I had begun my bargain with the old king. Other than the nights I spent in Shade's company or my stolen afternoons with Molly and Kerry, I had never thought of anyone finding me companionable, let alone good material for an apprentice. Fedran's proposal left me speechless. He must have sensed my confusion, for he smiled his genial young-old smile. "Well, think on it, boy. Scribing's a good trade, and what other prospects do you have? Between the two of us, I think that some time away from Buckkeep might do you good." "Away from Buckkeep?" I repeated in wonder. It was like someone opening a curtain. I had never considered the idea. Suddenly the roads leading away from Buckkeep gleamed in my mind, and the weary maps I had been forced to study became places I could go. It transfixed me. "Yes," Fedran said softly, "leave Buckkeep. As you grow older, Chivalry's shadow will grow thinner. It will not always shelter you. Better you were your own man, with your own life and calling to content you before his protection is entirely gone. But you don't have to answer me now. Think about it. Discuss it with Burrick, perhaps." And he handed me my pith paper and sent me back to my place. I thought about his words, but it was not Burrick I took them to. In the feeble hours of a new day, Shade and I were crouched head to head, I picking up the red shards of a broken crock that Slink had overset, while Shade salvaged the fine black seeds that had scattered in all directions. Slink clung to the top of a sagging tapestry and chirred apologetically, but I sensed his amusement.
"Come all the way from Calabar, these seeds, you skinny little pelt," Shade scolded him.
"Calabar," I said, and dredged out, "A day's travel past our border with Sand's Edge."
"That's right, my boy,"
Shade muttered approvingly. "Have you ever been there?"
"Me? Oh, no. I meant that they came from that far. I had to send to Fircrest for them. They've a large market there, one that draws trade from all 6 duchies, and many of our neighbours as well."
"Oh, Fircrest. Have you ever been there?" Shade considered.
"A time or two, when I was a younger man. I remember the noise mostly and the heat. Inland places are like that, too dry, too hot. I was glad to return to Buckkeep."
"Was there any other place you ever went that you liked better than Buckkeep?" Shade straightened slowly, his pale hand cupped full of fine black seed.
"Why don't you just ask me your question, instead of beating around the bush?"
So I told him of Fedrin's offer, and also of my sudden realization that maps were more than lines and colours. They were places and possibilities, and I could leave here and be someone else, be a scribe or...
"No."
Shade spoke softly but abruptly.
"No matter where you went, you would still be Chivalry's bastard. Fedrin is more perspicacious than I believed him to be, but he still doesn't understand. Not the whole picture. He sees that here at court you must always be a bastard, must always be something of a pariah. What he doesn't realize is that here, partaking of King Shrewd's bounty, learning your lessons under his eye, you are not a threat to him. Certainly you are under Chivalry's shadow here, certainly it does protect you. But were you away from here, far from being unneedful of such protection, you would become a danger to King Shrewd and a greater danger to his heirs after him. You would have no simple life of freedom as a wandering scribe. Rather, you would be found in your inn bed with your throat cut some morning, or with an arrow through you on the high road."
A coldness shivered through me. "But why?" I asked softly.
Shade sighed. He dumped the seeds into a dish, dusted his hands lightly to shake loose those that clung to his fingers. "Because you're a royal bastard, and hostage to your own bloodlines. For now, as I say, you're no threat to Shrewd. You're too young. And besides, he has you right where he can watch you. But he's looking down the road, and you should be too. These are restless times. The Out-Islanders are getting braver about their raids. The coast folk are beginning to grumble, saying we need more patrol ships, and some say warships of our own to raid as we are raided. But the inland duchies want no part of paying for ships of any kind, especially not warships that might precipitate us into a full-scale war. They complain the coast is all the king thinks of, with no care for their farming. And the mountain folk are becoming more chary about the use of their passes. The trade fees grow steeper every month, so the merchants mumble and complain to each other. To the south, in Sand's Edge and beyond, there is drought and times are hard. Everyone there curses, as if the king and Verity were to blame for that as well. Verity is a fine fellow to have a mug with, but he is neither the soldier nor the diplomat that Chivalry was. He would rather hunt winter buck or listen to a minstrel by the fireside than travel winter roads in raw weather just to stay in touch with the other duchies. Sooner or later, if things do not improve, people will look about and say, well, a bastard's not so large a thing to make a fuss over. Chivalry should have come to power. He'd soon put a stop to all this. He might have been a bit stiff about protocol, but at least he got things done and didn't let foreigners trample all over us.
So chivalry might yet become king? The question sent a queer thrill through me. Instantly, I was imagining his triumphant return to Buckkeep, our eventual meeting, and... what then? Shade seemed to be reading my face.
No, boy. Not likely at all. Even if the folk all wanted him to, I doubt he'd go against what he set upon himself, or against the king's wishes. But it would cause mumblings and grumblings, and those could lead to riots and skirmishes, and a generally bad climate for a bastard to be running around free in. You'd have to be settled one way or another, either as a corpse or as the king's tool.
The king's tool. I see. An oppression settled over me. My brief glimpse of blue skies arching over yellow roads and me travelling down them astride Sooty suddenly vanished. I thought of the hounds in their kennels instead, or of the hawk hooded and strapped that rode on the king's wrist and was loosed only to do the king's will.
It doesn't have to be that bad, Shade said quietly. Most prisons are of our own making. A man makes his own freedom, too.
I'm never going to get to go anywhere, am I? Despite the newness of the idea, travelling suddenly seemed immensely important to me.
I wouldn't say that. Shade was rummaging about for something to use as a stopper on the dish full of seeds. He finally contented himself with putting a saucer on top of it. You'll go to many places, quietly, and when the family interests require you to go there. But that's not all that different for any prince of the blood. Do you think Chivalry got to choose where he would go to work his diplomacy? Do you think Verity likes being sent off to view towns raided by out-islanders, to hear the complaints of folk who insist that if only they'd been better fortified or better manned, none of this would have happened? A true prince has very little freedom when it comes to where he will go or how he will spend his time. Chivalry has probably more of both now than he ever had before.
Except that he can't come back to Buckkeep? The flash of insight made me freeze, my hands full of shards.
Except he can't come back to Buckkeep. It doesn't do to stir folks up with visits from a former king-in-waiting. Better he faded quietly away.
I tossed the shards into the hearth. At least he gets to go somewhere, I muttered. I can't even go to town.
And it's that important to you? To go down to a grubby, greasy little port like Buckkeep Town?
There are other people there. I hesitated. Not even Shade knew of my town friends. I plunged ahead. They call me New Boy, and they don't think the bastard every time they look at me. I had never put it into words before, but suddenly the attraction of town was quite clear to me.
Ah, said Shade,
and his shoulders moved as if he sighed, but he was silent. And a moment later, he was telling me how one could sicken a man just by feeding him rhubarb and spinach at the same sitting, sicken him even to death if the portions were sufficient, and never set a bit of poison on the table at all. I asked him how to keep others at the same table from also being sickened, and our discussion wandered from there. Only later did it seem to me that his words regarding chivalry had been almost prophetic. 2 days later, I was surprised to be told that Fedran had requested my services for a day or so. I was surprised even more when he gave me a list of supplies he required from town, and enough silver to buy them, with 2 extra coppers for myself. I held my breath, expecting that Burrick or one of my other masters would forbid it, but instead I was told to hurry on my way. I went out of the gates with a basket on my arm and my brain giddy with sudden freedom. I counted up the months since I had last been able to slip away from Buckkeep, and was shocked to find it had been a year or better. Immediately I planned to renew my old familiarity with the town. No one had told me when I had to return, and I was confident I could snatch an hour or 2 to myself and no one the wiser. The disparity of the items on Fedran's list took me all over the town. I had no idea what use a scribe had for dried sea maid's hair, or for a peck of forester's nuts. Perhaps he used them to make his coloured inks, I decided, and when I could not find them in the usual shops, I took myself down to the harbour bazaar, where anyone with a blanket and something to sell could declare himself a merchant. The seaweed I found swiftly enough there, and learned it was a common ingredient in chowder. The nuts took longer, for those were something that would have come from inland rather than from the sea, and there were fewer traders who dealt in such things. But find them I did, alongside baskets of porcupine quills, and carved wooden beads and nut cones and pounded bark fabric. The woman who presided over the blanket was old, and her hair had gone silver rather than white or grey. She had a strong, straight nose, and her eyes were on bony shells over her cheeks. It was a racial heritage both strange and oddly familiar to me, and a shiver walked down my back when I suddenly knew she was from the mountains. "Kepet," said the woman at the next mat as I completed my purchase. I glanced at her, thinking she was addressing the woman I had just paid, but she was staring at me. "Kepet," she said quite insistently, and I wondered what it meant in her language. It seemed a request for something, but the older woman only stared coldly out into the street, so I shrugged at her younger neighbour apologetically and turned away as I stowed the nuts in my basket. I hadn't gone more than a dozen steps when I heard her shriek, "Kepet!" yet again. I looked back to see the two women engaged in a struggle. The older one gripped the younger one's wrists, and the younger one thrashed and kicked to be free of her. Around her, other merchants were getting to their feet in alarm and snatching their own merchandise out of harm's way. I might have turned back to watch had not another, more familiar face met my eyes. "Nosebleed!" I exclaimed. She turned to face me full on, and for an instant I thought I had been mistaken. A year had passed since I'd last seen her. How could a person change so much? The dark hair that used to be in sensible braids behind her ears now fell free past her shoulders, and she was dressed not in a jerkin and loose trousers, but in blouse and skirt. The adult garments put me at a loss for words. I might have turned aside and pretended I addressed someone else, had her dark eyes not challenged me as she asked me coolly, "Nosebleed?" I stood my ground. "Aren't you Molly Nosebleed?" She lifted a hand to brush some hair back from her cheek. "I'm Molly Chandler." I saw recognition in her eyes, but her voice was chill as she added, "I'm not sure that I know you. Your name, sir?" Confused, I reacted without thinking. I quested toward her, found her nervousness, and was surprised by her fears. Thought and voice I sought to soothe it. "I'm Newboy," I said without hesitation. Her eyes widened with surprise, and then she laughed at what she construed as a joke. The barrier she had erected between us burst like a soap bubble, and suddenly I knew her as I had before. There was the same warm kinship between us that reminded me of nothing so much as Nosy. All awkwardness disappeared. A crowd was forming about the struggling women, but we left it behind us as we strolled up the cobbled street. I admired her skirts, and she calmly informed that she had been wearing skirts for several months now, and that she quite preferred them to trousers. This one had been her mother's. She was told that one simply couldn't get wool woven this fine anymore, or a red as bright as it was dyed. She admired my clothes, and I suddenly realized that perhaps I appeared to her as different as she to me. I had my best shirt on, my trousers had been washed only a few days ago, and I wore boots as fine as any man-at-arms, despite Berwick's objections about how rapidly I outgrew them. She asked my business, and I told her I was on errands for the writing master at the keep. I told her, too, that he was in need of 2 beeswax tapers, a total fabrication on my part, but one that allowed me to remain by her side as we strolled up the winding street. Our elbows bumped companionably, and she talked. She was carrying a basket of her own on her arm. It had several packets and bundles of herbs in it for scenting candles, she told me. Beeswax took the scent much better than tallow, in her opinion. She made the best scented candles in Buckkeep. Even the 2 other chandlers in town admitted it. Smell this. This was lavender. Wasn't it lovely? Her mother's favourite, and hers too. This was crush sweet, and this bee balm. This was thresher's root. Not her favourite, no, but some said it made a good candle to cure headaches and winter glooms. Mavis Threadsnip had told her that Molly's mother had mixed it with other herbs and made a wonderful candle, one that would calm even a colicky baby. So Molly had decided to try by experimenting to see if she could find the right herbs to recreate her mother's recipe. Her calm flaunting of her knowledge and skills left me burning to distinguish myself in her eyes. "I know the thresher's root," I told her. "Some use it to make an ointment for sore shoulders and backs. That's where the name comes from. But if you distill a tincture from it and mix it well in wine it's never tasted, and it will make a grown man sleep a day and a night and a day again, or make a child die in his sleep." Her eyes widened as I spoke, and at my last words a look of horror came over her face. I fell silent and felt the sharp awkwardness again. "How do you know such things?" she demanded breathlessly. I heard an old travelling midwife talking to our midwife up at the keep," I improvised. "It was a sad story she told, of an injured man given some to help him rest, but his baby got into it as well. A very, very sad story." Her face was softening, and I felt her warming toward me again. "I only tell it to be sure you are careful of the root. Don't leave it about where any child can get at it." "Thank you, I shan't. Are you interested in herbs and roots? I didn't know a scriber cared about such things." I suddenly realized that she thought I was the scriber's help boy. I didn't see any reason to tell her otherwise. "Oh, Fedrin uses many things for his dyes and inks. Some copies he makes quite plain, but others are fancy, all done with birds and cats and turtles and fish. He showed me a herbal with the greens and flowers of each herb done as the border for the page." "That I should dearly love to see," she said in a heartfelt way, and I instantly began thinking of ways to purloin it for a few days. "I might be able to get you a copy to read, not to keep, but to study for a few days," I offered hesitantly. She laughed, but there was a slight edge in it. "As if I could read." "Oh, but I imagine you've picked up some letters, running about for the scribe's errands." "A few," I told her, and was surprised at the envy in her eyes when I showed her my list and confessed I could read all 7 words on it. A sudden shyness came over her. She walked more slowly, and I realized we were getting close to the chandlery. I wondered if her father still beat her, but dared not ask about it. Her face, at least, showed no sign of it. We reached the chandlery door and paused there. She made some sudden decision, for she put her hand on my sleeve, took a breath, and then asked, "Do you think you could read something for me? Or even any part of it?" "I'll try," I offered. Now that I wear skirts, my father has given me my mother's things. She had been dress help to a lady up at the keep when she was a girl, and had letters taught her. I have some tablets she wrote. I'd like to know what they say." "I'll try," I repeated. "My father's in the shop." She said no more than that, but something in the way her consciousness rang against mine was sufficient. "I'm to get Scribe Fedrin 2 beeswax tapers," I reminded her. "I dare not go back to the keep without them." "Be not too familiar with me," she cautioned me, and then opened the door. I followed her, but slowly, as if coincidence brought us to the door together. I need not have been so circumspect. Her father slept quite soundly in a chair beside the hearth. I was shocked at the change in him. His skinniness had become skeletal, the flesh on his face reminding me of an undercooked pastry over a lumpy fruit pie. Shade had taught me well. I looked to the man's fingernails and lips, and even from across the room I knew he could not live much longer. Perhaps he no longer beat Molly because he no longer had the strength. Molly motioned me to be quiet. She vanished behind the hangings that divided their home from their shop, leaving me to explore the store. It was a pleasant place, not large, but the ceiling was higher than in most of the shops and dwellings in Buckkeep Town. I suspected it was Molly's diligence that kept it swept and tidy. The pleasant smells and soft light of her industry filled the room. Her wares hung in pairs by their joined wicks from long dowels on a rack. Fat, sensible candles for ship's use filled another shelf. She even had 3 glazed pottery lamps on display for those able to afford such things. In addition to candles, I found she had pots of honey, a natural byproduct of the beehive she tended behind the shop that furnished the wax for her finest products. Then Molly reappeared and motioned to me to come and join her. She brought a branch of tapers and a set of tablets to a table and set them out on it. Then she stood back and pressed her lips together as if wondering if what she did were wise. The tablets were done in the old style. Simple slabs of wood had been cut with the grain of the tree and sanded smooth. The letters had been brushed in carefully and then sealed to the wood with a yellowing rosin layer. There were 5, excellently lettered. 4 were carefully precise accounts of herbal recipes for healing candles. As I read each one softly aloud to Molly, I could see her struggling to commit them to memory. At the 5th tablet, I hesitated. "This isn't a recipe," I told her. "Well, what is it?" she demanded in a whisper. I shrugged and began to read it to her. "On this day was born my Molly Nosegay, sweet as any bunch of posies. For her birth labours I burned 2 tapers of bayberry and 2 cup candles scented with 2 handfuls of the small violets that grow near Dowell's mill, and 1 handful of redroot chopped very fine. May she do likewise when her time comes to bear a child, and her labour will be as easy as mine, and the fruit of it as perfect, so I believe." That was all, and when I had read it, the silence grew and blossomed. Molly took that last tablet from my hands and held it in her 2 hands and stared at it, as if reading things in the letters that I had not seen. I shifted my feet, and the scuffing recalled to her that I was there. Silently, she gathered up all her tablets and disappeared with them once more. When she came back, she walked swiftly to the shelf and took down 2 tall beeswax tapers, and then to another shelf whence she took 2 fat pink candles. "I only need—" "Shh! There's no charge for any of these. The sweetberry blossom ones will give you calm dreams. I very much enjoy them, and I think you will too." Her voice was friendly, but as she put them into my basket, I knew she was waiting for me to leave. Still, she walked to the door with me and opened it softly lest it wake her father. "Goodbye, new boy," she said, and then gave me one real smile. "Nosegay. I never knew she called me that. Nosebleed, they called me on the streets. I suppose the older ones who knew what name she had given me thought it was funny. And after a while they probably forgot it had ever been anything else. Well, I don't care. I have it now. A name from my mother." "It suits you," I said in a sudden burst of gallantry, and then as she stared and the heat rose in my cheeks, I hurried away from the door. I was surprised to find that it was late afternoon, nearly evening. I raced through the rest of my errands, begging the last item on my list, a weasel's skin, through the shutters of the merchant's window. Grudgingly he opened his door to me, complaining that he liked to eat his supper hot, but I thanked him so profusely he must have believed me a little daft. I was hurrying up the steepest part of the road back to the keep, when I heard the unexpected sound of horses behind me. They were coming up from the dock section of town, ridden hard. It was ridiculous. No one kept horses in town, for the roads were too steep and rocky to make them of much use. Also, the town was crowded into such a small area as to make riding a horse a vanity rather than a convenience. So these must be horses from the keep stables. I stepped to one side of the road and waited, curious to see who would risk Berwick's wrath by riding horses at such speed on slick and uneven cobbles in poor light. To my shock, it was Regal and Verity on the matched blacks that were Berwick's pride. Verity carried a plumed baton, such as messengers to the keep carried when the news they bore was of the utmost importance. At the sight of me standing quietly beside the road, they both pulled in their horses so violently that Regal spun aside and nearly went down on his knees. "Berwick will have fits if you break that colt's knees!" I cried out in dismay and ran toward him. Regal gave an inarticulate cry, and a half-instant later, Verity laughed at him shakily.
You thought he was a ghost, same as I. Whoa, lad! You gave us a turn, standing so quiet as that, and looking so much like him. Eh, Regal?
Verity, you're a fool. Hold your tongue. Regal gave his mount's mouth a vindictive jerk, and then tugged his jerkin smooth again. What are you doing out on this road so late, bastard? Just what do you think you're up to, sneaking away from the keep and into town at this hour? I was used to Regal's disdain for me. This sharp rebuke was something new, however. Usually he did little more than avoid me, or hold himself away from me as if I were fresh manure. The surprise made me answer quickly, I'm on my way back, not to, sir. I've been running errands for Fedrin. And I held up my basket as proof.
Of course you have, he sneered. Such a likely tale. It's a bit too much of a coincidence, bastard.
Again, he flung the word at me. I must have looked both hurt and confused, for Verity snorted in his bluff way and said,
Don't mind him, boy. You gave us both a bit of a turn. A river ship just came into town, flying the pennant for a special message. And when Regal and I rode down to get it, lo and behold, it's from Patience to tell us Chivalry's dead. Then, as we come up the road, what do we see but the very image of him as a boy, standing silent before us, and of course we were in that frame of mind, and—
You are such an idiot, Verity, Regal spat. Trumpet it out for the whole town to hear before the king's even been told. And don't put ideas in the bastard's head that he looks like Chivalry. From what I hear, he has ideas enough, and we can thank our dear father for that. Come on, we've got a message to deliver. Regal jerked his mount's head up again, and then set spurs to him. I watched him go, and for an instant I swear all I thought was that I should go to the stable when I got back to the keep to check on the poor beast and see how badly his mouth was bruised. But for some reason I looked up at Verity and said, My father's dead. He sat still on his horse. Bigger and bulkier than Regal, he still always sat a horse better. I think it was the soldier in him. He looked at me in silence for a moment. Then he said, Yes, my brother's dead. He granted me that, my uncle, that instant of kinship, and I think that ever after it changed how I saw him. Behind me, boy, and I'll take you back to the keep, he offered. No, thank you. Burrick would take my hide off for riding a horse double on this road. That he would, boy, Verity agreed kindly. Then, I'm sorry you found out this way. I wasn't thinking. It does not seem it can be real. I caught a glimpse of his true grief, and then he leaned forward and spoke to his horse, and it sprang forward. In moments, I was alone on the road again. A fine misting rain began, and the last natural light died, and still I stood there. I looked up at the keep, black against the stars, with here and there a bit of light spilling out. For a moment I thought of setting my basket down and running away, running off into the darkness and never coming back. Would anyone ever come looking for me, I wondered? But instead, I shifted my basket to my other arm and began my slow trudge back up the hill. Chapter 7. An Assignment. There were rumours of poison when Queen Desire died. I choose to put in writing here what I absolutely know as truth. Queen Desire did die of poisoning, but it had been self-administered over a long period of time and was none of her king's doing. Often he had tried to dissuade her from using intoxicants as freely as she did. Physicians had been consulted, as well as herbalists, but no sooner had he persuaded her to desist from one than she discovered another to try. Towards the end of the last summer of her life, she became even more reckless, using several kinds simultaneously and no longer making any attempts to conceal her habits. Her behaviours were a great trial for Shrewd, for when she was drunk with wine or incensed with smoke, she would make wild accusations and inflammatory statements with no heed at all as to who was present or what the occasion was. One would have thought that her excesses toward the end of her life would have disillusioned her followers. To the contrary, they declared either that Shrewd had driven her to self-destruction or poisoned her himself. But I can say with complete knowledge that her death was not of the king's doing. Burick cut my hair for mourning. He left it only a finger's width long. He shaved his own head, even his beard and eyebrows, for his grief. The pale parts of his head contrasted sharply with his ruddy cheeks and nose. It made him look very strange, stranger even than the forest men who came to town with their hair stuck down with pitch and their teeth dyed red and black. Children stared at those wild men and whispered to one another behind their hands as they passed, but they cringed silently from Burick. I think it was his eyes. I've seen holes in a skull that had more life in them than Burick's eyes had during those days. Regal sent a man to rebuke Burick for shaving his head and cutting my hair. That was mourning for a crowned king, not for a man who had abdicated the throne. Burick stared at the man until he left. Verity cut a hand's width from his hair and beard, as that was mourning for a brother. Some of the keep guards cut varying lengths from their braided queues of hair, as a fighting man does for a fallen comrade. But what Burick had done to himself and to me was extreme. People stared. I wanted to ask him why I should mourn for a father I had never even seen. For a father who had never come to see me, but a look at his frozen eyes and mouth, and I hadn't dared. No one mentioned to Regal the mourning lock he cut from each horse's mane, or the stinking fire that consumed all the sacrificial hair. I had a sketchy idea that meant Burick was sending parts of our spirits along with Chivalry's. It was some custom he had from his grandmother's people. It was as if Burick had died. A cold force animated his body, performing all his tasks flawlessly, but without warmth or satisfaction. Underlings who had formerly vied for the briefest nod of praise from him now turned aside from his glance, as if shamed for him. Only Vixen did not forsake him. The old bitch slunk after him wherever he went, unrewarded by any look or touch, but always there. I hugged her once in sympathy, and even dared to quest toward her, but I encountered only a numbness frightening to touch minds with. She grieved with her master. The winter storms cut and snarled around the cliffs. The days possessed a lifeless cold that denied any possibility of spring. Chivalry was buried at Withywood's. There was a grieving fast at the keep, but it was brief and subdued. It was more an observation of correct form than a true grieving. Those who truly mourned him seemed to be judged guilty of poor taste. His public life should have ended with his abdication. How tactless of him to draw further attention to himself by actually dying. A full week after my father died, I awoke to the familiar draught from the secret staircase and the yellow light that beckoned me. I rose and hastened up the stairs to my refuge. It would be good to get away from all the strangeness, to mingle herbs and make strange smokes with shade again. I needed no more of the odd suspension of self that I'd felt since I'd heard of Chivalry's death. But the work-table end of his chamber was dark, its hearth was cold. Instead, Shade was seated before his own fire. He beckoned to me to sit beside his chair. I sat and looked up at him, but he was staring at the fire. He lifted his scarred hand and let it come to rest on my quillish hair. For a while, we just sat like that, watching the fire together.
"Well, here we are, my boy," he said at last, and then nothing more, as if he had said all he needed to. He ruffled my short hair.
"Burick cut my hair," I told him suddenly.
"So I see."
"I hate it. It prickles against my pillow and I can't sleep. My hood won't stay up, and I look stupid."
"You look like a boy mourning his father."
I was silent a moment. I had thought of my hair as being a longer version of Burick's extreme cut. But Shade was right. It was the length for a boy mourning his father, not a subject mourning a king. That only made me angrier. But why should I mourn him? I asked Shade as I hadn't dared to ask Burrick. I didn't even know him. He was your father. He got me on some woman. When he found out about me, he left. A father. He never cared about me. I felt defiant, finally saying it out loud. It made me furious. Burrick's deep, wild mourning, and now Shade's quiet sorrow. You don't know that. You only hear what the gossips say. You aren't old enough to understand some things. You've never seen a wild bird lure predators away from its young by pretending to be injured. I don't believe that, I said, but I suddenly felt less confident saying it. He never did anything to make me think he cared about me. Shade turned to look at me, and his eyes were older, sunken and red. If you had known he'd cared, so would others. When you are a man, maybe you'll understand just how much that cost him. To not know you in order to keep you safe, to make his enemies ignore you. Well, I'll not know him to the end of my days now, I said sulkily. Shade sighed. And the end of your days will come a great deal later than they would have had he acknowledged you as an heir. He paused, then asked cautiously, What do you want to know about him, my boy? Everything. But how would you know? The more tolerant Shade was, the more surly I felt. I've known him all his life. I've worked with him. Many times. Hand in glove, as the saying goes. Were you the hand or the glove? No matter how rude I was, Shade refused to get angry. The hand, he said, after a brief consideration. The hand that moves unseen, cloaked by the velvet glove of diplomacy. What do you mean? Despite myself, I was intrigued. Things can be done. Shade cleared his throat. Things can happen that make diplomacy easier, or that make a party more willing to negotiate. Things can happen. My world turned over. Reality burst on me as suddenly as a vision, the fullness of what Shade was and what I was to be. You mean one man can die, and his successor can be easier to negotiate with because of it? More amenable to our cause, because of fear or because of gratitude, yes. A cold horror shook me as all the pieces suddenly fell into place, all the lessons and careful instructions, and this is what they led to. I started to rise, but Shade's hand suddenly gripped my shoulder. Or a man can live, 2 years or 5 or a decade longer than any thought he could, and bring the wisdom and tolerance of age to the negotiations. Or a babe can be cured of a strangling cough, and the mother suddenly see with gratitude that what we offer can be beneficial to all involved. The hand doesn't always deal death, my boy. Not always. Often enough. I never lied to you about that. I heard 2 things in Shade's voice that I had never heard before, defensiveness and hurt. But youth is merciless. I don't think I want to learn any more from you. I think I'm going to go to Shrewd and tell him to find someone else to kill people for him. That is your decision to make, but I advise you against it for now. His calmness caught me off guard. Why? Because it would negate all chivalry tried to do for you. It would draw attention to you. And right now, that is not a good idea. His words came ponderously slow, freighted with truth. Why? I found I was whispering. Because some will be wanting to write finis to chivalry's story completely, and that would be best done by eliminating you. Those ones will be watching how you react to your father's death. Does it give you ideas and make you restless? Will you become a problem now, the way he was? What? "My boy," he said, and pulled me close against his side. For the first time I heard the possession in his words. "It is a time for you to be quiet and careful. I understand why Beric cut your hair, but in truth I wish he had not. I wish no one had been reminded that Chivalry was your father. You are such a hatchling yet, but listen to me. For now, change nothing that you do. Wait 6 months or a year, then decide. But for now, how did my father die?" Shade's eyes searched my face. "Did you not hear that he fell from a horse?" "Yes. And I heard Beric curse the man who told it, saying that Chivalry would not fall, nor would that horse throw him." "Beric needs to guard his tongue." "Then how did my father die?" "I don't know. But like Beric, I do not believe he fell from a horse." Shade fell silent. I sat down to sit by his bony, bare feet and stare into his fire. "Are they going to kill me, too?" He was silent a long while. "I don't know. Not if I can help it. I think they must first convince King Shrewd it is necessary. And if they do that, I shall know of it." "Then you think it comes from within the keep?" "I do." Shade waited long, but I was silent, refusing to ask. He answered anyway. "I knew nothing of it before it happened. I had no hand in it in any way. They didn't even approach me about it, probably because they know I would have done more than just refused. I would have seen to it that it never happened." "Oh." I relaxed a little, but already he had trained me too well in the ways of court thinking. "Then they probably won't come to you if they decide they want me done. They'd be afraid of your warning me as well." He took my chin in his hand and turned my face so that I looked into his eyes. "Your father's death should be all the warning you need, now or ever. You're a bastard, Fitz. We're always a risk, and a vulnerability. We're always expendable. Except when we are an absolute necessity to their own security. I've taught you quite a bit these last few years, but hold this lesson closest and keep it always before you. If ever you make it so they don't need you, they will kill you." I looked at him wide-eyed. "They don't need me now." "Don't they? I grow old. You are young and tractable, with the face and bearing of the royal family. As long as you don't show any inappropriate ambitions, you'll be fine." He paused, then carefully emphasized, "We are the king's boy. His exclusively, in a way perhaps you have not thought about. No one knows what I do, and most have forgotten who I am, or was. If any know of us, it is from the king." I sat, putting it cautiously together. "Then, you said it came from within the keep. But if you were not used, then it was not from the king." "The queen," I said it with sudden certainty. Shade's eyes guarded his thoughts. "That's a dangerous assumption to make. Even more dangerous if you think you must act on it in some way." "Why?" Shade sighed. "When you spring to an idea and decide it is truth without evidence, you blind yourself to other possibilities. Consider them all, boy. Perhaps it was an accident. Perhaps Chivalry was killed by someone he had offended at Withywood's. Perhaps it had nothing to do with him being a prince, or perhaps the king has another assassin, one I know nothing about, and it was the king's own hand against his son." "You don't believe any of those," I said with certainty. "No, I don't. Because I have no evidence to declare them truth. Just as I have no evidence to say your father's death was the Queen's hand striking." That is all I remember of our conversation then. But I am sure that Shade had deliberately led me to consider who might have acted against my father, to instill in me a greater wariness of the Queen. I held the thought close to me, and not just in the days that immediately followed. I kept myself to my chores and slowly my hair grew, and by the beginning of real summer all seemed to have returned to normal. Once every few weeks, I would find myself sent off to town on errands. I soon came to see that no matter who sent me, one or two items on the list wound up in Shade's quarters, so I guessed who was behind my little bouts of freedom. I did not manage to spend time with Molly every time I went to town, but it was enough for me that I would stand outside the window of her shop until she noticed me and at least exchanged a nod. Once I heard someone in the market talking about the quality of her scented candles and how no one had made such a pleasant and healthful taper since her Mother's Day, and I smiled for her and was glad. Summer came, bringing warmer weather to our coasts, and with it the out-islanders. Some came as honest traders, with cold land goods to trade, furs and amber and ivory and kegs of oil, and tall tales to share, ones that still could prickle my neck just as they had when I was small. Our sailors did not trust them and called them spies and worse. But their goods were rich, and the gold they brought to purchase our wines and grains was solid and heavy, and our merchants took it. Other out-islanders also visited our shores, though not too close to Buckkeep Hold. They came with knives and torches, with bows and rams, to plunder and rape the same villages they had been plundering and raping for years. Sometimes it seemed an elaborate and bloody contest, for them to find villages unaware or underarmed, and for us to lure them in with seemingly vulnerable targets, and then to slaughter and plunder the pirates themselves. But if it were a contest, it went very badly for us that summer. My every visit to town was heavy with the news of destruction and the mutterings of the people. Up at the keep, among the men-at-arms, there was a collective feeling of doltishness that I shared. The out-islanders eluded our warships with ease and never fell into our traps. They struck where we were undermanned and least expecting it. Most discomforted of all was Verity, for to him had fallen the task of defending the kingdom once chivalry had abdicated. I heard it muttered in the taverns that since he had lost his elder brother's good counsel, all had gone sour. No one spoke against Verity yet, but it was unsettling that no one spoke out strongly for him either. Boyishly, I viewed the raids as a thing impersonal to me. Certainly they were bad things, and I felt sorry in a vague way for those villagers whose homes were torched or plundered. But secure at Buckkeep, I had very little feeling for the constant fear and vigilance that other seaports endured, or for the agonies of villagers who rebuilt each year, only to see their efforts torched the next. I was not to keep my ignorant innocence long. I went down to Berwick for my lesson one morning, though I spent as much time doctoring animals and teaching young colts and fillies as I did in being taught. I had very much taken over Cobb's place in the stables, while he had gone on to being Regal's groom and dogman. But that day, to my surprise, Berwick took me upstairs to his room and sat me down at his table. I dreaded spending a tedious morning repairing tack. "I'm going to teach you manners today," Berwick announced suddenly. There was doubt in his voice, as if he were sceptical of my ability to learn such. "With horses?" I asked incredulously. "No, you've those already. With people. At table and afterwards, when folks sit and talk with one another. Those sorts of manners." "Why?" Berwick frowned. "Because, for reasons I don't understand, you're to accompany Verity when he goes to Neat Bay to see Lord Kelvar of Ripon. Lord Kelvar has not been cooperating with Lord Shemshi in manning the coastal towers. Shemshi accuses him of leaving towers completely without watches, so that the out-islanders are able to sail past and even anchor outside Watch Island, and from there raid Shemshi's villages in Shoke's duchy. Prince Verity is going to consult with Kelvar about these allegations." I grasped the situation completely. It was common gossip around Buckkeep town. Lord Kelvar of Ripon Duchy had 3 watchtowers in his keeping. The 2 that bracketed the points of Neat Bay were always well manned, for they protected the best harbour in Ripon Duchy. But the tower on Watch Island protected little of Ripon that was worth much to Lord Kelvar. His high and rocky coastline sheltered few villages, and would-be raiders would have a hard time keeping their ships off the rocks while raiding. His southern coast was seldom bothered. Watch Island was home to little more than gulls, goats, and a hefty population of clams, yet the tower there was critical to the early defence of South Cove in Shoke's Duchy. It commanded views of both the inner and outer channels, and was placed on a natural summit that allowed its beacon fires to be easily seen from the mainland. Shemshi himself had a watchtower on Egg Island, but Egg was little more than a bit of sand that stuck up above the waves on high tide. It commanded no real view of the water, and was constantly in need of repair from the shifting of the sands and the occasional storm tide that overwhelmed it. But it could see a watchfire warning light from Watch Island and send the message on, as long as Watch Island Tower lit such a fire. Traditionally, the fishing grounds and clamming beaches of Watch Island were the territory of Ripon Duchy, and so the manning of the watchtower there had fallen to Ripon Duchy as well. But maintaining a garrison there meant bringing in men and their victuals, and also supplying wood and oil for the beacon fires, and maintaining the tower itself from the savage ocean storms that swept across the barren little island. It was an unpopular duty station for men-at-arms, and rumour had it that to be stationed there was a subtle form of punishment for unruly or unpolitical garrisons. More than once, when in his cups, Kelvar had declaimed that if manning the tower was so important to Shoke's Duchy, then Lord Shemshi should do it himself. Not that Ripon Duchy was interested in surrendering the fishing grounds off the island, or the rich shellfish beds. So when Shoke's villages were raided without warning, in an early spring spree that destroyed all hopes of the fields being planted on time, as well as seeing most of the pregnant sheep either slaughtered, stolen, or scattered, Lord Shemshi had protested loudly to the king that Kelvar had been lax in manning his towers. Kelvar denied it, and asserted that the small force he had installed there was suitable for a location that seldom needed to be defended. "Watchers, not soldiers, are what Watch Island Tower requires," he had declared. And for that purpose, he had recruited a number of elderly men and women to man the tower. A handful of them had been soldiers, but most were refugees from Neat Bay, debtors and pickpockets and aging whores, some declared, while supporters of Kelvar asserted they were but elderly citizens in need of secure employment. All this I knew better from tavern gossip and Shade's political lectures than Burrick could imagine, but I bit my tongue and sat through his detailed and strained explanation. Not for the first time, I realized he considered me slightly slow. My silences he mistook for a lack of wit, rather than a lack of any need to speak. So now, laboriously, Burrick began to instruct me in the manners that, he told me, most other boys picked up simply by being around their elders. I was to greet people when I first encountered them each day, or if I walked into a room and found it occupied. Melting silently away was not polite. I should call folk by their names, and if they were older than me or of higher political station, as he reminded me almost anyone I met on this journey would be, I should address them by title as well. Then he inundated me with protocol. Who could precede me out of a room, and under what circumstances? Almost anyone and under almost all conditions had precedence over me. And on to the manners of the table, to pay attention to where I was seated, to pay attention to whoever occupied the high seat at that table, and pace my dining accordingly, how to drink a toast or a series of toasts without overindulging myself, and how to speak engagingly, or more likely to listen attentively to whoever might be seated near me at dinner, and on, until I began to daydream wistfully of endlessly cleaning tack. Burrick recalled my attention with a sharp poke. "And you're not to do that either. You look an imbecile sitting there nodding with your mind elsewhere. Don't fancy no one notices when you do that. And don't glare like that when you're corrected. Sit up straight and put a pleasant expression on your face. Not a vacuous smile, you dolt. Ah, Fitz, what am I to do with you? How can I protect you when you invite troubles on yourself?
And why do they want to take you off like this anyway?"
The last two questions put to himself betrayed his real concern. Perhaps I was a trifle stupid not to have seen it. He wasn't going. I was, for no good reason that he could discern. Burrick had lived long enough near court to be very cautious. For the first time since he had been entrusted with my care, I was being removed from his watchfulness. It had not been so long since my father had been buried, and so he wondered, though he didn't dare say, whether I would be coming back or if someone was making the opportunity to dispose of me quietly. I realized what a blow to his pride and reputation it would be if I were to be vanished. So I sighed, and then carefully commented that perhaps they wanted an extra hand with the horses and dogs. Verity went nowhere without Leon, his wolfhound. Only 2 days before, he had complimented me on how well I managed him. This I repeated to Burrick, and it was gratifying to see how well this small subterfuge worked. Relief flooded his face, then pride that he had taught me well. The topic instantly shifted from manners to the correct care of the wolfhound. If the lectures on manners had wearied me, the repetition of hound law was almost painfully tedious. When he released me to go to my other lessons, I left with winged feet. I went through the rest of the day in a distracted haze that had Hod threatening me with a good whipping if I didn't attend to what I was doing. Then she shook her head over me, sighed, and told me to run along and come back when I had a mind again. I was only too happy to obey her. The thought of actually leaving Buckkeep and journeying all the way to Neat Bay, was all I could fit inside my head. I knew I should wonder why I was going, but felt sure Shade would advise me soon. Would we go by land or by sea? I wished I had asked Burrick. The roads to Neat Bay were not the best, I'd heard, but I wouldn't mind. Sooty and I had never been on a long journey together, but a sea trip on a real ship. I took the long way back to the keep, up a path that went through a lightly wooded bit of rocky hillside. Paper birches struggled there, and a few older, but mostly it was nondescript brush. Sunlight and a light breeze were playing together in the higher branches, giving the day a fey and dappled air. I lifted my eyes to the dazzle of sun through the birch leaves, and when I looked down, the King's Fool stood before me. I stopped in my tracks, astonished. Reflexively, I looked for the king, despite how ridiculous it would have been to find him here. But the fool was alone, and outside, in the daylight. The thought made the hair on my arms and neck stand up in my tightened skin. It was common knowledge in the keep that the King's Fool could not abide the light of day, common knowledge. Yet, despite what every page and kitchen maid nattered knowingly, there stood the fool, pale hair floating in the light breeze. The blue and red silk of his motley jacket and trousers was startlingly bright against his paleness, but his eyes were not as colourless as they were in the dim passages of the keep. As I received their stare from only a few feet away in the light of day, I perceived there was a blueness to them, very pale, as if a single drop of pale blue wax had fallen onto a white platter. The whiteness of his skin was an illusion also, for out here in the dappling sunlight I could see a pinkness suffused him from within. Blood, I realized with a sudden quailing. Red blood showing through layers of skin. The fool took no notice of my whispered comment. Instead, a finger was held aloft, as if to pause not only my thoughts, but the very day around us. But I could not have focused my attention more completely on anything, and when he was satisfied of this, the fool smiled, showing small, white, separate teeth, like a baby's new smile in a boy's mouth. "Fitz," he intoned in a piping voice. "Fitz, Fitz, Weiss, Fitz, Fats, Fitz." He stopped abruptly and again gave me that smile. I stared back uncertainly, without word or movement. Again the finger soared aloft, and this time was shaken at me. "Fitz, Fitz, Fix, Weiss, Fitz, Fats, Fitzes," He cocked his head at me, and the movement sent the dandelion fluff of his hair wafting in a new direction. I was beginning to lose my fear of him. "Fitz," I said carefully, and tapped my chest with my forefinger. "Fitz, that's me. Yes, my name is Fitz. Are you lost?" I tried to make my voice gentle and reassuring so as not to alarm the poor creature, for surely he had somehow wandered off from the keep, and that was why he seemed so delighted to find a familiar face. He took a breath through his nose, and then shook his head violently until his hair stood out all around his skull like a flame around a wind-blown candle. "Fitz," he said emphatically, his voice cracking a little. "Fitz, Fitz's vices Fitz. Fat suffices." "It's all right," I said soothingly. I crouched a bit, though in reality I was not that much taller than the fool. I made a soft, beckoning motion with my open hand. "Come along, then. Come along. I'll show you the way back home, all right? Don't be afraid now." Abruptly the fool dropped his hands to his sides. Then he lifted his face and rolled his eyes at the heavens. He looked back at me fixedly and poked his mouth out as if he wanted to spit. "Come along now," I beckoned to him again. "No," he said quite plainly in an exasperated voice. "Listen to me, you idiot. Fitz fixes, vices fits, fat suffices." "What?" I asked, startled. "I said," he enunciated elaborately, "Fitz fixes, vice fits, fat suffices." He bowed, turned, and began to walk away from me, up the trail. "Wait," I demanded. My ears were turning red with my embarrassment. How do you politely explain to someone that you had believed for years that he was a moron as well as a fool? I couldn't. So, what does all that fitzy-ficey stuff mean? Are you making fun of me? "Hardly." He paused long enough to turn and say, "Fitz fixes, vice fits. Fat suffices. It's a message, I believe, a calling for a significant act. As you are the only one I know who endures being called Fitz, I believe it's for you. As for what it means, how should I know? I'm a fool, not an interpreter of dreams. Good day." Again he turned away from me, but this time, instead of continuing up the path, he stepped off it into a clump of buckbrush. I hurried after him, but when I got to where he had left the path, he was gone. I stood still, peering into the open, sun-dappled woods, thinking I should see a bush still swaying from his passage or catch a glimpse of his motley jacket. But there was no sign of him. And no sense at all to his silly message. I mulled over the strange encounter all the way back to the keep, but in the end I set it aside as a strange but random occurrence. Not that night, but the next, Shade called me. Burning with curiosity, I raced up the stairs. But when I reached the top, I halted, knowing that my questions would have to wait. For there sat Shade at the stone table, Slink perched on top of his shoulders, and a new scroll half unwound on the table before him. A glass of wine waited one end as his crooked finger traggled slowly down some sort of listing. I glanced at it as I passed. It was a list of villages and dates. Beneath each village name was a tally. So many warriors, so many merchants, so many sheep or casks of ale or measures of grain, and so on. I sat down on the opposite side of the table and waited. I had learned not to interrupt Shade. "My boy," he said softly, without looking up from the scroll, "what would you do if some ruffian walked up behind you and rapped you on the head, but only when your back was turned? How would you handle it?" I thought briefly. I'd turn my back and pretend to be looking at something else. Only I'd have a long, thick stick in my hands, so when he rapped me, I'd spin around and break his head. Yes, well, we tried that. But no matter how nonchalant we are, the Out Islanders always seem to know when we are baiting them, and never attack. Well, actually, we've managed to fool one or two of the ordinary raiders, but never the Red Ship raiders. And those are the ones we want to hurt. Why? Because they are the ones that are hurting us the worst. You see, boy, we're used to being raided. You could almost say that we've adapted to it. Plant an extra acre, weave another bolt of cloth, raise an extra steer. Our farmers and townsfolk always try to put a bit extra by, and when someone's barn gets burned or a warehouse is torched in the confusion of a raid, everyone turns out to raise the beams again. But the Red Ship Raiders aren't just stealing and destroying in the process of stealing. They're destroying, and what they actually carry off with them seems almost incidental. Shade paused and stared at a wall as if seeing through it. "It makes no sense," he continued bemusedly, more to himself than to me. Or at least no sense that I can unravel. It's like killing a cow that bears a good calf every year. Red Ship Raiders torch the grain and hay still standing in the fields. They slaughter the stock they can't carry off. 3 weeks ago in Tornsby, they set fire to the mill and slashed open the sacks of grain and flour there. Where's the profit in that for them? Why do they risk their lives simply to destroy? They've made no effort to take and hold territory. They have no grievance against us that they've ever uttered. A thief you can guard against, but these are random killers and destroyers. Tornsby won't be rebuilt. The folk that survived have neither the will nor the resources. They've moved on, some to family in other towns, others to be beggars in our cities. It's a pattern we're seeing too often. He sighed and then shook his head to clear it. When he looked up, he focused on me totally. It was a knack Shade had. He could set aside a problem so completely you would swear he had forgotten it. Now he announced, as if it were his only care, "You'll be accompanying Verity when he goes to reason with Lord Kelvar at Neatbay." So Burrick told me. But he wondered, and so do I. Why? Shade looked perplexed. "Didn't you complain a few months ago that you had wearied of Buckkeep and wished to see more of the Six Duchies?" "Certainly, but I rather doubt that that is why Verity is taking me." Shade snorted, as if Verity paid any attention as to who makes up his retinue. "He has no patience with the details, and hence none of chivalry's genius for handling people. Yet Verity is a good soldier, and in the long run perhaps that will be what we need. No, you are right. Verity has no inkling as to why you're going, but your king does. He and I have consulted together upon this. Are you ready to begin repaying all he has done for you? Are you ready to begin your service for the family?" He said it so calmly and looked at me so openly that it was almost easy to be calm as I asked, "Will I have to kill someone?" "Perhaps." He shifted in his chair. "You'll have to decide that. Deciding and then doing it. It's different from simply being told that is the man and it must be done. It's much harder, and I'm not all that sure you're ready." Would I ever be ready? I tried to smile and grinned like a muscle spasm. I tried to wipe it away and couldn't. A strange quiver passed through me. "Probably not." Shade fell silent, and then decided that I had accepted the mission. "You'll go as an attendant for an elderly noblewoman who is also going along to visit relatives in Neatbay. It will not be too heavy a task for you. She is very elderly, and her health is not good. Lady Time travels in a closed litter. You will ride beside it, to see she is not jolted too much, to bring her water if she asks for it, and to see to any other such small requests." It doesn't sound too different from caring for Verity's wolfhound. Shade paused, then smiled. "Excellent. That will fall to you as well. Become indispensable to everyone on this journey. Then you will have reasons to go everywhere and hear everything, and no one will question your presence." "And my real task?" "To listen and learn. It seems, to both Shrewd and me, that these Red Ship Raiders are too well acquainted with our strategies and strengths. Kelvar has recently begrudged the funds to staff the Watch Island Tower properly. Twice he has neglected it, and twice have the coastal villages of Shoke's duchy paid for his negligence. Has he gone beyond negligence to treachery? Does Kelvar confer with the enemy to his profit? We want you to sniff about and see what you can discover. If all you find is innocence, or if you have but strong suspicions, bring news back to us. But if you discover treachery and you are certain of it, then we cannot be rid of him too soon. And the means? I was not sure that was my voice. It was so casual, so contained. I have prepared a powder, tasteless in a dish, colourless in a wine. We trust to your ingenuity and discretion in applying it. He lifted a cover from an earthenware dish on the table. Within was a packet made of very fine paper, thinner and finer than anything Fedrin had ever shown me. Odd how my first thought was how much my scribe master would love to work with paper like that. Inside the packet was the finest of white powders. It clung to the paper and floated in the air. Shade shielded his mouth and nose with a cloth as he tapped a careful measure of it into a twist of oiled paper. He held it out to me, and I took death upon my open palm. And how does it work? Not too quickly. He will not fall dead at the table if that is what you are asking. But if he lingers over his cup, he will feel ill. Knowing Kelvar, I suspect he will take his bubbling stomach to bed, and never awaken in the morning. I slipped it into my pocket. Does Verity know anything of this? Shade considered. Verity is as good as his name. He could not sit at table with a man he was poisoning and conceal it. No. In this endeavour, stealth will serve us better than truth. He looked me directly in the eyes. You will work alone, with no counsel other than your own. I see. I shifted on my tall wooden stool. Shade? Yes? Is this how it was for you, your first time? He looked down at his hands, and for a moment he fingered the angry red scars that dotted the back of his left hand. The silence grew long, but I waited. I was a year older than you are, he said at last, and it was simply the doing of it, not the deciding if it should be done. Is that enough for you? I was suddenly embarrassed without knowing why. I suppose, I mumbled. Good. I know you meant no harm by it, boy. But men don't talk about time spent among the pillows with a lady, and assassins don't talk about our business. Not even teacher to pupil? Shade looked away from me to a dark corner of the ceiling. No. After a moment more he added, 2 weeks from now, you'll perhaps understand why. And that was all we ever said about it. By my count, I was 13 years old. Chapter 8. Lady Time. A history of the duchies is a study of their geography. The court scribe of King Shrewd, one Fedrin, was very fond of this saying. I cannot say I have ever found it wrong. Perhaps all histories are recountings of natural boundaries. The seas and ice that stood between us and the out-islanders made us separate peoples, and the rich grasslands and fertile meadows of the duchies created the riches that made us enemies. Perhaps that would be the first of a history of the duchies. The Bear and the Vin rivers are what created the rich vineyards and orchards of Tilth, as surely as the Painted Edge's mountains rising above Sand's Edge both sheltered and isolated the folk there and left them vulnerable to our organised armies. I jerked awake before the moon had surrendered her reign over the sky, amazed that I had slept at all. Burrick had supervised my travel preparations so thoroughly the night before that, had it been left to me, I would have departed a minute after I had swallowed my morning porridge. But such is not the way when a group of folk set out together to do anything. The sun was well over the horizon before we were all assembled and ready.
Royalty, Shade had warned me, never travels light. Verity goes on this journey with the weight of the king's sword behind him. All folk who see him pass know that without being told. The news must run ahead to Kelvar and to Shemshi. The Imperial Hand is about to reconcile their differences. They must both be left wishing they had never had any differences at all. That is the trick of good government, to make folk desire to live in such a way that there is no need for its intervention.
So Verity travelled with a pomp that clearly irritated the soldier in him. His picked troop of men wore his colours as well as the Farseer buck badges and rode ahead of the regular troops. To my young eyes that was impressive enough, but to keep the impact from being too martial, Verity brought with him noble companions to provide conversation and diversion at the end of the day. Hawks and hounds with their handlers, musicians and bards, one puppeteer, those who fetched and carried for the lords and ladies, those who saw to their garments and hair and the cooking of favourite dishes, baggage beasts, all trailed behind the well-mounted nobles and made the tail of our procession. My place was about midway in the procession. I sat a restive sooty beside an ornate litter borne between two sedate grey geldings. Hans, one of the brighter stable boys, had been assigned a pony and given charge of the horses bearing the litter. I would manage our baggage mule and see to the litter's occupant. This was the very elderly Lady Time, whom I had never met before. When she at last appeared to mount her litter, she was so swathed in cloaks, veils, and scarves that I received only the impression that she was elderly in a gaunt rather than plump way, and that her perfume caused Sooty to sneeze. She settled herself in the litter amidst a nest of cushions, blankets, furs, and wraps, then immediately ordered that the curtains be drawn and fastened, despite the fineness of the morning. The two little maids who had attended her darted happily away, and I was left her sole servant. My heart sank. I had expected at least one of them to travel within the litter with her. Who was going to see to her personal needs when her pavilion was set up? I had no notion as to waiting on a woman, let alone a very elderly one. I resolved to follow Burrick's advice for a young man dealing with elderly women. Be attentive and polite, cheerful and pleasant of mien. Old women were easily won over by a personable young man. Burrick said so. I approached the litter. "Lady Time, are you comfortable?" I inquired. A long interval passed with no response. Perhaps she was slightly deaf. "Are you comfortable?" I asked more loudly.
"Stop bothering me, young man," was the surprisingly vehement response. "If I want you, I'll tell you."
"I beg pardon," I quickly apologized.
"Stop bothering me, I said," she rasped indignantly, and added in an undertone, "Stupid churl."
At this I had the sense to be quiet, though my dismay increased tenfold. So much for a merry and companionable ride. Eventually I heard the horns cry out and saw Verity's pennant lifted far ahead of us. Dust drifting back told me that our foreguard had begun the journey. Long minutes passed before the horses in front of us moved. Hans started the litter horses, and I chirruped to Sooty. She stepped out eagerly, and the mule followed resignedly. I well recalled that day. I remember the dust hanging thick in the air from all those who preceded us, and how Hans and I conversed in lowered voices. For the first time we laughed aloud, Lady Time scolded, "Stop that noise!" I also remember bright blue skies arching from hill to hill as we followed the gentle undulations of the coast road. There were breathtaking views of the sea from the hilltops, and flower-scented air thick and drowsy in the vales. There were also the shepherdesses, all in a row on top of a stone wall to giggle and point and blush at us while we passed. Their fleecy charges dotted the hillside behind them, and Hans and I exclaimed softly at the way they had bundled their bright skirts to one side and knotted them up, leaving their knees and legs bare to the sun and wind. Sooty was restive and bored with our slow pace, while poor Hans was constantly nudging his old pony in the ribs to make it keep up. We stopped twice during the day, to allow riders to dismount and stretch and to let the horses water. Lady Time did not emerge from her litter, but one time tartly reminded me that I should have brought her water by now. I bit my tongue and fetched her a drink. It was as close as we came to conversation. We halted when the sun was still above the horizon. Hans and I erected Lady Time's small pavilion, while she dined within her litter from a wicker basket of cold meat, cheese, and wine that she had thoughtfully provided for herself. Hans and I fared more poorly, on soldiers' rations of hard bread and harder cheese and dried meat. In the midst of my meal, Lady Time demanded that I escort her from the litter to her pavilion. She emerged, draped and veiled as if for a blizzard. Her finery was of varying colours and degrees of age, but all had been both expensive and well cut at one time. Now, as she leaned heavily on me and tottered along, I smelled a repulsive cacophony of dust and mildew and perfume, with an underlying scent of urine. She tartly dismissed me at the door, and warned me that she had a knife and would use it if I attempted to enter and bother her in any way.
"And well do I know how to use it, young man," she threatened me.
Our sleeping accommodations were also the same as the soldiers, the ground and our cloaks. But the night was fine, and we made a small fire. Hans teased and giggled about my supposed lust for Lady Time, and the knife that awaited me if I should attempt to satisfy it. That led to a wrestling match between us, until Lady Time shrilled threats at us for keeping her awake. Then we spoke softly, as Hans told me that no one had envied my assignment to her, that anyone who had ever journeyed with her avoided her ever after. He warned me also that my worst task was yet to come, but adamantly refused, though his eyes brimmed with tears of laughter, to let me know what it was. I fell asleep easily, for, boylike, I had put my true mission out of my head until I should have to face it. I awoke at dawn to the twittering of birds and the overwhelming stench of a brimming chamber pot outside Lady Time's pavilion. Though my stomach had been hardened by cleaning stables and kennels, it was all I could force myself to do to dump it and cleanse it before returning it to her. By then she was harpying at me through the tent door that I had not yet brought her water, hot or cold, nor cooked her porridge whose ingredients she had set out. Hans had disappeared to share the troops' fire and rations, leaving me to deal with my tyrant. By the time I had served her on a tray that she assured me was slovenly arranged, and cleaned the dishes and pot and returned all to her, the rest of the procession was almost ready to leave. But she would not allow her pavilion to be struck until she was safely within her litter. We accomplished that packing in a frantic haste, and I found myself finally on my horse without a crumb of breakfast inside me. I was ravenous after my morning's work. Hans regarded my glum face with some sympathy and motioned me to ride closer to him. He leaned over to speak to me. "Everyone but us had heard of her before." This was a furtive nod towards Lady Time's litter. "The stench she makes every morning is a legend. Whitelock says she used to go along on a lot of chivalry trips. She has relatives all over the 6 duchies, and not much to do except visit them. All the men in the troop say they learned a long time ago to stay out of her range, or she puts them to a bunch of useless errands. Oh, and Whitelock sent you this. He says not to expect to sit down and eat as long as you're tending her, but he'll try to set aside a bit for you each morning." Hans passed me a wad of camp bread with 3 rashers of bacon greasily cold inside it. It tasted wonderful. I wolfed down the first few bites greedily.
"Churl!" shrilled Lady Time from inside her litter. "What are you doing up there? Discussing your betters, I've no doubt. Get back to your position. How are you to see to my needs if you're gallivanting ahead like that?"
I quickly reined Sooty in and dropped back to a position alongside the litter. I swallowed a great lump of bread and bacon and managed to ask, "Is there anything your ladyship requires?"
"Don't talk with your mouth full," she snapped, "and stop bothering me, stupid clod."
And so it went. The road followed the coastline, and at our laden pace it took us a full 5 days to reach Neat Bay. Other than 2 small villages, our scenery consisted of wind-swept cliffs, gulls, meadows, and occasional stands of twisted and stunted trees. Yet to me, it seemed full of beauties and wonders, for every bend in the road brought me to a place I had never seen before. As our journey wore on, Lady Time became more tyrannical. By the 4th day, she had a constant stream of complaints, few of which I could do anything about. Her litter swayed too much, it was making her ill. The water I brought from a stream was too cold, that from my own water bags too warm. The men and horses ahead of us were raising too much dust. They were doing it on purpose, she was sure. And tell them to stop singing those rude songs. With her to deal with, I had no time to think about killing or not killing Lord Kelvar, even if I had wanted to. Early on the 5th day, we saw the rising smoke of Neat Bay. By noon, we could pick out the larger buildings and the Neat Bay watchtower on the cliffs above the town. Neat Bay was a much gentler piece of land than Buckkeep. Our road wound down through a wide valley. The blue waters of Neat Bay itself opened wide before us. The beaches were sandy, and their fishing fleet was all shallow draught vessels with flat bottoms, or spunky little dories that rode the waves like gulls. Neat Bay didn't have the deep anchorage that Buckkeep did, so it was not the shipping and trading port that we were, but all the same, it seemed to me it would have been a fine place to live. Kelvar sent an honour guard to meet us, so there was a delay as they exchanged formalities with Verity's troops. "Like 2 dogs sniffing each other's bungholes," Hans observed sourly. By standing in my stirrups, I was able to see far enough down the line to observe the official posturings, and grudgingly nodded my agreement. Eventually we got under way again, and were soon riding through the streets of Neat Bay town itself. Everyone else proceeded straight up to Kelvar's keep, but Hans and I were obliged to escort Lady Time's litter through several back streets to reach the particular inn that she insisted on using. From the look on the chambermaid's face, she had guessed it there before. Hans took the litter horses and litter to the stables, but I had to endure her leaning heavily on my arm as I escorted her to her chamber. I wondered what she had eaten that had been so foully spiced as to make her every breath a trial to me. She dismissed me at the door, warning myriad punishments if I didn't return promptly in 7 days. As I left, I felt sympathy for the chambermaid, for Lady Time's voice was lifted in a loud tirade about thieving maids she had encountered in the past, and exactly how she wanted the bed linens arranged on the bed. With a light heart, I mounted Sooty and called to Hans to make haste. We cantered through the streets of Neat Bay, and managed to rejoin the tail of Verity's procession as they entered Kelvar's keep. Baygard was built on flat land that offered little natural defence, but was fortified by a series of walls and ditches that an enemy would have had to surmount before facing the stout stone walls of the keep. Hans told me that raiders had never got past the second ditch, and I believed him. Workmen were doing maintenance on the walls and ditches as we passed, but they halted and watched in wonder as the king-in-waiting came to Baygard. Once keep gates closed behind us, there was another interminable welcoming ceremony. Men and horses and all, we were kept standing in the midday sun while Kelvar and Baygard welcomed Verity. Horns sounded, and then the mutter of official voicings muted by shifting horses and men. But at last it was over. This was signalled by a sudden general movement of men and beasts as the formations ahead of us broke up. Men dismounted, and Kelvar's stable folk were suddenly among us, directing us where to water our mounts, where we might rest for the night, and, most important to any soldier, where we might ourselves wash and eat. I fell in beside Hans as we led Sooty and his pony toward the stables. I heard my name called and turned to see Sig from Buckkeep pointing me out to someone in Kelvar's colours. "There he be, that's the Fitz. Oh, Fitz! Sitwell here says you're summoned. Verity wants you in his chamber, Leon's sick. Hans, you take Sooty for the Fitz." I could almost feel the food being snatched from my jaws. But I took a breath and presented a cheerful countenance to Sitwell, as Burrick had counselled me. I doubt that dour man even noticed. To him, I was just one more boy underfoot on a hectic day. He took me to Verity's chamber, and left me obviously relieved to return to his stables. I tapped softly, and Verity's man opened the door at once. "Ah, thank Ida it's you. Come in then, for the beast won't eat, and Verity's sure it's serious. Hurry up, Fitz." The man wore Verity's badge, but was no one I remembered having met. Sometimes it was disconcerting how many folk knew who I was when I had no inkling who they were. In an adjoining chamber, Verity was splashing and instructing someone loudly about what garments he wished for the evening, but he was not my concern. Leon was. Leon was Verity's wolfhound. I groped toward him, for I had no qualms about it when Burrick wasn't about. Leon lifted his bony head and regarded me with martyred eyes. He was lying on Verity's sweaty shirt in a corner by a cold hearth. He was too hot, he was bored, and if we weren't going to hunt anything, he wanted to go home. I made a show of running my hands over him and lifting his lips to examine his gums, and then pressing my hand down firmly on his belly. I finished all this by scratching behind his ears, and then told Verity's man, "There's nothing wrong with him, he just isn't hungry. Let's give him a bowl of cold water and wait. When he wants to eat, he'll let us know. And let's take away all this, before it spoils in this heat and he eats it anyway and becomes really sick." I referred to a dish already overfilled with scraps of pastries from a tray that had been set for Verity. None of it was fit for the dog, but I was so hungry I wouldn't have minded dining off the scraps myself. In fact, my stomach growled at the sight of it. "I wonder if I found the kitchens, perhaps they would have a fresh beef bone for him. Something that's more toy than food is what he would welcome most now."
"Fitz? Is that you? In here, boy. What's troubling my Leon?"
"I'll fetch the bone," the man assured me, and I rose and stepped to the entrance of the adjoining room. Verity rose, dripping from his bath, and took the proffered towel from his serving man. He towelled his hair briskly, and then again demanded as he dried himself,
"What's the matter with Leon?"
That was Verity's way. Months had passed since we had last spoken, but he took no time for greetings. Shade said it was a lack in him, that he didn't make his men feel their importance to him. I think he believed that if anything significant had happened to me, someone would have told him. He had a bluff heartiness to him that I enjoyed, an attitude that things must be going well unless someone had told him otherwise. "Not much is wrong with him, sir. He's a bit out of sorts from the heat and from travelling. A night's rest in a cool place will perk him up, but I'd not fill him full of pastry bits and suety things, not in this hot weather."
"Well,"
Verity bent down to dry his legs,
"like as not you're right, boy. Burrick says you've a way with the hounds, and I won't ignore what you say. It's just that he seems so moony, and usually he has a good appetite for anything, but especially for anything from my plate."
He seemed abashed, as if caught cooing at an infant. I didn't know what to say. "If that's all, sir, should I be returning to the stables?" He glanced at me over his shoulder, puzzled.
"Seems a bit of a waste of time to me. Hans will see to your mount, won't he? You need to bathe and dress if you're to be on time for dinner. Charim, have you water for him?"
The serving man straightened from arranging Verity's garments on the bed. "Right away, sir, and I'll lay out his clothes as well." In the space of the next hour, my place in the world seemed to shift topsy-turvy. I had known this was coming. Both Burrick and Shade had tried to prepare me for it. But to go suddenly from an insignificant hanger-on at Buckkeep to part of Verity's formal entourage was unnerving. Everyone else assumed I knew what was going on. Verity was dressed and out of the room before I was into the tub. Charim informed me that he had gone to confer with his captain of guards. I was grateful that Charim was such a gossip. He did not consider my rank so lofty as to forbear from chatting and complaining in front of me. "I'll make you up a pallet in here for the night. I doubt you'll be chill. Verity said he wanted you housed close by him, and not just to tend the hound. He has other chores for you as well?" Charim paused hopefully. I covered my silence by ducking my head into the lukewarm water and soaping the sweat and dust from my hair. I came up for air. He sighed. "I'll lay out your clothes for you. Leave me those dirty ones. I'll wash them out for you." It seemed very strange to have someone waiting on me while I washed, and stranger still to have someone supervise my dressing. Charim insisted on straightening the seams on my jerkin, and seeing the oversized sleeves on my new best shirt hung to their fullest and most annoying length. My hair had regrown long enough to have snarls in it, and these he tugged out quickly and painfully. To a boy accustomed to dressing himself, the primping and inspection seemed endless.
"Blood will tell," said an awed voice from the entry.
I turned to find Verity beholding me with a mixture of pain and amusement on his face.
"He's the image of chivalry at that age, is he not, my lord?"
Charim sounded immensely pleased with himself.
"He is."
Verity paused to clear his throat.
"No man can doubt who fathered you, Fitz. I wonder what my father was thinking when he told me to show you well. Shrewd he is called, and shrewd he is. I wonder what he expects to gain. Ah, well," he sighed, "that is his kind of kingship, and I leave it to him. Mine is simply to ask a foppish old man why he cannot keep his watchtowers properly manned. Come, boy, it's time we went down."
He turned and left without waiting for me. As I hastened after him, Charim caught at my arm. 3 steps behind him and on his left, remember. And that is where I fell in behind him. As he moved down the hallway, others of our entourage stepped out from their chambers and followed their prince. All were decked in their most elaborate finery to maximize this chance to be seen and envied outside Buckkeep. The fullness of my sleeves was quite reasonable compared to what some were sporting. At least my shoes were not hung with tiny chiming bells or gently rattling amber beads. Verity paused at the top of a stairway, and a hush fell over the folk gathered below. I looked out over the faces turned up to their prince, and had time to read on them every emotion known to mankind. Some women simpered, while others appeared to sneer. Some young men struck poses that displayed their clothes. Others, dressed more simply, straightened as if to be on guard. I read envy and love, disdain, fear, and, on a few faces, hatred. But Verity gave none of them more than a passing glance before he descended. The crowd parted before us to reveal Lord Kelvar himself waiting to conduct us into the dining hall. Kelvar was not what I expected. Verity had called him foppish, but what I saw was a rapidly aging man, thin and harried, who wore his extravagant clothes as if they were armour against time. His greying hair was pulled back in a thin tail, as if he were still a man-at-arms, and he walked with that peculiar gait of the very good swordsman. I saw him as Shade had taught me to see folk, and thought I understood him well enough even before we were seated. But it was after we had taken our places at table, and mine, to my surprise, was not so far down from the high folk, that I got my deepest glance into the man's soul, and this not by any act of his, but in the bearing of his lady as she arrived to join us. I doubt if Kelvar's Lady Grace was much more than a hand of years older than I, and she was decked out like a magpie's nest. Never had I seen accoutrements before that spoke so garishly of expense and so little of taste. She took her seat in a flurry of flourishes and gestures that reminded me of a courting bird. Her scent rolled over me like a wave, and it too smelled of coin more than flowers. She had brought a little dog with her, a feist that was all silky hair and big eyes. She cooed over him as she settled him on her lap, and the little beast cuddled against her and set his chin on the edge of the table. And all the time, her eyes were on Prince Verity, trying to see if he marked her and was impressed. For my part, I watched Kelvar watch her perform her flirtations for the prince, and I thought to myself, There is more than half our problems with keeping Watch Island Tower manned. Dinner was a trial to me. I was ravenous, but manners forbade that I show it. I ate as I had been instructed, picking up my spoon when Verity did, and setting aside a course as soon as he showed disinterest in it. I longed for a good platter of hot meat with bread to sop up the juices, but what we were offered were tidbits of meat oddly spiced, exotic fruit compotes, pale breads, and vegetables cooked to pallor and then seasoned. It was an impressive display of good food abused in the name of fashionable cooking. I could see that Verity's appetite was as slack as mine, and wondered if all could see that the prince was not impressed. Shade had taught me better than I had known. I was able to nod politely to my dinner companion, a freckled young woman, and followed her conversation about the difficulty of getting good linen fabric in Ripon these days, while letting my ears stray enough to pick up key bits of talk about the table. None of it was about the business that had brought us here. Verity and Lord Kelvar would closet themselves tomorrow for the discussion of that, but much of what I overheard touched on the manning of Watch Island's tower and cast odd lights on it. I overheard grumblings that the roads were not as well maintained as previously. Someone commented she was glad to see that repair on Baygard's fortifications had been resumed. Another man complained that inland robbers were so common he could scarcely count on 2/3 of his merchandise coming through from Faro. This too seemed to be the basis of my dining companion's complaint about the lack of good fabric. I looked at Lord Kelvar, and how he doted upon his young wife's every gesture. As if Shade were whispering in my ear, I heard his judgment. There is a duke whose mind is not upon the governing of his duchy. I suspected Lady Grace was wearing the required road repairs and the wages of those soldiers who would have kept his trade routes policed against brigands. Perhaps the jewels that dangled from her ears should have gone for pay to man Watch Island's towers. Dinner finally ended. My stomach was full, but my hunger unabated. There had been so little substance to the meal. Afterwards, 2 minstrels and a poet entertained us, but I tuned my ears to the casual talk of folk, rather than to the fine phrasings of the poet or the ballads of the musicians. Kelvar sat to the prince's right, while his lady sat to the left, her lapdog sharing the chair. Grace sat basking in the prince's presence. Her hands often strayed to touch first an earring, then a bracelet. She was not accustomed to wearing so much jewellery. My suspicion was that she had come of simple stock, and was awed by her own position. One minstrel sang Fair Rose Amidst the Clover, his eyes on her face, and was rewarded with her flushed cheeks. But as the evening wore on and I grew weary, I could tell that Lady Grace was fading. She yawned once, lifting a hand too late to cover it. Her little dog had gone to sleep in her lap, and twitched and yipped occasionally in his small-brained dreams. As she grew sleepier, she reminded me of a child. She cuddled her dog as if it were a doll, and leaned her head back into the corner of her chair. Twice she started to nod off. I saw her surreptitiously pinching the skin on her wrists in an effort to wake herself up. She was visibly relieved when Kelvar summoned the minstrels and poet forward to reward them for their evening. She took her lord's arm to follow him off to their bedchamber, while never relinquishing the dog she snuggled in her arm. I was relieved to make my way up to Verity's antechamber. Charim had found me a feather-bed and some blankets. My pallet was fully as comfortable as my own bed. I longed to sleep, but Charim gestured me into Verity's bedchamber. Verity, ever the soldier, had no use for lackeys to stand about him and tug his boots off for him. Charim and I alone attended him. Charim clucked and muttered as he followed Verity about, picking up and smoothing the garments the prince so casually shed. Verity's boots he immediately took off into a corner and began working more wax into the leather. Verity dragged a nightshirt on over his head and then turned to me.
"Well, what have you to tell me?"
And so I reported to him as I did to Shade, recounting all I had overheard in as close to the words as I could manage, and noting who had spoken and to whom. At the last, I added my own suppositions about the significance of it all. Kelvar is a man who has taken a young wife, one who is easily impressed with wealth and gifts, I summarized. She has no idea of the responsibilities of her own position, let alone his. Kelvar diverts money, time, and thought from his duties to enthralling her. Were it not disrespectful to say so, I would imagine that his manhood is failing him, and he seeks to satisfy his young bride with gifts as a substitute. Verity sighed heavily. He had flung himself onto the bed during the latter half of my recitation. Now he prodded at a too-soft pillow, folding it to give more support to his head. "Damn chivalry," he said absently. "This is his kind of a knot, not mine. Fitz, you sound like your father. And were he here, he'd find some subtle way to handle this whole situation. Shiv would have had it solved by now, with one of his smiles and a kiss on someone's hand. But that's not my way, and I won't pretend to it." He shifted about in his bed uncomfortably, as if he expected me to raise some argument to him about his duty. "Kelvar's a man and a duke, and he has a duty. He's to man that tower properly, it's simple enough, and I intend to tell him that bluntly. Put decent soldiers in that tower, keep them there, and keep them happy enough to do a job. It seems simple to me, and I'm not going to make it into a diplomatic dance." He shifted heavily in the bed, then abruptly turned his back to me. "Put out the light, Charam." And Charam did, so promptly that I was left standing in the dark and had to blunder my way out of the chamber and back to my own pallet. As I lay down, I pondered that Verity saw so little of the whole. He could force Kelvar to man the tower, yes, but he couldn't force him to man it well or take pride in it. That was a matter for diplomacy. And had he no heed for the roadwork and maintenance on the fortifications, and the highwayman problem? All that needed to be remedied now, in such a way that Kelvar's pride was kept intact, and that his position with Lord Shemshi was both corrected and affirmed. And someone had to undertake to teach Lady Grace her responsibilities. So many problems. But as soon as my head touched the pillow, I slept. Chapter 9. Fat Suffices. The Fool came to Buckkeep in the 17th year of King Shrewd's reign. This is one of the few facts that are known about the Fool. Said to be a gift from the Bingtown traders, the origin of the Fool can only be surmised. Various stories have arisen. One is that the Fool was a captive of the Red Ship raiders, and that the Bingtown traders seized the Fool from them. Another is that the Fool was found as a babe, adrift in a small boat, shielded from the sun by a parasol of sharkskin, and cushioned from the thwarts by a bed of heather and lavender. This can be dismissed as a creation of fancy. We have no real knowledge of the Fool's life before his arrival at King Shrewd's court. The Fool was almost certainly born of the human race, though not entirely of human parentage. Stories that he was born of the other folk are almost certainly false, for his fingers and toes are completely free of webbing, and he has never shown the slightest fear of cats. The unusual physical characteristics of the Fool, lack of colouring for instance, seem to be traits of his other parentage, rather than an individual aberration, though in this I well may be mistaken. In the matter of the Fool, that which we do not know is almost more significant than that which we do. The age of the Fool at the time of his arrival at Buckkeep has been a matter for conjecture. From personal experience, I can vouch that the Fool appeared much younger, and in all ways more juvenile than at present. But as the Fool shows little sign of aging, it may be that he was not as young as he initially appeared, but rather was at the end of an extended childhood. The gender of the Fool has been disputed. When directly questioned on this matter by a younger and more forward person than I am now, the fool replied that it was no one's business but his own. So I concede. In the matter of his prescience, and the annoyingly vague forms that it takes, there is no consensus as to whether a racial or individual talent is being manifested. Some believe he knows all in advance, and even that he will always know if anyone anywhere speaks about him. Others say it is only his great love of saying, "I warned you so," and that he takes his most obscure sayings and twists them to have been prophecies. Perhaps sometimes this has been so, but in many well-witnessed cases he has predicted, however obscurely, events that later came to pass. Hunger woke me shortly after midnight. I lay awake listening to my belly growl. I closed my eyes, but my hunger was enough to make me nauseous. I got up and felt my way to the table where Verity's tray of pastries had been, but servants had cleared it away. Easing open the chamber door, I stepped out into the dimly lit hall. The two men Verity had posted there looked at me questioningly. "Starving," I told them. "Did you notice where the kitchens were?" I have never known a soldier who didn't know where the kitchens were. I thanked them and promised to bring back some of whatever I found. I slipped off down the shadowy hall. As I descended the steps, it felt odd to have wood underfoot rather than stone. I walked as Shade had taught me, placing my feet silently, moving within the shadowiest parts of the passageways, walking to the sides where floorboards were less likely to creak, and it all felt natural. The rest of the keep seemed well asleep. The few guards I passed were mostly dozing, none challenged me. At the time I put it down to my stealth. Now I wonder if they considered a skinny, tousle-headed lad any threat worth bothering with. I found the kitchens easily. It was a great, open room, flagged and walled with stone as a defence against fires. There were 3 great hearths, fires well banked for the night. Despite the lateness or earliness of the hour, the place was brightly lit. A keep's kitchen is never completely asleep. I saw the covered pans and smelled the rising bread. A large pot of stew was being kept warm at the edge of one hearth. When I peeked under the lid, I saw it would not miss a bowl or two. I rummaged about and helped myself. Wrapped loaves on a shelf supplied me with an end crust, and in another corner was a tub of butter, kept cool inside a large keg of water. Not fancy, thank all, but the plain, simple food I had been craving all day. I was halfway through my second bowl when I heard the light scuff of footsteps. I looked up with my most disarming smile, hoping that this cook would prove as soft-hearted as Buck keeps. But it was a serving girl, a blanket thrown about her shoulders over her nightrobe and her baby in her arms. She was weeping. I turned my eyes away in discomfort. She scarcely gave me a glance anyway. She set her bundled baby down on top of the table, fetched a bowl and dipped it full of cool water, muttering all the time. She bent over the babe. "Here, my sweet, my lamb, here, my darling, this will help. Take a little. Oh, sweetie, can't you even lap? Open your mouth, then. Come now, open your mouth." I couldn't help but watch. She held the bowl awkwardly and tried to maneuver it to the baby's mouth. She was using her other hand to force the child's mouth open, and using a deal more force than I'd ever seen any other mother use on a child. She tipped the bowl and the water slopped. I heard a strangled gurgle and then a gagging sound. As I leapt up to protest, the head of a small dog emerged from the bundle. "Oh, he's choking again. He's dying. My little feisty is dying and no one but me cares. He just goes on snoring and I don't know what to do when my darling is dying." She clutched the lapdog to her as it gagged and strangled. It shook its little head wildly and then seemed to grow calmer. If I hadn't been able to hear its laboured breathing, I'd have sworn it had died in her arms. Its dark and bulgy eyes met mine, and I felt the force of the panic and pain in the little beast. "Easy." "Here, now," I heard myself saying. "You're not helping him by holding him that tight. He can scarce breathe. Set him down, unwrap him, let him decide how he is most comfortable. All wrapped up like that, he's too hot, so he's trying to pant and choke all at once. Set him down." She was a head taller than I, and for a moment I thought I was going to have to struggle with her. But she let me take the bundled dog from her arms and unwrap him from several layers of cloth. I set him on the table. The little beast was in total misery. He stood with his head drooping between his front legs. His muzzle and chest were slick with saliva, his belly distended and hard. He began to retch and gag again. His small jaws opened wide, his lips writhed back from his tiny pointed teeth. The redness of his tongue attested to the violence of his efforts. The girl squeaked and sprang forward, trying to snatch him up again, but I pushed her roughly back. "Don't grab him," I told her impatiently. "He's trying to get something up, and he can't do it with you squeezing his guts." She stopped. "Get something up?" "He looks and acts as if he's got something lodged in his gullet. Could he have got into bones or feathers?" She looked stricken. "There were bones in the fish, but only tiny ones." "Fish? What idiot let him get into fish? Was it fresh or rotten?" I'd seen how sick a dog could get when it got into rotten, spawned-out salmon on a riverbank. If that was what this little beast had gobbled, he didn't have a chance. "It was fresh and well cooked. The same trout I had at dinner." "Well, at least it's not likely to be poisonous to him. Right now it's just the bone, but if he gets it down, it's still likely to kill him." She gasped. "No, it can't. He mustn't die. He'll be fine. He just has an upset stomach. I just fed him too much. He'll be fine. What do you know about it anyway, kitchen boy?" I watched the feist go through another round of convulsive retching. Nothing came up but yellow bile. I'm not a kitchen boy, I'm a dog boy. Verity's own dog boy, if you must know. And if we don't help this little pup, he's going to die very soon. She watched, her face a mixture of awe and horror, as I gripped her little pet firmly. "I'm trying to help." He didn't believe me. I prized his jaws open and forced my 2 fingers down his gullet. The feist gagged even more fiercely and pawed at me frantically. His claws needed cutting too. With the tips of my fingers, I could feel the bone. I twiddled my fingers against it and felt it move, but it was wedged sideways in the little beast's throat. The dog gave a strangled howl and struggled frantically in my arms. I let him go. "Well, he's not going to get rid of that without some help," I observed. I left her wailing and snivelling over him. At least she didn't snatch him up and squeeze him. I got myself a handful of butter from the keg and plopped it into my stew bowl. Now I needed something hooked or sharply curved, but not too large. I rattled through bins and finally came up with a curved hook of metal with a handle on it. Possibly it was used to lift hot pots off the fire. "Sit down," I told the maid. She gaped at me and then sat obediently on the bench I'd pointed to. "Now, hold him firmly between your knees, and don't let him go no matter how he claws and wiggles or yelps. And hold on to his front feet so he doesn't claw me to ribbons while I'm doing this. Understand?" She took a deep breath, then gulped and nodded. Tears were streaming down her face. I set the dog on her lap and put her hands on him. "Hold tight," I told her. I scooped up a gobbet of butter. "I'm going to use the fat to grease things up. Then I've got to force his jaws open and hook the bone and jerk it out. Are you ready?" She nodded. The tears had stopped flowing and her lips were set. I was glad to see she had some strength to her. I nodded back. Getting the butter down was the easy part. It blocked his throat, though, and his panic increased, pounding at my self-control with his waves of terror. I had no time to be gentle as I forced his jaws open and then put the hook down his throat. I hoped I wouldn't snag his flesh, but if I did, well, he would die anyway. I turned the tool in his throat as he wiggled and yelped and pissed all over his mistress. The hook caught on the bone and I pulled, evenly and firmly. It came up in a welter of froth and bile and blood. A nasty little bone, not a fish bone at all, but the partial breastbone of a small bird. I flipped it onto the table. And he shouldn't have poultry bones either, I told her severely. I don't think she even heard me. Doggy was wheezing gratefully on her lap. I picked up the dish of water and held it out to him. He sniffed it, lapped a bit, and then curled up exhausted. She picked him up and cradled him in her arms, her head bent over his. "There's something I want from you," I began. "Anything," she spoke into his fur. "Ask and it's yours." "First, stop giving him your food. Give him only red meat and boiled grain for a while. And for a dog that size, no more than you can cup in your hand. And don't carry him everywhere. Make him run about, to give him some muscle and wear down his nails. And wash him. He smells foul, coat and breath from too rich food, or he won't live but another year or two." She looked up, stricken. Her hand went up to her mouth. And something in her motion, so like her self-conscious touching of her jewellery at dinner, suddenly made me realise who I was scolding. Lady Grace. And I had made her dog piss on her nightrobe. Something in my face must have given me away. She smiled delightedly and held her feist closer. "I'll do as you suggest, dog boy. But for yourself, is there nothing you'd ask as a reward?" She thought I'd ask for a coin or ring, or even a position with her household. Instead, as steadily as I could, I looked at her and said, "Please, Lady Grace, I ask that you ask your lord to man Watch Island's tower with the best of his men, to put an end to the strife between Ripon and Shoke's duchies." "What?" That single-word question told me volumes about her. The accent and inflection hadn't been learned as Lady Grace. "Ask your lord to man his towers well, please." "Why does a dog boy care about such things?" Her question was too blunt. Wherever Kelvar had found her, she hadn't been high-born or wealthy before this. Her delight when I recognised her, the way she had brought her dog down to the familiar comfort of a kitchen by herself, wrapped in her blanket, told of a common girl elevated too quickly and too far above her previous station. She was lonely and uncertain, and uneducated as to what was expected of her. Worse, she knew that she was ignorant, and that knowledge ate at her and soured her pleasures with fear. If she did not learn how to be a duchess before her youth and beauty faded, only years of loneliness and ridicule could await her. She needed a mentor, someone secret like Shade. She needed the advice I could give her right now. But I had to go carefully, for she would not accept advice from a dog boy. Only a common girl might do that, and the only thing she knew about herself right now was that she was no longer a common girl, but a duchess. "I had a dream," I said, suddenly inspired. "So clear, like a vision or a warning. It woke me, and I felt I must come to the kitchen." I let my eyes unfocus. Her eyes went wide. I had her. "I dreamed of a woman who spoke wise words and turned 3 strong men into a united wall that the Red Ship raiders could not breach. She stood before them, and jewels were in her hands, and she said, 'Let the watchtowers shine brighter than the gems in these rings. Let the vigilant soldiers who man them encircle our coast as these pearls used to encircle my neck. Let the keeps be strengthened anew against those who threaten our people. For I would be glad to walk plain in the sight of both king and commoner, and let the defences that guard our people become the jewels of our land.' And the king and his dukes were astounded at her wise heart and noble ways. But her people loved her best of all, for they knew she loved them better than gold or silver." It was awkward, not near as cleverly spoken as I had hoped to make it. but it caught her fancy. I could see her imagining herself standing straight and noble before the king, and astonishing him with her sacrifice. I sensed in her the burning desire to distinguish herself, to be spoken of admiringly by the people she had come from. This would show them she was now a duchess in more than name. Lord Shemshi and his entourage would carry word of her deed back to Shoke's duchy. Minstrels would celebrate her words in song, and her husband, for once, would be surprised by her. Let him see her as someone who cared for the land and folk, rather than the pretty little thing he had snared with his title. I could almost see the thoughts parade through her mind. Her eyes had gone distant, and she wore an abstracted smile. "Good night, dog boy," she said softly, and glided from the kitchen, her dog cuddled against her breast. She wore the blanket around her shoulders as if it were a cloak of ermine. She would play her role tomorrow very well. I grinned suddenly, wondering if I had accomplished my mission without poison. Not that I had really investigated whether or not Kelvar was guilty of treason, but I had a feeling that I had chopped the root of the problem. I was willing to bet that Watch Island Tower would be well manned before the week was out. I made my way back up to my bed. I had pilfered a loaf of fresh bread from the kitchen, and this I offered to the guards who readmitted me to Verity's bedchamber. In some distant part of Baykeep, someone brayed out the hour. I didn't pay much attention. I burrowed back into my bedding, my belly satisfied, and my spirit anticipating the spectacle that Lady Grace would present tomorrow. As I dozed off, I was wagering with myself that she would wear something straight and simple and white, and that her hair would be unbound. I never got to find out. It seemed but moments later that I was shaken awake. I opened my eyes to find Charim crouched over me. A dim light from a lit candle made elongated shadows on the chamber walls. "Wake up, Fitz," he whispered hoarsely. "A runner's come to the keep from Lady Time. She requires you immediately. Your horse is being made ready." "Me?" I asked stupidly. "Of course. I've laid out clothes for you. Dress quietly. Verity is still asleep." "What does she need me for?" "Why, I don't know. The message wasn't specific. Perhaps she's taken ill, Fitz. The runner said only that she required you immediately. I suppose you'll find out when you get there." That was slim comfort, but it was enough to stir curiosity in me, and in any case I had to go. I didn't know exactly what relation Lady Time was to the king, but she was far above me in importance. I didn't dare ignore her command. I dressed quickly by candlelight and left my room for the second time that night. Hans had Sooty saddled and ready, along with a ribald jest or two about my summons. I suggested how he might amuse himself the rest of the night, and then left. I was waved out of the keep and through the fortifications by guards who had been advised of my coming. I turned wrong twice in the town. It all appeared different by night, and I had not paid much attention to where I had been going earlier. At last I found the inn-yard. A worried innkeeper was awake and had a light in the window. "She's been groaning and calling for you for most of an hour now, sirrah," she told me anxiously. "I fear it's serious, but she will let no one in but you." I hurried down the hall to her door. I tapped cautiously, half expecting her shrill voice to tell me to go away and stop bothering her. Instead, a quavering voice called out, "Oh, Fitz, is that finally you? Hurry in, boy, I need you." I took a deep breath and lifted the latch. I went into the semi-darkness of the stuffy room, holding my breath against the various smells that assaulted my nostrils. Death stench could hardly be worse than this, I thought to myself. Heavy hangings draped the bed. The only light in the room came from a single candle guttering in its holder. I picked it up and ventured closer to the bed. "Lady Time," I asked softly. "What's wrong?" "Boy." The voice came quietly from a dark corner of the room. "Shade," I said. and instantly felt more foolish than I cared to remember.
There's no time to explain all the reasons. Don't feel bad, boy. Lady Time has fooled many folk in her time, and will continue to. At least I hope so. Now, trust me, and don't ask questions. Just do what I tell you. First, go to the innkeeper. Tell her that Lady Time has had one of her attacks, and must rest quietly for a few days. Tell her on no account to disturb her. Her great-granddaughter will be coming in to care for her.
Who?
It's been arranged already, and her great-granddaughter will be bringing in food for her and everything else she needs. Just emphasize that Lady Time needs quiet and to be left alone. Go and do that now.
And I did, and I appeared jolted enough that I was very convincing. The innkeeper promised me that she would let no one so much as tap on a door, for she would be most reluctant to lose Lady Time's good opinion of her inn and her trade, by which I surmised that Lady Time paid her generously indeed. I re-entered the room quietly, shutting the door softly behind me. Shade shot the bolt and kindled a fresh candle from the glimmering stump. He spread a small map on the table beside it. I noticed he was dressed for travelling. Cloak, boots, jerkin, and trousers all of black. He looked a different man, suddenly, very fit and energetic. I wondered if the old man in the worn robe was also a pose. He glanced up at me, and for a moment I would have sworn it was Verity the soldier I was facing. He gave me no time to muse.
Things will have to go here however they will go between Verity and Kelvar. You and I have business elsewhere. I received a message tonight. Red Ship raiders have struck here, at Forge. So close to Buckkeep that it's more than just an insult. It's a real threat. And done while Verity is at Neat Bay. Don't tell me they didn't know he was here, away from Buckkeep. But that's not all. They've taken hostages, dragged them back to their ships. And they've sent words to Buckkeep, to King Shrewd himself. They're demanding gold, lots of it, or they'll return the hostages to the village.
Don't you mean they'll kill them, if they don't get the gold?
No.
Shade shook his head angrily, a bear bothered by bees.
No, the message was quite clear. If the gold is paid, they'll kill them. If not, they'll release them. The messenger was from Forge, a man whose wife and son had been taken. He insisted he had the threat correct.
I don't see that we have a problem,
I snorted. On the surface, neither do I. But the man who carried the message to Shrewd was still shaking, despite his long ride. He couldn't explain it, not even say if he thought the gold should be paid or not. All he could do was repeat over and over again how the ship's captain had smiled as he delivered the ultimatum, and how the other raiders had laughed and laughed at his words. So, we go to sea, you and I, now, before the king makes any official response, before Verity even knows. Now attend. This is the road we came by. See how it follows the curve of the coast? And this is the trail we go by. Straighter, but much steeper and boggy in places, so that it has never been used by wagons, but faster for men on horseback. Here, a small boat awaits us. Crossing the bay, we'll cut a lot of miles and time from our journey. We'll beach here, and then on up to Forge.
I studied the map. Forge was north of Buckkeep. I wondered how long our messenger had taken to reach us, and if by the time we got there the Red Ship raiders' threat would already have been carried out. But it was no use wasting time on wandering. What about a horse for you?
That's been arranged by the one who brought this message. There's a bay outside with 3 white feet. He's for me. The messenger will also provide a great-granddaughter for Lady Time, and the boat is waiting. Let's go.
One thing, I said, and ignored his scowl at the delay. I have to ask this, Shade. Were you here because you didn't trust me?
Fair question, I suppose. No, I was here to listen in the town, to women's talk, as you were to listen in the keep.
Bonnet makers and button sellers may know more than a High King's advisor without even knowing they know it. Now, do we ride? We did. We left by the side entrance, and the bay was tethered right outside. Sooty didn't much care for him, but she minded her manners. I sensed Shade's impatience, but he kept the horses to an easy pace until we had left the cobbled streets of Neat Bay behind us. Once the lights of the houses were behind us, we put our horses to an easy canter. Shade led, and I wondered at how well he rode, and how effortlessly he selected paths in the dark. Sooty did not like this swift travelling by night. If it had not been for a moon nearly at the full, I don't think I could have persuaded her to keep up with the bay. I will never forget that night ride. Not because it was a wild gallop to the rescue, but because it was not. Shade guided us and used the horses as if they were game pieces on a board. He did not play swiftly, but to win. And so there were times when we walked the horses to breathe them, and places on the trail where we dismounted and led them to get them safely past treacherous places. As morning greyed the sky, we stopped to eat provisions from Shade's saddlebags. We were on a hilltop so thickly treed that the sky was barely glimpsed overhead. I could hear the ocean and smell it, but could catch no sight of it. Our trail had become a sinuous path, little more than a deer run through these woods. Now that we were still, I could hear and smell the life all around us. Birds called, and I heard the movement of small animals in the underbrush and in the branches overhead. Shade had stretched, then sunk down to sit on deep moss with his back against a tree. He drank deeply from a water skin, and then more briefly from a brandy flask. He looked tired, and the daylight exposed his age more cruelly than lamplight ever had. I wondered if he would last through the ride or collapse.
"I'll be fine," he said when he caught me watching him. "I've had to do more arduous duty than this, and on less sleep. Besides, we'll have a good 5 or 6 hours of rest on the boat, if the crossing is smooth. So, there's no need to be longing after sleep. Let's go, boy."
About 2 hours later our path diverged, and again we took the more obscure branching. Before long I was all but lying on Sooty's neck to escape the low sweeps of the branches. It was muggy under the trees, and we were blessed with multitudes of tiny stinging flies that tortured the horses and crept into my clothes to find flesh to feast on. So thick were they, that when I finally mustered the courage to ask Shade if we had gone astray, I near choked on the ones that rushed into my mouth. By midday, we emerged onto a windswept hillside that was more open. Once more I saw the ocean. The wind cooled the sweating horses and swept the insects away. It was a great pleasure simply to sit upright in the saddle again. The trail was wide enough that I could ride abreast of Shade. The livid spots stood out starkly against his pale skin. He looked more bloodless than the fool. Dark circles underscored his eyes. He caught me watching him and frowned.
"Report to me, instead of staring at me like a simpleton," he ordered me tersely, and so I did.
It was hard to watch the trail and his face at the same time. But the second time he snorted, I glanced over at him to find wry amusement on his face. I finished my report, and he shook his head.
"Luck. Same luck your father had. Your kitchen diplomacy may be enough to turn the situation around, if that is all there is to it. The little gossip I heard agreed. Well, Kelvar was a good duke before this, and it sounds as if all that happened was a young bride going to his head." He sighed suddenly. "Still it's bad, with Verity there to rebuke a man for not minding his towers, and Verity himself with a raid on a buckkeep town. Damn! There's so much we don't know! How did the raiders get past our towers without being spotted? How did they know that Verity was away from buckkeep at Neat Bay? Or did they know? Was it luck for them? And what does that strange ultimatum mean? Is it a threat or a mockery?" For a moment we rode silently. I wish I knew what action Shrewd was taking. When he sent me the messenger, he had not yet decided. We may get to Forge to find that all's been settled already, and I wish I knew exactly what message he's skilled to verity. They say that in the old days, when more men trained in the skill, a man could tell what his leader was thinking about just by being silent and listening for a while. But that may be no more than a legend. Not many are taught the skill anymore. I think it was King Bounty who decided that. Keep the skill more secret, more of an elite tool, and it becomes more valuable. That was the logic then. I never much understood it. What if they said that of good bowmen or navigators? Still, I suppose the aura of mystery might give a leader more status with his men. Or for a man like Shrewd now, he'd enjoy having his underlings wondering if he can actually pick up what they were thinking without their uttering a word. Yes, that would appeal to Shrewd, that would.
At first I thought Shade was very worried, or even angry. I had never heard him ramble so on a topic. But when his horse shied over a squirrel crossing his path, Shade was very nearly unseated. I reached out and caught at his reins. "Are you all right? What's the matter?" He shook his head slowly. "Nothing. When we get to the boat, I'll be all right. We just have to keep going. It's not much farther now." His pale skin had become grey, and with every step his horse took, he swayed in his saddle. "Let's rest a bit," I suggested.
"Tides won't wait. And rest wouldn't help me, not the rest I'd get while I was worrying about our boat going on the rocks. No, we just have to keep going." And he added, "Trust me, boy. I know what I can do, and I'm not so foolish as to attempt more than that."
And so we went on. There was very little else we could do. But I rode beside his horse's head, where I could take his reins if I needed to. The sound of the ocean grew louder, and the trail much steeper. Soon I was leading the way, whether I would or no. We broke clear of brush completely on a bluff overlooking a sandy beach.
"Thank Ida, they're here,"
Shade muttered behind me, and then I saw the shallow draft boat that was all but grounded near the point. A man on watch hallooed and waved his cap in the air. I lifted my arm in return greeting. We made our way down, sliding more than riding, and then Shade boarded immediately. That left me with the horses. Neither was anxious to enter the waves, let alone heave themselves over the low rail and up onto deck. I tried to quest toward them, to let them know what I wanted. For the first time in my life, I found I was simply too tired. I could not find the focus I needed. So 3 deckhands, much cursing, and 2 duckings for me were required finally to get them loaded. Every bit of leather and every buckle on their harness had been doused with salt water. How was I going to explain that to Burrick? That was the thought that was uppermost in my mind as I settled myself in the bow and watched the rowers in the dory bend their backs to the oars and tow us out to deeper water. Chapter 10. The Pocked Man. Time and tide wait for no man. There's an ageless adage. Sailors and fishermen mean it simply to say that a boat's schedule is determined by the ocean, not man's convenience. But sometimes I lie here, after the tea has calmed the worst of the pain, and wonder about it. Tides wait for no man, and that I know is true. But time? Did the times I was born into await my birth to be? Did the events rumble into place, like the great wooden gears of the clock of St. Anne's, meshing with my conception and pushing my life along? I make no claim to greatness. And yet, had I not been born, had not my parents fallen before a surge of lust, so much would be different. So much. Better? I think not. And then I blink and try to focus my eyes, and wonder if these thoughts come from me, or from the drug in my blood. It would be nice to hold counsel with Shade, one last time. The sun had moved round to late afternoon when someone nudged me awake. "Your master wants you," was all he said, and I roused with a start. Gulls wheeling overhead, fresh sea air, and the dignified waddle of the boat recalled me to where I was. I scrambled to my feet, ashamed to have fallen asleep without even wondering if Shade were comfortable. I hurried aft to the ship's house. There, I found Shade had taken over the tiny galley table. He was poring over a map spread out on it, but a large tureen of fish chowder was what got my attention. He motioned me to it without taking his attention from the map, and I was glad to fall to. There were ship's biscuits to go with it, and a sour red wine. I had not realized how hungry I was until the food was before me. I was scraping my dish with a bit of biscuit when Shade asked me, "Better?" "Much," I said. "How about you?" "Better," he said, and looked at me with his familiar hawk's glance. To my relief, he seemed totally recovered. He pushed my dishes to one side and slid the map before me. "By evening," he said, "we'll be here. It'll be a nastier landing than the loading was. If we're lucky, we'll get wind when we need it. If not, we'll miss the best of the tide, and the current will be stronger. We may end up swimming the horses to shore while we ride in the dory. I hope not, but be prepared for it just in case. Once we land, you smell of caris seed." I said it, not believing my own words. But I had caught the unmistakable sweet taint of the seed and oil on his breath. I'd had caris seed cakes at Springfest, when everyone does, and I knew the giddy energy that even a sprinkling of the seed on a cake's top could bring. Everyone celebrated Spring's Edge that way. Once a year, what could it hurt? But I knew too that Burrick had warned me never to buy a horse that smelled of caris seed at all, and warned me further that if anyone were ever caught putting caris seed oil on any of our horse's grain, he'd kill him with his bare hands. "Do I? Fancy that. Now, I suggest that if you have to swim the horses, you put your shirt and cloak into an oilskin bag and give it to me in the dory. That way, you'll have at least that much dry to put on when we reach the beach. From the beach, our road will—" Burrick says that once you've given it to an animal, it's never the same. It does things to horses. He says you can use it to win one race or run down one stag, but after that, the beast will never be what it was. He says dishonest horse traders use it to make an animal show well at a sale. It gives them spirit and brightens their eyes, but that soon passes. Burrick says that it takes away all their sense of when they're tired, so they go on, past the time when they should have dropped from exhaustion. Burrick told me that sometimes when the caris oil wears out, the horse just drops in its tracks. The words spilled out of me, cold water over stones. Shade lifted his gaze from the map. He stared at me mildly. "Fancy Burrick knowing all that about caris seed. I'm glad you listened to him so closely. Now, perhaps you'll be so kind as to give me equal attention as we plan the next stage of our journey." "But Shade—" He transfixed me with his eyes. "Burrick is a fine horsemaster. Even as a boy, he showed great promise. He is seldom wrong when speaking about horses. Now attend to what I am saying. We'll need a lantern to get from the beach to the cliffs above. The path is very bad. We may need to bring one horse up at a time, but I am told it can be done. From there, we go overland to Forge. There isn't a road that will take us there quickly enough to be of any use. It's hilly country, but not forested, and we'll be going by night, so the stars will have to be our map. I am hoping to reach Forge by mid-afternoon. We'll go in as travellers, you and I. That's all I've decided so far. The rest will have to be planned from hour to hour." And the moment in which I could have asked him how he could use the seed and not die of it was gone, shouldered aside by his careful plans and precise details. For half an hour more he lectured me on details, and then he sent me from the cabin, saying he had other precautions to make, and that I should check on the horses and get what rest I could. The horses were forward, in a makeshift rope enclosure on deck. Straw cushioned the deck from their hooves and droppings. A sour-faced mate was mending a bit of railing that Sooty had kicked loose in the boarding. He didn't seem disposed to talk, and the horses were as calm and comfortable as could be expected. I roved the deck briefly. We were on a tidy little craft, an inter-island trader wider than she was deep. Her shallow draught let her go up rivers or right onto beaches without damage, but her passage over deeper water left a lot to be desired. She sidled along, with here a dip and there a curtsy, like a bundle-laden farm-wife making her way through a crowded market. We seemed to be the sole cargo. A deckhand gave me a couple of apples to share with the horses, but little talk. So after I had parcelled out the fruit, I settled myself near them on their straw and took Shade's advice about resting. The winds were kind to us, and the captain took us in closer to the looming cliffs than I'd have thought possible, but unloading the horses from the vessel was still an unpleasant task. All of Shade's lecturings and warnings had not prepared me for the blackness of night on the water. The lanterns on the deck seemed pathetic efforts, confusing me more with the shadows they threw than aiding me with their feeble light. In the end, a deckhand rowed Shade to shore in the ship's dory. I went overboard with the reluctant horses, for I knew Sooty would fight a lead rope and probably swamp the dory. I clung to Sooty and encouraged her, trusting her common sense to take us toward the dim lantern on shore. I had a long line on Shade's horse, for I didn't want his thrashing too close to us in the water. The sea was cold, the night was black, and if I'd had any sense, I'd have wished myself elsewhere. But there is something in a boy that takes the mundanely difficult and unpleasant and turns it into a personal challenge and an adventure. I came out of the water dripping, chilled, and completely exhilarated. I kept Sooty's reins and coaxed Shade's horse in. By the time I had them both under control, Shade was beside me, lantern in hand, laughing exultantly. The doryman was already away and pulling for the ship. Shade gave me my dry things, but they did little good pulled on over my dripping clothes. "Where's the path?" I asked, my voice shaking with my shivering. Shade gave a derisive snort. "Path? I had a quick look while you were pulling in my horse. It's no path, it's no more than the course the water takes when it runs off down the cliffs. But it will have to do." It was a little better than he had reported, but not much. It was narrow and steep, and the gravel on it was loose underfoot. Shade went ahead with the lantern. I followed with the horses in tandem. At one point, Shade's bay acted up, tugging back, throwing me off balance and nearly driving Sooty to her knees in her efforts to go the other direction. My heart was in my mouth until we reached the top of the cliffs. Then the night and the open hillside spread out before us under the sailing moon, and the stars scattered wide overhead, and the spirit of the challenge caught me up again. I suppose it could have been Shade's attitude. The caris seed made his eyes wide and bright, even by lantern light, and his energy, unnatural though it was infectious. Even the horses seemed affected, snorting and tossing their heads. Shade and I laughed dementedly as we adjusted harness and then mounted. Shade glanced up to the stars, and then around the hillside that sloped down before us. With careless disdain, he tossed our lantern to one side. "Away," he announced to the knight, and kicked to the bay, who sprang forward. Sooty was not to be outdone, and so I did as I had never dared before, galloping down unfamiliar terrain by night. It is a wonder we did not all break our necks, but there it is. Sometimes luck belongs to children and madmen. That night I felt we were both. Shade led, and I followed. That night, I grasped another piece of the puzzle that Burrick had always been to me. For there is a very strange peace in giving over your judgment to someone else, to saying to them, "You lead, and I will follow, and I will trust entirely that you will not lead me to death or harm." That night, as we pushed the horses hard, and Shade steered us solely by the night sky, I gave no thought to what might befall us if we went astray from our bearing, or if a horse were injured by an unexpected slip. I felt no sense of accountability for my actions. Suddenly, Everything was easy and clear. I simply did whatever Shade told me to do, and trusted to him to have it turn out right. My spirit rode high on the crest of that wave of faith, and sometime during the night it occurred to me, this was what Burrick had had from chivalry, and what he missed so badly. We rode the entire night. Shade breathed the horses, but not as often as Burrick would have. And he stopped more than once to scan the night sky and then the horizon, to be sure our course was true.
See that hill there, against the stars? You can't see it too well, but I know it. By light, it's shaped like a buttermonger's cap. Kiefershaw, it's called. We keep it to the west of us. Let's go.
Another time he paused on a hilltop. I pulled in my horse beside his. Shade sat still, very tall and straight. He could have been carved of stone. Then he lifted an arm and pointed. His hand shook slightly.
See that ravine down there? We've come a bit too far to the east. We'll have to correct as we go.
The ravine was invisible to me, a darker slash in the dimness of the starlit landscape. I wondered how he could have known it was there. It was perhaps half an hour later that he gestured off to our left, where on a rise of land a single light twinkled.
Someone's up tonight in Woolcott, he observed. Probably the baker, putting early morning rolls to rise.
He half turned in his saddle, and I felt more than saw his smile.
I was born less than a mile from here. Come, boy, let's ride. I don't like to think of raiders so close to Woolcott.
And on we went, down a hillside so steep that I felt Sooty's muscles bunch as she leaned back on her haunches and more than half slid her way down. Dawn was greying the sky before I smelled the sea again. And it was still early when we crested a rise and looked down on the little village of Forge. It was a poor place in some ways. The anchorage was good only on certain tides. The rest of the time, the ships had to anchor further out and let small craft ply back and forth between them and shore. About all that Forge had to keep it on the map was iron ore. I had not expected to see a bustling city, but neither was I prepared for the rising tendrils of smoke from blackened, open-roofed buildings. Somewhere an unmilked cow was lowing. A few scuttled boats were just off the shore, their masts sticking up like dead trees. Morning looked down on empty streets. Where are the people? I wondered aloud.
Dead, taken hostage, or hiding in the woods still.
There was a tightness in Shade's voice that drew my eyes to his face. I was amazed at the pain I saw there. He saw me staring at him and shrugged mutely.
The feeling that these folk belong to you, that their disaster is your failure. It will come to you as you grow. It goes with the blood.
He left me to ponder that as he nudged his weary mount into a walk. We threaded our way down the hill and into the town. Going more slowly seemed to be the only caution Shade was taking. There were two of us, weaponless, on tired horses, riding into a town where...
The ship's gone, boy. A raiding ship doesn't move without a full complement of rowers. Not in the current off this piece of coast, which is another wonder. How did they know our tides and currents well enough to raid here? Why raid here at all? To carry off iron ore? Easier by far for them to pirate it off a trading ship. It doesn't make sense, boy. No sense at all.
Dew had settled heavily the night before. There was a rising stench in the town of burned, wet homes. Here and there a few still smouldered. In front of some, possessions were strewn out into the street, but I did not know if the inhabitants had tried to save some of their goods, or if the raiders had begun to carry things off and then change their minds. A salt box without a lid, several yards of green woolen goods, a shoe, a broken chair. The litter spoke, mutely but eloquently, of all that was homely and safe, broken forever and trampled in the mud. A grim horror settled on me. "We're too late," Shade said softly. He reined his horse in, and Sooty stopped beside him. "What?" I asked stupidly, jolted from my thoughts. "The hostages. They returned them." "Where?" Shade looked at me incredulously, as if I were insane or very stupid. "There, in the ruins of that building." It is difficult to explain what happened to me in the next moment of my life. So much occurred all at once. I lifted my eyes to see a group of people, all ages and sexes, within the burned-out shell of some kind of store. They were muttering among themselves as they scavenged in it. They were bedraggled but seemed unconcerned by it. As I watched, 2 women picked up the same kettle at once, a large kettle, and then proceeded to slap at one another, each attempting to drive off the other and claim the loot. They reminded me of a couple of crows fighting over a cheese rind. They squawked and slapped and called one another vile names as they tugged at the opposing handles. The other folk paid them no mind, but went on with their own looting. This was very strange behaviour for village folk. I had always heard of how after a raid, village folk banded together, cleaning out and making habitable what buildings were left standing, and then helping one another salvage cherished possessions, sharing and making do until cottages could be rebuilt and store buildings replaced. But these folk seemed completely careless that they had lost nearly everything, and that family and friends had died in the raid. Instead, they had gathered to fight over what little was left. This realization was horrifying enough to behold. But I couldn't feel them either. I hadn't seen or heard them until Shade pointed them out. I would have ridden right past them. And the other momentous thing that happened to me at that point was that I realized I was different from everyone else I knew. Imagine a seeing child growing up in a blind village, where no one else even suspects the possibility of such a sense. The child would have no words for colours or for degrees of light. The others would have no conception of the way in which the child perceived the world. So it was in that moment, as we sat our horses and stared at the folk. For Shade wondered out loud, misery in his voice. "What is wrong with them? What's got into them?" I knew. All the threads that run back and forth between folk, that twine from mother to child, from man to woman, all the kinships they extend to family and neighbour, to pets and stock, even to the fish of the sea and bird of the sky, all were gone. All my life, without knowing it, I had depended on those threads of feelings to let me know when other live things were about. Dogs, horses, even chickens had them, as well as humans. And so I would look up at the door before Burrick entered it, or know there was one more newborn puppy in the stall, nearly buried under the straw. So I would wake when Shade opened the staircase, because I could feel people. And that sense was the one that always alerted me first, that let me know to use my eyes and ears and nose as well, to see what they were about. But these folk gave off no feelings at all. Imagine water with no weight or wetness. That is how those folk were to me. Stripped of what made them not only human, but alive. To me, it was as if I watched stones rise up from the earth and quarrel and mutter at one another. A little girl found a pot of jam and stuck her fist in it and pulled out a handful to lick. A grown man turned from the scorched pile of fabric he had been rummaging through and crossed to her. He seized the pot and shoved the child aside, heedless of her angry shouts. No one moved to interfere. I leaned forward and seized Shade's reins as he moved to dismount. I shouted wordlessly at Sooty, and tired as she was, the fear in my voice energized her. She leapt forward, and my jerk on the reins brought Shade's bay with us. Shade was nearly unseated, but he clung to the saddle, and I took us out of the dead town as fast as we could go. I heard shouts behind us, colder than the howling of wolves. Cold as storm wind down a chimney, but we were mounted and I was terrified. I didn't pull in, or let Shade have his own reins back until the houses were well behind us. The road bent, and beside a small copse of trees, I pulled in at last. I don't think I even heard Shade's angry demands for an explanation until then. He didn't get a very coherent one. I leaned forward on Sooty's neck and hugged her. I could feel her weariness and the trembling of my own body. Dimly, I felt that she shared my uneasiness. I thought of the empty folk back in Forge, and nudged Sooty with my knees. She stepped out wearily and Shade kept pace, demanding to know what was wrong. My mouth was dry and my voice shook. I didn't look at him as I panted out my fear and a garbled explanation of what I had felt. When I was silent, our horses continued to pace down the packed earth road. At length, I got up my courage and looked at Shade. He was regarding me as if I had sprouted antlers. Once aware of this new sense, I couldn't ignore it. I sensed his skepticism. But I also felt Shade distance himself from me, just a little pulling back, a little shielding of self from someone who had suddenly become a bit of a stranger. It hurt all the more, because he had not pulled back that way from the folk in Forge, and they were 100 times stranger than I was. They were like marionettes, I told Shade, like wooden things come to life, and acting out some evil play. And if they had seen us, they would not have hesitated to kill us for our horses or our cloaks or a piece of bread. I searched for words. They aren't even animals anymore. There's nothing coming out of them, nothing. They're like little separate things, like a row of books or rocks or...
Boy, Shade said, between gentleness and annoyance, you've got to get yourself in hand. It's been a long night of travel for us and you're tired. Too long without a sleep, and the mind starts to play tricks with waking dreams and...
No! I was desperate to convince him. It's not that. It's not going without sleep.
We'll go back there, he said reasonably. The morning breeze swirled his dark cloak around him, in a way so ordinary that I felt my heart would break. How could there be folk like those in that village, and a simple morning breeze in the same world? And Shade speaking in so calm and ordinary a voice. Those folk are just ordinary folk, boy, but they've gone through a very bad time, and so they're acting oddly. I knew a girl who saw her father killed by a bear. She was like that, just staring and grunting, hardly even moving to care for herself for more than a month. Those folk will recover when they go back to their ordinary lives.
Someone's ahead, I warned him. I had heard nothing, seen nothing. Felt only that tug at the cobweb of sense I'd discovered. But as we looked ahead down the road, we saw that we were approaching the tail end of a ragtag procession of people. Some led laden beasts, others pushed or dragged carts of bedraggled possessions. They looked over their shoulders at us on our horses, as if we were demons risen from the earth to pursue them. "The parked man!" cried a man close to the end of the line, and he lifted a hand to point at us. His face was drawn with weariness and white with fear. His voice cracked on the words. "It's the legends come to life," he warned the others, who halted fearfully to stare back at us. "Heartless ghosts walk embodied through our village ruins, and the black-cloaked pocked man brings his disease upon us. We have lived too soft, and the old gods punish us. Our fat lives will be the death of us all."
"Oh, damn it all, I didn't mean to be seen like this," Shade breathed.
I watched his pale hands gather his reins, turning his bay.
"Follow me, boy."
He did not look toward the man, who still pointed a quavering finger at us. He moved slowly, almost languorously, as he guided his horse off the road and up a tussocky hillside. It was the same unchallenging way of moving that Burrick had when confronting a wary horse or dog. His tired horse left the smooth trail reluctantly. Shade was headed up into a stand of birches on the hilltop. I stared at him uncomprehendingly. "Follow me, boy," he directed me over his shoulder when I hesitated. "Do you want to be stoned in the road? It's not a pleasant experience." I moved carefully, swinging Sooty aside from the road as if I were totally unaware of the panicky folk ahead of us. They hovered there between anger and fear. The feel of it was a black-red smear on the day's freshness. I saw a woman stoop, saw a man turn aside from his barrow. "They're coming," I warned Shade, even as they raced toward us. Some gripped stones, and others green staffs freshly taken from the forest. All had the bedraggled look of townsfolk forced to live in the open. Here were the rest of Forge's villagers, those not taken hostage by the raiders. All of that I realized in the instant between digging in my heels and Sooty's weary plunge forward. Our horses were spent, their efforts at speed were grudging, despite the hail of rocks that thudded to the earth in our wake. Had the townsfolk been rested, or less fearful, they would have easily caught us. But I think they were relieved to see us flee. Their minds were more fixed on what walked the streets of their village than on fleeing strangers, no matter how ominous. They stood in the road and shouted and waved their sticks until we were among the trees. Shade had taken the lead, and I didn't question him as he took us on a parallel path that would keep us out of the sight of the folk leaving Forge. The horses had settled back into a grudging plod. I was grateful for the rolling hills and scattered trees that hid us from any pursuit. When I saw a stream glinting, I gestured to it without a word. Silently we watered the horses, and shook out for them some grain from Shade's supplies. I loosened harness, and wiped their draggled coats with handfuls of grass. For ourselves, there was cold stream water and coarse travel bread. I saw to the horses as best as I could. Shade seemed full of his own thoughts, and for a long time I respected their intensity. But finally I could contain my curiosity no longer, and I asked the question. "Are you really the pocked man?" Shade startled, and then stared at me. There were equal parts amazement and ruefulness in that look. The pocked man. The legendary harbinger of disease and disaster. Oh, come, boy, you're not simple. That legend is hundreds of years old. Surely you can't believe I'm that ancient. I shrugged. I wanted to say, "You are scarred, and you bring death," but I did not utter it. Shade did seem very old to me sometimes, and other times so full of energy that he seemed but a very young man in an old man's body. "No, I am not the pocked man," he went on, more to himself than to me. "But after today, the rumours of him will be spread across the 6 duchies, like pollen on the wind. There will be talk of disease and pestilence, and divine punishments for imagined wrongdoing. I wish I had not been seen like this. The folk of the kingdom already have enough to fear. But there are sharper worries for us than superstitions. However you knew it, you were right. I have been thinking most carefully of everything I saw in Forge, and recalling the words of those villagers who tried to stone us, and the look of them all. I knew the Forge folk in times past. They were doughty folk, not the type to flee in superstitious panic. But those folk we saw on the road, that was what they were doing. Leaving Forge forever, or at least so they intend. Taking all that is left that they can carry, leaving homes their grandfathers were born in, and leaving behind relatives who sift and scavenge in the ruins like witlings. The raiders' threat was not an empty one. I think of those folk and I shiver. Something is sorely wrong, boy, and I fear what will come next. For if the red ships can capture our folk, and then demand that we pay them to kill them, for fear that they will otherwise return to us like those ones were,
What a bitter choice. And once more they have struck when we were least prepared to deal with it.
He turned to me as if to say more, then suddenly staggered. He sat down abruptly, his face greying. He bowed his head and covered his face with his hands. "Shade!" I cried out in panic and sprang to his side, but he turned aside from me.
"Carris seed," he said through muffling hands. "The worst part is that it abandons you so suddenly. Beric was right to warn you about it, boy. But sometimes there are no choices but poor ones. Sometimes, in bad times like these."
He lifted his head. His eyes were dull, his mouth almost slack.
"I need to rest now,"
he said, as piteously as a sick child. I caught him as he toppled and eased him to the ground. I pillowed his head on my saddlebags and covered him with our cloaks. He lay still, his pulse slow and his breathing heavy, from that time until afternoon of the next day. I slept that night against his back, hoping to keep him warm, and the next day used what was left of our supplies to feed him. By that evening he was recovered enough to travel, and we began a dreary journey. We went slowly, going by night. Shade chose our paths, but I led, and often he was little more than a load upon his horse. It took us 2 days to cover the distance we had traversed in that one wild night. Food was sparse, and talk was even scarcer. Just thinking seemed to weary Shade, and whatever he thought about he found too bleak for words. He pointed out where I should kindle the signal fire that brought the boat back to us. They sent a dory ashore for him, and he got into it without a word. That showed how spent he was. He simply assumed I would be able to get our weary horses aboard the ship. So my pride forced me to manage that task, and once aboard I slept as I had not for days. Then again we offloaded and made a weary trek back to Neat Bay. We came in during the small hours of the morning, and Lady Time once more took up residence in the inn. By afternoon of the next day, I was able to tell the innkeeper that she was doing much better and would enjoy a tray from her kitchens if she would send one round to the rooms. Shade did seem better, though he sweated profusely at times, and at such times smelled rancidly sweet of carris seed. He ate ravenously and drank great quantities of water. But in 2 days, he had me tell the innkeeper that Lady Time would be leaving on the morrow. I recovered more readily, and had several afternoons of wandering Neat Bay, gawking at the shops and vendors, and keeping my ears wide for the gossip that Shade so treasured. In this way, we learned much what we had expected to. Verity's diplomacy had gone well, and Lady Grace was now the darling of the town. Already I could see an increase in the work on the roads and fortifications. Watch Island's tower was now manned with Kelvar's best men, and folk referred to it as Grace Tower now. But they gossiped, too, of how the red ships had crept past Verity's own towers, and of the strange events at Forge. I heard more than once about sightings of the pocked man, and the tales they told about the inn-fire of those who lived in Forge now gave me nightmares. Those who had fled Forge told soul-cleaving tales of kinfolk gone cold and heartless. They lived there now, just as if they were still human, but those who had known them best were the least capable of being deceived. Those folk did by day what had never been known to happen at any time in Buckkeep. The evils folk whispered were beyond my imaginings. Ships no longer stopped at Forge. Iron ore would have to be found elsewhere. It was said that no one even wanted to take in the folk that had fled, for who knew what taint they carried. After all, the pocked man had shown himself to them. Yet somehow it was harder still to hear ordinary folk say that soon it would be over, that the creatures of Forge would kill one another and thank all that was divine for that. The good folk of Neat Bay wished death on those who had once been the good folk of Forge, and wished it as if it were the only good thing left that might befall them. As well it was. On the night before Lady Time and I were to rejoin Verity's retinue to return to Buckkeep, I awoke to find a single candle burning, and Shade sitting up, staring at the wall. Without my saying a word, he turned to me. "You must be taught the skill, boy," he said, as if it were a decision painfully come by. "Evil times have come to us, and they will be with us for a long time. It is a time when good men must create whatever weapons they can. I will go to Shrewd yet again, and this time I will demand it. Hard times are here, boy, and I wonder if they will ever pass." In the years to come, I was to wonder that often. Chapter 11. Forgings. The Pocked Man is a well-known figure in the folklore and drama of the Six Duchies. It is a poor troupe of puppeteers who does not possess a marionette of the Pocked Man, not only for his traditional roles, but also for his usefulness as an omen of disaster to come in original productions. Sometimes the Pocked Man puppet is merely displayed against the backdrop to cast an ominous note to a scene. Among the Six Duchies, he is a universal symbol. It is said the root of his legend reaches back to the first peopling of the duchies, not the conquering by the far-seer out-islanders, but the most ancient settling of the place by earlier immigrants. Even the out-islanders have a version of the most basic legend. It is a warning story of the wrath of El the sea god at being forsaken. When the sea was young, El the first elder believed in the people of the islands. To that folk he gave his sea, and with it all that swam within it, and all lands it touched for their own. For many years the folk were grateful. They fished the sea, lived on its shores wherever they would, and raided any others who dared to take up abode where El had given them reign. Others who dared to sail their sea were the rightful prey of the folk as well. The folk prospered and grew tough and strong, for El's sea winnowed them. Their lives were harsh and dangerous, but it made their boys grow to strong men, and their maids fearless women at hearth or on deck. The folk respected El, and to that elder they offered their praises, and only by him did they curse, and El took pride in his folk. But in El's generosity, he blessed his folk too well. Not enough of them died in the harsh winters, and the storms he sent were too mild to conquer their seamanship. So the folk grew in number. So grew also their herds and flocks. In fat years, weak children did not die, but grew and stayed at home, and put land to the plough to feed the swollen flocks and herds, and other weaklings like themselves. The soil grubbers did not praise El for his strong winds and raiding currents. Instead, they praised and cursed only by Ida, who is the elder of those who plough and plant and tend the beasts. So Ida blessed her weaklings with the increase of their plants and beasts. This did not please El, but he ignored them, for he still had the hardy folk of the ships and the waves. They blessed by him and they cursed by him, and to encourage their strength, he sent them storms and cold winters. But as time went on, those loyal to El dwindled. The soft folk of the soil seduced the sailors, and bore them children fit only for tending to the dirt. And the folk left the winter shores and ice-strewn pastures and moved south, to the soft lands of grapes and grain. Fewer and fewer folk came each year to plough the waves and to reap the fish that El had decreed to them. Less and less often did El hear his name in a blessing or a curse, until at last there was a day when there was only one left who only blessed or cursed in El's name. And he was a skinny old man, too old for the sea, swollen and aching in his joints, with few teeth left in his head. His blessings and curses were weak things, and insulted more than pleased El, who had little use for rickety old men. At last there came a storm that should have ended the old man and his small boat. But when the cold waves closed over him, he clung to the wreckage of his craft and dared to cry El for mercy, though all know mercy is not in him. So enraged was El by this blasphemy that he would not receive the old man into his sea, but instead cast him up upon the shore, and cursed him that he could never more sail, but neither could he die. And when he crawled from the salt waves, his face and body were pocked, as if barnacles had clung to him, and he staggered to his feet and went forth into the soft lands. And everywhere he went, he saw only soft soil grubbers. And he warned them of their folly, and that El would raise up a new and hardier folk and give their heritage to them. But the folk would not listen, so soft and set had they become. Yet everywhere the old man went, disease followed in his wake. And it was all the pox diseases he spread, the ones that care not if a man is strong or weak, hard or soft, but take any and all that they touch. And this was fitting, for all know that the poxes come up from bad dust, and are spread by the turning of the soil. Thus is the tale told. And so the pocked man has become the harbinger of death and disease, and a rebuke to those who live soft and easily, because their lands bear well. Verity's return to Buckkeep was gravely marred by the events at Forge. Verity, pragmatic to a fault, had himself left Bagard as soon as Dukes Kelvar and Shemshi had shown themselves in accord regarding Watch Island. Verity and his picked troops had actually left Bagard before Shade and I returned to the inn. So the trek back had a hollow feel to it. During the days and around the fires at night, folk spoke of Forge, and even within our caravan, the stories multiplied and embroidered themselves. My journey home was spoiled by Shade's resumption of his noisome charade as the vile old lady. I had to fetch and wait upon her, right up to the time that her Buckkeep servants appeared to escort her back up to her chambers. She lived in the women's wing, and though I devoted myself in the days to come to hear any and all gossip about her, I heard nothing except that she was reclusive and difficult. How Shade had created her and maintained her fictitious existence, I never completely discovered. Buckkeep in our absence seemed to have undergone a tempest of new events, so that I felt as if we had been gone 10 years rather than a matter of weeks. Not even Forge could completely eclipse Lady Grace's performance. The story was told and retold, with minstrels vying to see whose recounting would become the standard. I heard that Duke Kelvar actually went down on one knee and kissed the tips of her fingers after she had spoken, very eloquently, about making the towers the grand jewels of their land. One source even told me that Lord Shemshi had personally thanked the lady and sought often to dance with her that evening, and thus nearly precipitated an entirely different disagreement between the neighbouring dukedoms. I was glad of her success. I even heard it whispered more than once that Prince Verity should find himself a lady of like sentiments. As often as he was away, settling internal matters and chasing raiders, the people were beginning to feel the need of a strong ruler at home. The old King Shrewd was still nominally our sovereign, but, as Burke observed, the people tended to look ahead. And, he added, folk like to know the king-in-waiting has a warm bed to come home to. It gives them something to make their fancies about. Few enough of them can afford any romance in their lives, so they imagine all they can for their king, or prince. But Verity himself, I knew, had no time to think about well-warmed beds, or any sort of bed at all. Forge had been both an example and a threat. Word of others followed, 3 in swift succession. Croft, up in the near islands, had apparently been raider-forged, as it came to be known, some weeks earlier. Word was slow to come from icy shores, but when it came, it was grim. Croft folk, too, had been taken hostage. The council of the town had, like Shrewd, been mystified by the Red Ship's ultimatum that they pay tribute or their hostages would be returned. They had not paid. And like Forge, their hostages had been returned, mostly sound of body, but bereft of any of the kinder emotions of humanity. The whispered word was that Croft had been more direct in their solution. The harsh climates of the near islands bred a harsh people. Yet even they had deemed it kindness when they took the sword to their now heartless kin. 2 other villages were raided after Forge. At Rockgate, the folk had paid the ransom. Parts of bodies had washed up the next day, and the village had gathered to bury them. The news came to Buckkeep with no apologies, only with the unvoiced assumption that had the king been more vigilant, they would have had warning of the raid at least. Sheepmire met the challenge squarely. They refused to pay the tribute, but with the rumours of Forge running hot through the land, they prepared themselves. They had met their returned hostages with halters and shackles. They took their own folk back, clubbing them senseless in some cases, before tying them and taking them back into their rightful homes. The village was united in attempting to bring them back to their former selves. The tales from Sheepmire were the most told ones, of a mother who snapped at a child brought to her for nursing, declaring as she cursed at it that she had no use for the whimpering, wet creature. Of the little child who cried and screamed at his bonds, only to fly at his own father with a toasting fork as soon as the heartbroken sire released him. Some cursed and fought and spat at their kin. Others settled into a life of bondage and idleness, eating the food and drinking the ale set before them, but offering no words of thanks or affection. Freed of restraints, those ones did not attack their own families, but neither did they work, nor even join with them in their evening pastimes. They stole without remorse, even from their own children, and squandered coin and gobbled food like gluttons. No joy they gave to anyone, not even a kind word. But the word from Sheepmire was that the folk there intended to persevere until the Red Ship sickness passed. They gave the nobles at Buckkeep a bit of hope to cling to. They spoke of the courage of the villagers with admiration and vowed that they too would do the same if kin of theirs were raider-forged. Sheepmire and its brave inhabitants became a rallying point for the 6 duchies. King Shrewd levied more taxes in their name. Some went to provide grain for those so occupied with caring for bound kin that they had no time to rebuild their ravaged flocks or replant their burned fields. And some went to build more ships and hire more men to patrol the coastlines. At first, folk took pride in what they would do. Those who lived on the sea cliffs began to keep volunteer watch. Runners and messenger birds and signal fires were kept in place. Some villages sent sheep and supplies to Sheepmire, to be given to those who needed help most. But as the long weeks passed, and there was no sign that any of the returned hostages had recovered their sensibilities, those hopes and devotions began to seem pathetic rather than noble. Those who had most supported those efforts now declared that, were they taken hostage, they would choose to be hacked to pieces and thrown into the sea, rather than return to cause their families such hardship and heartbreak. Worst, I think, was that in such a time the throne itself had no firm idea of what to do. Had a royal edict been issued, to say either that folk must or must not pay the demanded tribute for hostages, it would have gone better. No matter which, some folk would have disagreed, but at least the king would have taken a stand, and people would have had some sense that this threat was being faced. Instead, the increased patrols and watches only made it seem that the Buckkeep itself was in terror of this new threat, but had no strategy for facing it. In the absence of royal edict, the coastal villages took things into their own hands. The councils met to decide what they would do if forged, and some decided one way and some the other. But in every case, Shade told me wearily, it matters not what they decide. It weakens their loyalty to the kingdom. Whether they pay the tribute or not, the raiders may laugh over their blood ale at us. For in deciding, our villagers are saying in their minds not if we are forged, but when we are forged. And thus they already have been raped in spirit if not in flesh. They look at their kin, mother at child, man at parents, and already they have given them up to death or forging. And the kingdom fails. For as each town must decide alone, so is it separated from the whole. We will shatter into 1,000 little townships, each worrying only about what it will do for itself if it is raided. If Shrewd and Verity do not act quickly, the kingdom will become a thing that exists only in name, and in the minds of its former rulers. But what can they do? I demanded. No matter what edict is passed, it will be wrong. I picked up the tongs and pushed the crucible I was tending a bit deeper into the flames. Sometimes, grumbled Shade, it is better to be defiantly wrong than silent. Look, boy, if you, a mere lad, can realize that either decision is wrong, so can all folk. But at least such an edict would give us a common response. It would not be as if each village were left to lick its own wounds. And in addition to such an edict, Shrewd and Verity should take other actions. He leaned closer to peer at the bubbling liquid. More heat, he suggested. I picked up a small bellows, plied it carefully. Such as? Organize raids on the out-islanders in return. Provide vessels and supplies to any willing to undertake such a raid. Forbid that herds and flocks be grazed so temptingly on the coast pastures. Supply more arms to the villages, if we cannot give each one men to protect it. By Ida's plough, give them pellets of caris seed and nightshade to carry in pouches above their wrists, so that if they are captured in a raid, they can take their own lives instead of being hostages. Anything, boy! Anything the king did at this point would be better than this damned indecisiveness! I sat staring at Shade. I had never heard him speak so forcefully, nor had I ever known him to criticize Shrewd so openly. It shocked me. I held my breath, hoping he'd say more, but almost fearful of what I might hear. He seemed unaware of my stare. Poke that a bit deeper, but be careful. If it explodes, King Shrewd may have himself 2 pocked men instead of 1. He glanced at me. Yes, that's how I was marked. But it might have well and truly been a pox for how Shrewd hears me lately. Ill omens and warnings and cautions fill you, he said to me. But I think you want the boy trained in the skill simply because you were not. It's a bad ambition, Shade. Put it from you. There speaks the Queen's ghost with the King's tongue. Shade's bitterness filled me with stillness. Chivalry. That's who we need now, he went on after a moment. Shrewd holds back, and Verity is a good soldier, but he listens to his father too much. Verity was raised to be second, not first. He does not take the initiative. We need chivalry. He'd go into those towns, talk to the folk who have lost loved ones to forging. Damn, he'd even talk to the forged ones themselves. Do you think it would do any good? I asked softly. I scarcely dared to move. I sensed that Shade was talking more to himself than to me. It wouldn't solve it, no. But our folk would have a sense of their ruler's involvement. Sometimes that's all it takes, boy. But all Verity does is march his toy soldiers about and waste strategies. And Shrewd watches it happen, and thinks not of his people, but only of how to assure that Regal can be kept safe and yet readied in power should Verity manage to get himself killed. Regal? I blurted in amazement. Regal, with his pretty clothes and cockerel posturings. Always he was at Shrewd's heels, but never had I thought of him as a real prince. To hear his name come up in such a discussion jolted me. He has become his father's favourite, Shade growled. Shrewd has done nothing but spoil him since the Queen died.
He tries to buy the boy's heart with gifts now that his mother is no longer around to claim his allegiance. And Regal takes full advantage. He speaks only what the old man loves to hear, and Shrewd gives him too much rein. He lets him wander about, squandering coin on useless visits to Farrow and Tilth, where his mother's people fill Regal with ideas of his self-importance. The boy should be kept at home and made to give some account for how he spends his time, and the king's money. What he spends gallivanting about would have outfitted a warship. And then, suddenly annoyed, "Oh, that's too hot! You'll lose it, fish it out quickly." But his words came too late, for the crucible cracked with a noise like breaking ice, and its contents filled Shade's tower room with an acrid smoke that brought all lessons and talk to an end for that night. I was not soon summoned again. My other lessons went on, but I missed Shade as the weeks passed and he did not call for me. I knew he was not displeased with me, but only preoccupied. When, idle one day, I pushed my awareness towards him, I felt only secrecy and discordance, and a wallop to the back of my head when Burrick caught me at it. "Stop it," he hissed, and ignored my studied look of shocked innocence. He glanced about the stall I was mucking out as if he expected to find a dog or cat lurking. "There's nothing here," he exclaimed. "Just manure and straw," I agreed, rubbing the back of my head. "Then what were you doing?" "Daydreaming," I muttered. That was all. "You can't fool me, Fitz," he growled, "and I won't have it. Not in my stables. You won't pervert my beasts that way, or degrade chivalry's blood. Mind what I've told you." I clenched my jaws and lowered my eyes and kept on working. After a time I heard him sigh and move away. I went on raking, inwardly seething and resolving never to let Burrick come up on me unawares again. The rest of that summer was such a whirlpool of events that I find it hard to recall their progression. Overnight, the very feeling of the air seemed to change. When I went into town, all of the talk was of fortifications and readiness. Only 2 more towns were forged that summer, but it seemed 100, for the stories of it were repeated and enlarged from lip to lip. "Until it seems as if that is all folk talk about any more," Molly complained to me. We were walking on Long Beach, in the light of the summer evening sun. The wind off the water was a welcome bit of cool after a muggy day. Burrick had been called away to Springmouth to see if he could work out why all the cattle there were developing huge hide sores. It meant no morning lessons for me, but many, many chores with the horses and hounds in his absence, especially as Cobb had gone to Turlake with Regal to manage his horses and hounds for a summer hunt. But the opposite weight of the balance was that my evenings were less supervised, and I had more time to visit town. My evening walks with Molly were almost a routine now. Her father's health was failing, and he scarcely needed to drink to fall into an early and deep sleep each night. Molly would pack a bit of cheese and sausage for us, or a small loaf and some smoked fish, and we would take a basket and a bottle of cheap wine, and walk out down the beach to the breakwater rocks. There we would sit on the rocks as they gave up the last heat of the day, and Molly would tell me about her day's work and the day's gossip, and I would listen. Sometimes our elbows bumped as we walked. Sarah, the butcher's daughter, told me that she positively yearns for winter to come. The winds and ice will beat the red ships back to their own shores for a bit, and give us a rest from fear, she says. But then Kelty up and says that maybe we'll be able to stop fearing more forging, but that we'll still have to fear the forged folk that are loose in our land. Rumour says that some from Forge have left there, now that there's nothing left for them to steal, and that they travel about as bandits, robbing travellers. I doubt it. More than likely it's other folk doing the robbing but trying to pass themselves off as forged folk to send revenge looking elsewhere. Forged folk don't have enough kinship left in them to be a band of anything, I contradicted her lazily. I was looking out across the bay,
my eyes almost closed against the glare of the sun on the water. I didn't have to look at Molly to feel her there beside me. It was an interesting tension, one I didn't fully understand. She was 16, and I about 14, and those 2 years loomed between us like an unsurmountable wall. Yet she always made time for me, and seemed to enjoy my company. She seemed as aware of me as I was of her. But if I quested toward her at all, she would draw back, halting to shake a pebble from her shoe, or suddenly speaking of her father's illness and how much he needed her. Yet if I drew my sensings back from that tension, she became uncertain and shyer of speech, and would try to look at my face and the set of my mouth and eyes. I didn't understand it, but it was as if we held a string taut between us. But now I heard an edge of annoyance in her speech. "Oh, I see. And you know so much of forged folk, do you? More than those who have been robbed by them?" Her tart words caught me off balance, and it was a moment or two before I could speak. Molly knew nothing of Shade and me, let alone of my side trip with him to forge. To her, I was an errand boy for the keep, working for the stable master when I wasn't fetching for the scribe. I couldn't betray my first-hand knowledge, let alone how I had sensed what forging was. I've heard the talk of the guards, when they're around the stables and kitchens at night. Soldiers like them have seen much of all kinds of folk, and they're the ones who say that the forged ones have no friendships, no family, no kinship ties at all left. Still, I suppose if one of them took to robbing travellers, others would copy him, and it would be almost the same as a band of robbers. Perhaps. She seemed mollified by my comments. "Look, let's climb up there to eat." Up there was a shelf on the cliff's edge rather than the breakwater, but I assented with a nod, and the next handful of minutes were spent in getting ourselves and our basket up there. It required more arduous climbing than our earlier expeditions had. I caught myself watching to see how Molly would manage her skirts, and taking opportunities to catch at her arm to balance her, or take her hand to help her up a steep bit while she kept hold of the basket. In a flash of insight, I knew that Molly's suggestion that we climb had been her way of manipulating the situation to cause this. We finally gained the ledge and sat, looking out over the water with her basket between us, and I was savouring my awareness of her awareness of me. It reminded me of the clubs of the Springfest jugglers, as they handed them back and forth, more and more, and faster. The silence lasted until a time when one of us had to speak. I looked at her, but she looked aside. She looked into the basket and said, "Oh, dandelion wine? I thought that wasn't any good until after midwinter." "It's last year's. It's had a winter to age," I told her, and took it from her to work the cork loose with my knife. She watched me worry at it for a while, and then took it from me and, drawing her own slender sheath knife, speared and twisted it out with a practised knack that I envied. She caught my look and shrugged. "I've been pulling corks from my father for as long as I can remember. It used to be because he was too drunk. Now he doesn't have the strength in his hands anymore, even when he's sober." Pain and bitterness mingled in her words. I floundered for a more pleasant topic. "Look, the Rain Maiden!" I pointed out over the water to a sleek-hulled ship coming into the harbour under oars. "I've always thought her the most beautiful ship in the harbour. She's been on patrol. The cloth merchants took up a collection. Almost every merchant in town contributed, even I, although all I could spare was candles for her lanterns. She's manned with fighters now, and escorts the ships between here and Highdowns. The green spray meets them there, and takes them further up the coast." I hadn't heard that, and it surprised me that I had not heard such a thing up in the keep itself. My heart sank in me that even Buckkeep Town was taking measures independent of the king's advice or consent. I said as much. "Well, folk have to do whatever they can, if all King Shrewd is going to do is click his tongue and frown about it. It's well enough for him to bid us to be strong when he sits secure up in his castle. It isn't as if his son or brother or little girl will be forged. It shamed me that I could think of nothing to say in my king's defence. And shame stung me to say, well, you're almost as safe as the king himself, living here below in Buckkeep Town. Molly looked at me levelly. I had a cousin, apprenticed out in Forge Town. She paused, then said carefully, will you think me cold when I say that we were relieved to hear he had only been killed? It was uncertain for a week or so. But finally we had word from one who had seen him die. And my father and I were both relieved. We could grieve, knowing that his life was simply over and we would miss him. We no longer had to wonder if he was still alive and behaving like a beast, causing misery to others and shame to himself. I was silent for a bit. Then, I'm sorry. It seemed inadequate, and I reached out to pat her motionless hand. For a second it was almost as if I couldn't feel her there, as if her pain had shocked her into an emotional numbness the equal of a forged one. But then she sighed, and I felt her presence again beside me. You know, I ventured, perhaps the king himself does not know what to do either. Perhaps he is at as great a loss for a solution as we are. He is the king, Molly protested, and named Shrewd to be shrewd. Folk are saying now he but holds back to keep the strings of his purse tight. Why should he pay out of his hoard when desperate merchants will hire mercenaries of their own? But enough of this. She held up her hand to stop my words. This is not why we came out here into the peace and coolness. To talk of politics and fears. Tell me instead of what you've been doing. Has the speckled bitch had her pups yet? And so we spoke of other things, of Motley's puppies, and of the wrong stallion getting at a mare in season. And then she told me of gathering green cones to send her candles and picking blackberries, and how busy she would be for the next week trying to make blackberry preserves for the winter while still tending the shop and making candles. We talked and ate and drank and watched the late sun of summer as it lingered low on the horizon, almost but not quite setting. I felt the tension as a pleasant thing between us, as both a suspension and a wonder. I viewed it as an extension of my strange new sense, and so I marvelled that Molly seemed to feel and react to it as well. I wanted to speak to her about it, to ask her if she was aware of other folk in a similar way. But I feared that if I asked her I might reveal myself as I had to shade, or that she might be disgusted by it, as I knew Burrick would be. So I smiled and we talked, and I kept my thoughts to myself. I walked her home through the quiet streets and bid her good night at the door of the chandlery. She paused a moment, as if thinking of something else she wanted to say, but then gave me only a quizzical look and a softly muttered, "Good night, new boy." I took myself home under a deeply blue sky pierced by bright stars, past the sentries at their eternal dice game and up to the stables. I made a quick round of the stalls, but all was calm and well there, even with the new puppies. I noticed 2 strange horses in one of the paddocks, and one lady's palfrey had been stabled. Some visiting noblewoman come to court, I decided. I wondered what had brought her here at the end of the summer, and admired the quality of her horses. Then I left the stables and headed up to the keep. By habit, my path took me through the kitchens. Cook was familiar with the appetites of stable boys and men-at-arms, and knew that regular meals did not always suffice to keep one full. Especially lately I had found myself getting hungry at all hours, while Mistress Hasty had recently declared that if I didn't stop growing so rapidly, I should have to wrap myself in bark cloth like a wild man, for she had no idea how to keep me looking as if my clothes fitted. I was already thinking of the big earthenware bowl that Cook kept full of soft biscuits and covered with a cloth, and of a certain wheel of especially sharp cheese, and how well both would go with some ale when I entered the kitchen door. There was a woman at the table. She had been eating an apple and cheese, but at the sight of me coming in the door, She sprang up and put her hand over her heart as if she thought I were the pocked man himself. I paused. "I did not mean to startle you, lady. I was merely hungry, and thought to get myself some food. Will it bother you if I stay?" The lady slowly sank back into her seat. I wondered privately what someone of her rank was doing alone in the kitchen at night, for her high birth was something that could not be disguised by the simple cream robe she wore or the weariness in her face. This undoubtedly was the rider of the palfrey in the stable, and not some lady's maid. If she had awakened hungry at night, why hadn't she simply bestirred a servant to fetch something for her? Her hand rose from clutching at her breast to pat at her lips, as if to steady her uneven breath. When she spoke, her voice was well modulated, almost musical. "I would not keep you from your food. I was simply a bit startled. You came in so suddenly." "My thanks, lady." I moved around the big kitchen, from ale cask to cheese to bread, but everywhere I went her eyes followed me. Her food lay ignored on the table where she had dropped it when I came in. I turned from pouring myself a mug of ale to find her eyes wide upon me. Instantly she dropped them away. Her mouth worked, but she said nothing. "May I do something for you?" I asked politely. "Help you find something? Would you care for some ale?" "If you would be so kind." She said the words softly. I brought her the mug I had just filled and set it on the table before her. She drew back when I came near her, as if I carried some contagion. I wondered if I smelled bad from my stable work earlier. I decided not, for Molly would have surely mentioned it. Molly was ever frank with me about such things. I drew another mug for myself, and then, looking about, decided it would be better to carry my food up to my room. The lady's whole attitude bespoke her uneasiness at my presence. But as I was struggling to balance biscuits and cheese and mug, she gestured at the bench opposite her. "Sit down," she told me, as if she had read my thoughts. "It is not right I should scare you away from your meal." Her tone was neither command nor invitation, but something in between. I took the seat she indicated, my ale slopping over a bit as I juggled food and mug into place. I felt her eyes on me as I sat. Her own food remained ignored before her. I ducked my head to avoid that gaze and ate quickly, as furtively as a rat in a corner who suspects a cat is behind the door waiting. She did not stare rudely, but openly watched me, with the sort of observation that made my hands clumsy and led to my acute awareness that I had just unthinkingly wiped my mouth on the back of my sleeve. I could think of nothing to say, and yet the silence jabbed at me. The biscuit seemed dry in my mouth, making me cough, and when I tried to wash it down with ale, I choked. Her eyebrows twitched, her mouth set more firmly. Even with my eyes lowered to my plate, I felt her gaze. I rushed through my food, wanting only to escape her hazel eyes and straight, silent mouth. I pushed the last hunks of bread and cheese into my mouth and stood up quickly, bumping against the table and almost knocking the bench over in my haste. I headed toward the door, then remembered Burrick's instructions about excusing oneself from a lady's presence. I swallowed my half-chewed mouthful. "Good night to you, lady," I muttered, thinking the words not quite right, but unable to summon better. I crabbed toward the door. "Wait," she said, and when I paused, she asked, "Do you sleep upstairs, or out in the stables?" "Both. Sometimes. Either. Good night then, lady." I turned and all but fled. I was halfway up the stairs before I wondered at the strangeness of her question. It was only when I went to undress for bed that I realized I still gripped my empty ale mug. I went to sleep, feeling a fool and wondering why. Chapter 12. Patience. The Red Ship raiders were a misery and an affliction to their own folk long before they troubled the shores of the Six Duchies. From obscure cult beginnings, They rose to both religious and political power by means of ruthless tactics. Chiefs and headmen who refused to align themselves with their beliefs often found that their wives and children had become the victims of what we have come to call forging, in memory of the ill-fated town of Forge. Hard-hearted and cruel as we consider the Out-Islanders to be, they have in their tradition a strong vein of honour and heinous penalties for those who break the kin rules. Imagine the anguish of the Out-Islander father whose son has been forged. He must either conceal his son's crimes when the boy lies to him, steals from him, and forces himself upon the household women, or see the boy flayed alive for his crimes, and suffer both the loss of his heir and the respect of the other houses. The threat of forging was a powerful detriment to opposing the political power of the Red Ship raiders. By the time the raiders began to harry our shores seriously, they had subdued most opposition in the Out-Islands. Those who openly opposed them died or fled. Others grudgingly paid tribute and clenched their teeth against the outrages of those who controlled the cult. But many gladly joined the ranks and painted the hulls of their raiding vessels red and never questioned the rightness of what they did. It seems likely that these converts were formed mostly from the lesser houses, who had never before been offered the opportunity to rise in influence. But he who controlled the Red Ship raiders cared nothing for who a man's forebears had been, so long as he had the man's unswerving loyalty. I saw the lady twice more before I discovered who she was. The second time I saw her was the next night at about the same hour. Molly had been busy with her berries, so I had gone out for an evening of tavern music with Kerry and Dirk. I had had perhaps 1 or at most 2 glasses more of ale than I should have. I was neither dizzy nor sick, but I was placing my feet carefully, for I had already taken 1 tumble in a pothole on the dusky road. Separate, but adjacent to the dusty kitchen courtyard with its cobbles and wagon docks, is a hedged area. It is commonly referred to as the women's garden, not because it is exclusively their province, but simply because they have the tending and the knowing of it. It is a pleasant place, with a pond in the middle, and many low beds of herbs set among flowering plantings, fruit vines, and green-stoned pathways. I knew better than to go straight to bed when I was in this condition. If I attempted to sleep now, the bed would begin to spin and sway, and within an hour I would be puking sick. It had been a pleasant evening, and that seemed a wretched way to end it, so I took myself to the women's garden instead of to my room. In one angle of the garden, between a sun-warmed wall and a smaller pond, there grew 7 varieties of thyme. Their fragrances on a hot day can be giddying, but then, with evening verging on night, the mingling scents seemed to soothe my head. I splashed my face in the little pool, and then put my back to the rock wall that was still releasing the sun's heat back to the night. Frogs were chirruping to one another. I lowered my eyes and watched the pond's calm surface to keep myself from spinning. Footsteps. Then a woman's voice asked tartly, "Are you drunk?" "Not quite," I replied affably, thinking it was Tilly the orchard girl. "Not quite enough time or coin," I added jokingly. "I suppose you learned it from Burrick. The man is a sot and a lecher, and he has cultivated like traits in you. Ever he brings those around him down to his level." The bitterness in the woman's voice made me look up. I squinted through the dimming light to make out her features. It was the lady of the previous evening. Standing on the garden path in a simple shift, she looked at first glance to be little more than a girl. She was slender and less tall than I, though I was not overly tall for my 14 years, but her face was a woman's, and right now her mouth was set in a condemning line echoed by the brows knit over her hazel eyes. Her hair was dark and curling, and though she had tried to restrain it, ringlets of it had escaped at her forehead and neck. It was not that I felt compelled to defend Burrick, it was simply that my condition was no doing of his. So I made answer something to the effect that as he was some miles distant in a different town, he could scarcely be responsible for what I put in my mouth and swallowed. The lady came 2 steps closer. But he has never taught you better, has he? He has never counselled you against drunkenness, has he? There is a saying from the Southlands that there is truth in wine. There must be a bit of it in ale also. I spoke it that night. Actually, my lady, he would be greatly displeased with me right now. First, he would berate me for not rising when a lady spoke to me, and here I lurched to my feet. And then he would lecture me long and severely about the behaviour expected from one who carries a prince's blood, if not his titles. I managed a bow, and when I succeeded, I distinguished myself by straightening up with a flourish. So, good evening to you, fair lady of the garden. I bid you good night, and I shall remove my oafish self from your presence. I was all the way to the arched entryway in the wall when she called out, "Wait!" But my stomach gave a quietly protesting grumble, and I pretended not to hear. She did not come after me, but I felt sure she watched me, and so I kept my head up and my stride even until I was out of the kitchen courtyard. I took myself down to the stables, where I vomited into the manure pile and ended up sleeping in a clean, empty stall because the steps up to Burrick's loft looked entirely too steep. But youth is amazingly resilient, especially when feeling threatened. I was up at dawn the next day, for I knew Burrick was expected home by afternoon. I washed myself at the stables and decided the tunic I had worn for the last 3 days needed to be replaced. I was doubly conscious of its condition when in the corridor outside my room the lady accosted me. She looked me up and down, and before I could speak she addressed me. "Change your shirt," she told me, and then added, "Those leggings make you look like a stork. Tell Mistress Hasty they need replacing." "Good morning, lady," I said. It was not a reply, but those were the only words that came to me in my astonishment. I decided she was very eccentric, even more so than Lady Time. My best course was to humour her. I expected her to turn aside and go on her way. Instead, she continued to hold me with her eyes. "Do you play a musical instrument?" she demanded. I shook my head mutely. "You sing, then?" "No, my lady." She looked troubled as she asked, "Then perhaps you have been taught to recite the epics and the knowledge verses of herbs and healings and navigation? That sort of thing?" "Only the ones that pertain to the care of horses, hawks, and dogs," I told her, almost honestly. Burrick had demanded I learn those. Shade had taught me a set about poisons and antidotes, but he had warned me they were not commonly known and were not to be casually recited. "But you dance, of course, and you have been instructed in the making of verse." I was totally confused. "Lady, I think you have confused me with someone else. Perhaps you are thinking of August, the king's nephew. He is but a year or 2 younger than I, and—" "I am not mistaken. Answer my question," she demanded, almost shrilly. "No, my lady, the teachings you speak of are for those who are well-born. I have not been taught them." At each of my denials, she had appeared more troubled. Her mouth grew straighter, and her hazel eyes clouded. "This is not to be tolerated," she declared, and turning in a flurry of skirts, she hastened off down the hallway. After a moment, I went into my room, changed my shirt, and put on the longest pair of leggings I owned. I dismissed the lady from my thoughts, and threw myself into my chores and lessons for the day. It was raining that afternoon when Burrick returned. I met him outside the stables, taking his horse's head as he swung stiffly down from the saddle. "You've grown, Fitz," he observed, and looked me over with a critical eye, as if I were a horse or hound that was showing unexpected potential. He opened his mouth as if to say something more, then shook his head and gave a half snort. "Well?" he asked, and I began my report. He had been gone scarcely more than a month, but Burrick liked to know things down to the smallest detail. He walked beside me, listening, as I led his horse to her stall and proceeded to care for her. Sometimes it surprised me how much like Shade he could be. They were very alike in the way they expected me to recall exact details, and to be able to relate the doings of last week or last month in correct order. Learning to report for Shade had not been that difficult. He had merely formalized the requirements that Burrick had long expected of me. Years later, I was to realize how similar it was to the reporting of a man-at-arms to his superior. Another man would have gone off to the kitchens or the baths after hearing my summarized version of everything that had gone on in his absence. But Burrick insisted on walking through his stables, stopping here to chat with a groom and there to speak softly to a horse. When he came to the lady's old palfrey, he stopped. He looked at the horse for a few minutes in silence. "I trained this beast," he said abruptly, and at his voice the horse turned in the stall to face him and whickered softly. "Silk," he said softly, and stroked the soft nose. He sighed suddenly. "So the Lady Patience is here. Has she seen you yet?" Now there was a difficult question to answer. 1,000 thoughts collided in my head at once. The Lady Patience, my father's wife, and by many accounts the one most responsible for my father's withdrawal from the court and from me. That was who I had been chatting with in the kitchen and drunkenly saluting. That was who had quizzed me this morning on my education. To Burrick I muttered, "Not formally, but we've met." He surprised me by laughing. "Your face is a picture, Fitz. I can see she hasn't changed much, just by your reaction. The first time I met her was in her father's orchard. She was sitting up in a tree. She demanded that I remove a splinter from her foot, and took her shoe and stocking off right there so I could do it, right there in front of me. And she had no idea at all of who I was. Nor I her. I thought she was a lady's maid. That was years ago, of course, and even a few years before my prince met her. I suppose I wasn't much older than you are now." He paused, and his face softened. "And she had a wretched little dog she always carried about with her in a basket. It was always wheezing and retching up wads of its own fur. Its name was Featherduster." He paused a moment and smiled almost fondly. "What a thing to remember after all these years." "Did she like you when she first met you?" I asked tactlessly. Burrick looked at me and his eyes became opaque, the man disappearing behind the gaze. "Better than she does now," he said abruptly, "but that's of small import. Let's hear it, Fitz. What does she think of you?" Now there was a question. I plunged into an accounting of our meetings, glossing over details as much as I dared. I was halfway through my garden encounter when Burrick held up a hand. "Stop," he said quietly. I fell silent. "When you cut pieces out of the truth to avoid looking like a fool, you end up sounding like a moron instead. Let's start again." So I did, and spared him nothing of either my behaviour or the lady's comments. When I was finished, I waited for his judgment. Instead, he reached out and stroked the palfrey's nose. "Some things are changed by time," he said at last, "and others are not." He sighed. "Well, Fitz, you have a way of presenting yourself to the very people you should most ardently avoid. I am sure there will be consequences from this, but I have not the slightest idea what they will be. That being so, there's no point to worrying. Let's see the rat dog's pups. You said she had 6. "And all survived," I said proudly, for the bitch had a history of difficult whelping. "Let's just hope we do as well for ourselves," Burrick muttered as we walked through the stables, but when I glanced up at him, surprised, he seemed not to have been talking to me at all.
"I'd have thought you'd have the good sense to avoid her," Shade grumbled at me.
It was not the greeting I had looked for after more than 2 months' absence from his chambers. I didn't know it was the Lady Patience. I'm surprised there was no gossip about her arrival.
"She strenuously objects to gossip," Shade informed me.
He sat in his chair before the small fire in the fireplace. Shade's chambers were chilly, and he was ever vulnerable to cold. He looked weary as well tonight, worn by whatever he had been doing in the weeks since I'd last seen him. His hands especially looked old, bony, and lumpy about the knuckles. He took a sip of his wine and continued,
"And she has her eccentric little ways of dealing with those who talk about her behind her back. She has always insisted on privacy for herself. It is one reason she would have made a very poor queen. Not that Chivalry cared. That was a marriage he made for himself rather than for politics. I think it was the first major disappointment he dealt his father. After that, nothing he did ever completely pleased Shrewd."
I sat still as a mouse. Slink came and perched on my knee. It was rare to hear Shade so talkative, especially about matters relating to the royal family. I scarcely breathed for fear of interrupting him. "Sometimes I think there was something in Patience that Chivalry instinctively knew he needed. He was a thoughtful, orderly man, always correct in his manners, always aware of precisely what was going on around him. He was chivalrous, boy, in the best sense of that word. He did not give in to ugly or petty impulses. That meant he exuded a certain air of restraint at all times, so those who did not know him well thought him cold or cavalier. And then he met this girl, and she was scarcely more than a girl, and there was no more substance to her than to cobwebs and sea foam. Thoughts and tongue always flying from this to that, nittity-nattity, with never a pause or connection I could see. It used to exhaust me just to listen to her. But Chivalry would smile and marvel. Perhaps it was that she had absolutely no awe of him. Perhaps it was that she didn't seem particularly eager to win him. But with a score of more eligible ladies of better birth and brighter brains pursuing him, he chose Patience. And it wasn't even timely for him to wed. When he took her to wife, he shut the gate on a dozen possible alliances that a wife could have brought him. There was no good reason for him to get married at that time, not one." "Except that he wanted to," I said, and then I could have bitten out my tongue. For Shade nodded, and then gave himself a bit of a shake. He took his gaze off the fire and looked at me. "Well, enough of that. I won't ask you how you made such an impression on her, or what changed her heart toward you. But last week she came to Shrewd and demanded that you be recognized as Chivalry's son and heir, and given an education appropriate to a prince." I was dizzied. Did the wall tapestries move before me, or was it a trick of my eyes? "Of course he refused," Shade continued mercilessly. "He tried to explain to her why such a thing is totally impossible. All she kept saying was, 'But you are the king. How can it be impossible for you?' The nobles would never accept him. It would mean civil war, and think what it would do to an unprepared boy to plunge him suddenly into this, so he told her." "Oh," I said quietly. I couldn't remember what I had felt for the one instant. Elation? Anger? Fear? I only knew that the feeling was gone now, and I felt oddly stripped and humiliated that I'd felt anything at all. Patience, of course, was not convinced at all. "Prepare the boy," she told the king, "and when he is ready, judge for yourself." Only Patience would ask such a thing, and in front of both Verity and Regal. Verity listened quietly, knowing how it must end, but Regal was livid. He becomes overwrought far too easily. Even an idiot should know Shrewd could not accede to Patience's demand. But he knows when to compromise. In all else, he gave way to her, mostly, I think, to stop her tongue. "In all else?" I repeated stupidly. Some for our good, some for our detriment. Or at least for our damned inconvenience. Shade sounded both annoyed and elated. I hope you can find more hours in the day, boy, for I'm not willing to sacrifice any of my plans for hers. Patience has demanded that you be educated as befits your bloodlines, and she has vowed to undertake such educating herself. Music, poetry, dance, song, manners. I hope you've a better tolerance for it than I did. Though it never seemed to hurt chivalry, sometimes he even put such knowledge to good use. But it will take up a good part of your day. You'll be acting as page for Patience as well. You're old for it, but she insisted. Personally, I think she regrets much, and is trying to make up for lost time, something that never works. You'll have to cut back your weapons training, and Burrick will have to find himself another stable boy. I didn't give a peg about the weapons training. As Shade had often pointed out to me, a really good assassin worked close and quietly. If I learned my trade well, I wouldn't be swinging a long blade at anyone. But my time with Burrick, again, I had the odd sensation of not knowing how I felt. I hated Burrick, sometimes. He was overbearing, dictatorial, and insensitive. He expected me to be perfect, yet bluntly told me that I would never be rewarded for it. But he was also open and blunt, and believed I could achieve what he demanded. You're probably wondering what advantage she won us, Shade went on obliviously. I heard suppressed excitement in his voice. It's something I've tried for twice for you and been twice refused. But Patience nattered at Shrewd until he surrendered. It's the skill, boy. You're to be trained in the skill. The skill, I repeated, without sense of what I was saying. It was all going too fast for me. Yes. I scrabbled to find thoughts. Burrick spoke of it to me once, a long time ago. Abruptly I remembered the context of that conversation, after Nosy accidentally betrayed us. He had spoken of it as the opposite of whatever was the sense I shared with animals. The same sense had revealed to me the change in the folk of Forge. Would training in one free me of the other, or would it be a deprivation? I thought of the sense that I had shared with horses and dogs when I knew Burrick was not around. I remembered Nosy in a mingling of warmth and grief. I had never been so close before or since to another living creature. Would this new training in the skill take that away from me? What's the matter, boy? Shade's voice was kindly but concerned. I don't know, I hesitated. But not even to Shade could I dare to reveal my fear. Or my taint. Nothing, I suppose. You've been listening to old tales about the training, he guessed, totally incorrectly. Listen, boy, it can't be that bad. Chivalry went through it, so did Verity. And with the threat of the red ships, Shrewd has decided to go back to the old ways and extend the training to other likely candidates. He wants a coterie, or even two, to supplement what he and Verity can do with the skill. Galen is not enthused, but I suspect it's a very good idea, though, being a bastard myself, I was never allowed the training, so I've no real idea how the skill might be employed to defend the land. You're a bastard! The words burst out of me. All my tangled thoughts were suddenly sliced through by this revelation. Shade stared at me, as shocked at my words as I by his. Of course. I thought you'd worked that out long ago. Boy, for someone as perceptive as you are, you've got some very odd blind spots. I looked at Shade as if for the first time. His scars, perhaps, had hidden it from me. The resemblance was there. The brow, the way his ears were set, the line of his lower lip. You're Shrewd's son, I guessed wildly, going only by his appearance. Even before he spoke, I realized how foolish my words were. Son! Shade laughed grimly. How he would scowl to hear you say that. But the truth makes him grimace even more. He is my younger half-brother, boy. Though he was conceived in a wedded bed, and I on a military campaign near Sand's Edge. Softly he added, My mother was a soldier when I was conceived, but she returned home to bear me and later wedded a potter. When my mother died, her husband put me on a donkey, gave me a necklace she had worn, and told me to take it to the king at Buckkeep. I was 10. It was a long, hard road from Woolcott to Buckkeep in those days. I couldn't think of anything to say. Enough of this. Shade straightened himself up sternly. Galen will be instructing you in the skill. Shrewd browbeat him into it. He finally acceded, but with reservations. No one is to interfere with any of his students during the training. I wish it were otherwise, but there's nothing I can do about it. You'll just have to be careful. You know of Galen, don't you? A little, I said. Only what other people say about him. What do you know by yourself? Shade quizzed me. I took a breath and considered. He eats alone. I've never seen him at table, either with the men-at-arms or in the dining hall. I've never seen him just standing about and talking, not in the exercise yard or the washing court or in any of the gardens. He's always going somewhere when I see him, and he's always in a hurry. He's bad with animals. The dogs don't like him, and he over-controls the horses so much that he ruins their mouths and their temperaments. I imagine he's about Berwick's age. He dresses well, is almost as fancy as Regal. I've heard him called a Queen's man.
Why?
Shade asked quickly. It was a long time ago. Gage, he's a man-at-arms. He came to Berwick one night, a bit drunk, a bit cut up. He'd had a fight with Galen, and Galen had hit him in the face with a little whip or something. Gage asked Berwick to fix him up because it was late and he wasn't supposed to have been drinking that night. His watch was coming up or something. Gage told Berwick that he'd overheard Galen say that Regal was twice as royal as Chivalry or Verity, and it was a stupid custom that kept him from the throne. Galen had said that Regal's mother was better born than Shrewd's first queen, which everyone knows is true. But what angered Gage enough to start the fight was that Galen said Queen Desire was more royal than Shrewd himself, for she'd farcier blood from both her parents, and Shrewd's was just from his father. So Gage swung at him, but Galen sidestepped and struck him in the face with something. I paused. And, Shade encouraged me. And so he favours Regal over Verity or even the king. And Regal, well, accepts him. He's friendlier with him than he usually is with servants or soldiers. He seems to take counsel from him the few times I've seen them together. It's almost funny to watch them together. You'd think Galen was aping Regal from the way he dresses and walks as the prince does. Sometimes they almost look alike. They do? Shade leaned closer, waiting. What else have you noticed? I searched my memory for more first-hand knowledge of Galen. That's all, I think. Has he ever spoken to you? No. I see. Shade nodded as if to himself. And what do you know of him by reputation? What do you suspect? He was trying to lead me to some conclusion, but I could not guess what. He's from Farrow, an inlander. His family came to Buckkeep with King Shrewd's second queen. I've heard it said that he's afraid of the water, to sail or to swim. Berwick respects him, but doesn't like him. He says he's a man who knows his job and does it, but Berwick can't get along with anyone who mistreats an animal, even if it's out of ignorance. The kitchen folk don't like him. He's always making the younger ones cry. He accuses the girls of getting hair in his meals or having dirty hands, and he says the boys are too rowdy and don't serve food correctly. So the cooks don't like him either, because when the apprentices are upset, they don't do their work well. Shade was still looking at me expectantly, as if waiting for something very important. I racked my brains for other gossip. He wears a chain with 3 gems set in it. Queen Desire gave it to him for some special service he did. The fool hates him. He told me once that if no one else is around, Galen calls him a freak and throws things at him. Shade's brows went up. The fool talks to you. His tone was more than incredulous. He sat up in his chair so suddenly that his wine leapt out of his cup and splashed on his knee. He rubbed at it distractedly with his sleeve. Sometimes, I admitted cautiously. Not very often. Only when he feels like it, he just appears and tells me things.
Things? What kind of things?
I realized suddenly that I had never recounted to Shade the Fitz, Fats riddle. It seemed too complicated to go into just then. Oh, just odd things. About 2 months ago he stopped me and said the morrow was a poor day to hunt, but it was fine and clear. Burrick got that big buck that day, you remember? It was the same day that we came upon a wolverine. It tore up 2 of the dogs badly.
As I recall, it nearly got you. Shade leaned forward, an oddly pleased look on his face.
I shrugged. Burrick wrote it down. And then he cursed me down as if it were my fault, and told me that he'd have knocked me silly if the beast had hurt Sooty. As if I could have known it would turn on me. I hesitated. Shade, I know the fool is strange, but I like it when he comes to talk to me. He speaks in riddles, and he insults me and makes fun of me and gives himself leave to tell me things he thinks I should do, like wash my hair or not wear yellow. But...
Yes?
Shade prodded, as if what I was saying were very important. I like him, I said lamely. He mocks me, but from him it seems like a kindness. He makes me feel, well, important. That he could choose me to talk to. Shade leaned back. He put his hand up to his mouth to cover a smile, but it was a joke I didn't understand.
Trust your instincts, he told me succinctly, and keep any counsels the fool gives you. And as you have, keep it private, that he comes and speaks to you. Some could take it amiss.
Who? I demanded.
King Shrewd, perhaps? After all, the fool is his, bought and paid for.
A dozen questions rose to my mind. Shade saw the expression on my face, for he held up a quelling hand.
Not now. That's as much as you need to know right now. In fact, more than you need to know. But I was surprised by your revelation. It's not like me to tell secrets not my own. If the fool wants you to know more, he can speak for himself. But I seem to recall we were discussing Galen.
I sank back in my chair with a sigh. Galen. So he is unpleasant to those who cannot challenge it, dresses well, and eats alone. What else do I need to know, Shade? I've had strict teachers, and I've had unpleasant ones. I think I'll learn to deal with him.
You'd better. Shade was deadly earnest. Because he hates you. He hates you more than he loved your father. The depth of emotion he felt for your father unnerved me. No man, not even a prince, merits such blind devotion, especially not so suddenly. And you he hates with even more intensity. It frightens me.
Something in Shade's tone brought a sick chill stalking up from my stomach. I felt an uneasiness that almost made me sick. How do you know? I demanded.
Because he told Shrewd so, when Shrewd directed him to include you among his pupils. Does not this bastard have to learn his place? Does he not have to be content with what you have decreed for him? Then he refused to teach you.
He refused?
I told you, but Shrewd was adamant. And he is king, and Galen must obey him now, for all that he was a queen's man. So Galen relented, and said he would attempt to teach you. You will meet with him each day, beginning a month from now. You have patiences until then.
Where?
There is a tower top, called the Queen's Garden. You will be admitted there.
Shade paused, as if wanting to warn me, but not wishing to scare me.
Be careful, he said at last, for within the walls of the garden, I have no influence. I am blind there.
It was a strange warning, and one I took to heart. Chapter 13. Smithy. The Lady Patience established her eccentricity at an early age. As a small child, her nursemaids found her stubbornly independent, and yet lacking the common sense to take care of herself. One remarked, She would go all day with her laces undone because she could not tie them herself, yet would suffer no one to tie them for her. Before the age of 10, she had decided to eschew the traditional trainings befitting a girl of her rank, and instead interested herself in handicrafts that were very unlikely to prove useful: pottery, tattooing, the making of perfumes, and the growing and propagation of plants, especially foreign ones. She did not scruple to absent herself for long hours from supervision. She preferred the woodlands and orchards to her mother's courtyards and gardens. One would have thought this would produce a hardy and practical child. Nothing could be further from the truth. She seemed to be constantly afflicted with rashes, scrapes, and stings, was frequently lost, and never developed any sensible wariness toward man or beast. Her education came largely from herself. She mastered reading and ciphering at an early age, and from that time studied any scroll, book, or tablet that came her way with avaricious and indiscriminate interest. Tutors were frustrated by her distractible ways and frequent absences that seemed to affect not at all her ability to learn almost anything swiftly and well. Yet the application of such knowledge interested her not at all. Her head was full of fancies and imaginings. She substituted poetry and music for logic and manners. She expressed no interest at all in social introductions and coquettish skills. And yet she married a prince, one who had courted her with a single-minded enthusiasm that was to be the first scandal to befall him. "Stand up straight!" I stiffened. "Not like that, you look like a turkey drawn out and waiting for the axe. Relax more. No, put your shoulders back, don't hunch them. Do you always stand with your feet thrown out so?" "Lady, he is only a boy. They are always so, all angles and bones. Let him come in and be at ease." "Oh, very well, come in then." I nodded my gratitude to a round-faced serving woman who dimpled a smile at me in return. She gestured me toward a pew bench so bedecked with pillows and shawls that there was scarcely room left to sit. I perched on the edge of it and surveyed Lady Patience's chamber. It was worse than shades. I would have thought it the clutter of years if I had not known that she had only recently arrived. Even a complete inventory of the room could not have described it, for it was the juxtaposition of objects that made them remarkable. A feather fan, a fencing glove, and a bundle of cattails were all vased in a well-worn boot. A small black terrier with 2 fat puppies slept in a basket lined with a fur hood and some woolen stockings. A family of carved ivory walruses perched on a tablet about horseshoeing. But the dominant elements were the plants. There were fat puffs of greenery overflowing clay pots, teacups and goblets, and buckets of cuttings and cut flowers, and vines spilling out of handleless mugs and cracked cups. Failures were evident in bare sticks poking up out of pots of earth. The plants perched and huddled together in every location that would catch morning or afternoon sun from the windows. The effect was like a garden spilling in the windows and growing up around the clutter in the room. "He's probably hungry too, isn't he, Lacey? I've heard that about boys. I think there's some cheese and biscuits on the stand by my bed. Fetch them for him, would you, dear?" Lady Patience stood slightly more than arm's distance away from me as she spoke past me to her lady. "I'm not hungry, really, thank you," I blurted out before Lacey could lumber to her feet. "I'm here because I was told to make myself available to you in the mornings, for as long as you wanted me." That was a careful rephrasing. What King Shrewd had actually said to me was, "Go to her chambers each morning and do whatever it is she thinks you ought to be doing so that she leaves me alone. And keep doing it until she is as weary of you as I am of her." His bluntness had astounded me, for I had never seen him so beleaguered as that day. Verity came in the door of the chamber as I was scuttling out, and he too looked much the worse for wear. Both men spoke and moved as if suffering from too much wine the night before, and yet I had seen them both at table last night, and there had been a marked lack of either merriness or wine. Verity tousled my head as I went past him. "More like his father every day," he remarked to a scowling Regal behind him. Regal glared at me as he entered the king's chamber and loudly closed the door behind him. So here I was, in my lady's chamber, and she was skirting about me and talking past me as if I were an animal that might suddenly strike out at her or soil the carpets. I could tell that it afforded Lacey much amusement. Yes, I already knew that, you see, because I was the one who had asked the king that you be sent here, Lady Patience explained carefully to me. Yes, ma'am. I shifted on my bit of seat space and tried to look intelligent and well-mannered. Recalling the earlier times we had met, I could scarcely blame her for treating me like a dolt. A silence fell. I looked around at things in the room. Lady Patience looked toward a window. Lacey sat and smirked to herself and pretended to be tatting lace. Oh, here! Swift as a diving hawk, Lady Patience stooped down and seized the black terrier pup by the scruff of the neck. He yelped in surprise, and his mother looked up in annoyance as Lady Patience thrust him into my arms. This one's for you. He's yours now. Every boy should have a pet. I caught the squirming puppy and managed to support his body before she let go of him. Or maybe you'd rather have a bird. I have a cage of finches in my bedchamber. You could have one of them if you'd rather. No, a puppy's fine. A puppy is wonderful. The second half of the statement was made to the pup. My instinctive response to his high-pitched had been to quest out to him with calm. His mother had sensed my contact with him and approved. She settled back into her basket with the white pup with blithe unconcern. The puppy looked up at me and met my eyes directly. This, in my experience, was rather unusual. Most dogs avoided prolonged direct eye contact. But also unusual was his awareness. I knew from surreptitious experiments in the stable that most puppies his age had little more than fuzzy self-awareness and were mostly turned to mother and milk and immediate needs. This little fellow had a solidly established identity within himself and a deep interest in all that was going on around him. He liked Lacey, who fed him bits of meat, and was wary of Patience, not because she was cruel, but because she stumbled over him and kept putting him back in the basket each time he laboriously clambered out. He thought I smelled very exciting, and the scents of horses and birds and other dogs were like colours in my mind, images of things that as yet had no shape or reality for him, but that he nonetheless found fascinating. I imaged the scents for him, and he climbed my chest, wriggling, sniffing, and licking me in his excitement. Take me, show me, take me. Even listening? I winced, expecting a rap from Burrick, then came back to awareness of where I was, and of the small woman standing before me with her hands on her hips. I think something's wrong with him, she observed abruptly to Lacey. Did you see how he was sitting there, staring at the puppy? I thought he was about to go off into some sort of fit. Lacey smiled benignly and went on with her tatting. Fair reminded me of you, my lady, when you start pottering about with your leaves and bits of plants and end up staring at the dirt. Well, said Patience, clearly displeased, it is quite one thing for an adult to be pensive, she observed firmly, and another for a boy to stand about looking daft. Later, I promised the pup. I'm sorry, I said, and tried to look repentant. I was just distracted by the puppy. He had cuddled into the crook of my arm and was casually chewing the edge of my jerkin. It is difficult to explain what I felt. I needed to pay attention to Lady Patience, but this small being snuggled against me was radiating delight and contentment. It is a heady thing to be suddenly proclaimed the centre of someone's world, even if that someone is an 8-week-old puppy. It made me realize how profoundly alone I had felt, and for how long. Thank you, I said, and even I was surprised at the gratitude in my voice. Thank you very much. It's just a puppy, Lady Patience said, and to my surprise she looked almost ashamed. She turned aside and stared out the window. The puppy licked his nose and closed his eyes. Warm. Sleep. Tell me about yourself, she demanded abruptly. It took me aback. What would you like to know, lady? She made a small, frustrated gesture. "What do you do each day? What have you been taught?" So I attempted to tell her, but I could see that it didn't satisfy her. She folded her lips tightly at each mention of Burrick's name. She wasn't impressed with any of my martial training. Of shade, I could say nothing. She nodded in grudging approval of my study of languages, writing, and ciphering. "Well," she interrupted suddenly, "at least you're not totally ignorant. If you can read, you can learn anything, if you've a will to. Have you a will to learn?" "I suppose so." It was a lukewarm answer, but I was beginning to feel badgered. Not even the gift of the puppy could outweigh her belittlement of my learning. "I suppose you will learn then, for I have a will that you will, even if you do not yet." She was suddenly stern, in a shifting of attitude that left me bewildered. "And what do they call you, boy?" The question again. "Boy is fine," I muttered. The sleeping puppy in my arms whimpered in agitation. I forced myself to be calm for him. I had the satisfaction of seeing a stricken look flit briefly across Patience's face. "I shall call you, Thomas. Tom for every day. Does that suit you?" "I suppose so," I said deliberately. Burrick gave more thought to naming a dog than that. We have no blackies or spots in the stables. Burrick named each beast as if they were royalty, with names that described them or traits he aspired to for them. Even Sooty's name masked a gentle fire I had come to respect. But this woman named me Tom after no more than an indrawn breath. I looked down so that she couldn't see my eyes. "Fine, then," she said, a trifle briskly. "Come tomorrow at the same time. I shall have some things ready for you. I warn you, I shall expect willing effort from you. Good day, Tom." "Good day, lady." I turned and left. Lacey's eyes followed me and then darted back to her mistress. I sensed her disappointment, but did not know what it was about. It was still early in the day. This first audience had taken less than an hour. I wasn't expected anywhere. This time was my own. I headed for the kitchens to wheedle scraps for my pup. It would have been easy to take him down to the stables, but then Burrick would have known about him. I had no illusions about what would happen next. The pup would stay in the stables. He would be nominally mine, but Burrick would see that this new bond was severed. I had no intention of allowing that to happen. I made my plans. A basket from the launderer's, an old shirt over straw for his bed. His messes now would be small, and as he got older, my bond with him would make him easy to train. For now, he'd have to stay by himself a part of each day. But as he got older, he could go about with me. Eventually, Burrick would find out about him. I resolutely pushed that thought aside. I'd deal with that later. For now, he needed a name. I looked him over. He was not the curly-haired, yappy type of terrier. He would have a short, smooth coat, a thick neck, and a mouth like a coal scuttle. But, grown, he'd be less than knee-high, so it couldn't be too weighty a name. I didn't want him to be a fighter, so no ripper or charger. He would be tenacious and alert. Grip, maybe. Or sentry. Or anvil. Or forge. I looked up. The fool stepped out of an alcove and followed me down the hall. "Why?" I asked. I no longer questioned the way the fool could guess what I was thinking. "Because your heart will be hammered against him, and your strength will be tempered in his fire." "Sounds a bit dramatic to me," I objected. "And forge is a bad word now. I don't want to mark my pup with it. Just the other day, down in town, I heard a drunk yell at a cut-purse, 'May your woman be forged.' Everyone in the street stopped and stared." The fool shrugged. "Well, they might." He followed me into my room. "Smith, then. Or Smithy. Let me see him?" Reluctantly, I gave over my puppy. He stirred, awakened, and then wiggled in the fool's hands. No smell, no smell. I was astonished to agree with the pup. Even with his little black nose working for me, The fool had no detectable scent. "Careful, don't drop him." "I'm a fool, not a dolt," said the fool, but he sat on my bed and put the pup beside him. Smithy instantly began snuffling and rucking my bed. I sat on the other side of him, lest he venture too near the edge. "So," the fool asked casually, "are you going to let her buy you with gifts?" "Why not?" I tried to be disdainful. "It would be a mistake for both of you." The fool tweaked Smithy's tiny tail, and he spun round with a puppy growl. "She's going to want to give you things. You'll have to take them, for there's no polite way to refuse. But you'll have to decide whether they'll make a bridge between you or a wall." "Do you know Shade?" I asked abruptly, for the fool sounded so like him I suddenly had to know. I had never mentioned Shade to anyone else save Shrewd, or heard talk of him from anyone around the keep. "Shade or Sunlight, I know when to keep a grip on my tongue. It would be a good thing for you to learn as well." The fool rose suddenly and went to the door. He lingered there a moment. "She only hated you for the first few months. And it wasn't truly hate of you, it was blind jealousy of your mother, that she could bear a babe to chivalry, but Patience could not. After that, her heart softened. She wanted to send for you, to raise you as her own. Some might say she merely wanted to possess anything that touched chivalry, but I don't think so." I was staring at the fool. "You look like a fish, with your mouth open like that," he observed. "But, of course, your father refused. He said it might appear he was formally acknowledging his bastard. But I don't think that was it at all. I think it would have been dangerous for you." The fool made an odd pass with his hand, and a stick of dried meat appeared in his fingers. I knew it had been up his sleeve, but I was unable to see how he accomplished his tricks. He flipped the meat onto my bed, and the puppy sprang on it greedily. "You can hurt her, if you choose," he offered me. "She feels such guilt at how alone you have been. And you look so like chivalry. Anything you say will be as if it came from his lips. She's like a gem with a flaw. One precise tap from you and she will fly to pieces. She's half mad as she is, you know. They would never have been able to kill chivalry if she hadn't consented to his abdication. At least, not with such blithe dismissal of the consequences. She knows that." "Who is they?" I demanded. "Who are they?" The fool corrected me and whisked out of sight. By the time I got to the door, he was gone. I quested after him, but got nothing. Almost as if he were forged. I shivered at that thought and went back to Smithy. He was chewing the meat to slimy bits all over my bed. I watched him. "The fool's gone," I told Smithy. He wagged a casual acknowledgement and went on worrying his meat. He was mine, given to me. Not a stable dog I cared for, but mine, and beyond Berwick's knowledge or authority. Other than my clothes and the copper bracelet that Shade had given me, I had few possessions. But he made up for all lack I might ever have had. He was a sleek and healthy pup. His coat was smooth now, but would grow bristly as he matured. When I held him up to the window, I could see faint mottlings of colour in his coat. He'd be a dark brindle then. I discovered one white spot on his chin and another on his left hind foot. He clamped his little jaws on my shirt sleeve and shook it violently, uttering savage puppy growls. I tussled him on the bed until he fell into a deep, limp sleep. Then I moved him to his straw cushion and went, reluctantly, to my afternoon lessons and chores. That initial week with Patience was a trying time for both of us. I learned to keep a thread of my attention always with Smithy, so he never felt alone enough to howl when I left him. But that took practice, so I felt somewhat distracted. Berwick frowned about it, but I persuaded him it was due to my sessions with Patience. "I have no idea what that woman wants from me," I told him by the third day. "Yesterday